The disappearance of the vine seemed to have robbed the river of spiritual energy of its support, and with a resounding boom, it exploded. Rampaging spiritual energy diffused around the folded space, causing the entire folded space to ripple unstably. Sensing the disturbance in the spiritual energy, Luo Shenqing and the others were visibly stunned for a moment. They took a look at their surroundings before swiftly returning to pummeling the gourd. Pung 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 pung. With the 4 Saint Seven Dan experts utilizing all kinds of means and weapons against it, be it swords, sabers, spears, hammers, it did not take long before the gourd was lying completely paralyzed on the ground, seemingly on its final breath. The gourd is going to die if you continue pummeling it. Why don't you rest for a moment before continuing? The alarmed Zhang Xian hurriedly rushed forward to persuade them to stop. Luo Shenqing waved his hand, and the crowd finally came to a halt. At the same time, he grasped his hand tightly together, and surrounding space distorted to form a bubble around the Dongshu gourd. All right, it's done. Sealing the Dongshu gourd seemed to have sapped the last bit of energy within Luo Shenqing. His face turned pale as he slumped feebly to the ground. There was a time limit on how long the bloodline ability could remain activated for. Back then, Zhang Qian had only used 3 moves before he was unable to lift his fist at all. On the other hand, Luo Shenqing must have executed at least 100 moves considering how long he had fought with the gourd, and that was really an impressive feat. Congratulations! The eyes of Yuan Shao and the others were filled with envy, but they still clasped their fist and offered their sincere congratulations to Luo Shenqing. Even though they would have loved to make the Dongshu gourd their own, they were not willing to sacrifice their principles for that. Besides, given Luo Shenqing's strength and standing, even though they were considered peers, they dared not offend him either. If not for all of your help, there's no way I could have succeeded, Luo Shenqing said. Just as he was able to place the spatial bubble into his storage ring, he would only be able to assimilate the gourd after conditioning his body back to its peak state. A powerful shockwave abruptly burst forth from the seemingly lifeless gourd. Sila! A huge rift was torn in the spatial bubble, and the gourd dashed out. Shit! Luo Shenqing narrowed his eyes in horror. He had already depleted all of his strength due to the activation of his bloodline ability, and he could not even summon the slightest bit of energy in his powerless body anymore. If the Dongshu gourd fled at this moment, there was no way he would be able to stop it. Stop right there! Yuan Shao and the others were startled for a moment, but they swiftly recovered and moved decisively to take down the Dongshu gourd. After all of the suffering they had gone through and effort they had put in to take down the Dongshu gourd, how could they allow it to escape now that they were only a step away from success? However, the gourd seemed to have known their attack trajectories in advance, and with just a slight shake, it managed to avoid the rain of attacks with ease. In the blink of an eye, it accelerated beyond the speed of sound, and it was headed in one specific direction. Toward Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian felt as if ants were running on his scalp, and he nearly fainted on the spot. I didn't even make a move this time around, so why are you coming for me? Zhang Shi! Be careful! The crowd shouted anxiously. Given how quickly the gourd was moving, Zhang Xian knew that it was already too late for him to hide. Thus, he gritted his teeth and braced himself to withstand the impact of the collision, just as he had done before. As soon as his palm came into contact with the Dongshu gourd, he felt a searing pain assaulting his hand. The Dongshu gourd had actually managed to puncture a glaring hole in his palm, causing fresh blood to spurt all around. Wang! In the presence of blood, the Dongshu gourd did not bother dodging at all. Instead, it shook its bottom and prepared to make a second move. Hula! This time, it dashed straight toward Zhang Xian's abdomen. Given the strength of the gourd, should its attack really connect, his intestines would surely be ruptured, resulting in severe injuries. It's not me. I'm not the one who pummeled you just now. The party who wanted to capture you is them, and the party who made a move on you earlier is them too. Why on earth are you coming for me instead? Tears nearly streamed down Zhang Xian's eyes this time around, but he knew that this was no time for crying. He drove his Xianxia and attempted to grab hold of the gourd before it struck its abdomen, but it was futile. He only caught air. But surprisingly, the pain that he had anticipated did not arrive. Instead, the gourd vanished into his abdomen. Xianxia was stunned. He had no idea what to make of the current situation. The others also turned doubtful gazes in his direction. Where is the gourd? Xianxia looked around him anxiously, but the gourd was nowhere to be seen. He used his spiritual perception to gaze inwardly into his body, and his lips suddenly quivered. Why is it in my dantian? Seated lazily in the depths of his dantian was the dongshu gourd. Upon sensing the presence of Xianxia's spiritual perception, it even intentionally shook its bottom gleefully, as if flaunting its victory. What? Everyone quickly rushed forward and scanned Xianxia's body with their spiritual perception. A moment later, Luo Xianqing slumped to the ground with a dazed look and muttered, "You have actually assimilated the dongshu gourd into your body." Assimilated. The dongshu gourd can help its owner comprehend the dimension-sundering realm. As long as one assimilates it, one will be able to infuse it into one's dantian. Luo Xianqing explained with his eyes widened in disbelief. However, the assimilation process is extremely complex. Not only does it require the cultivator to tribute their blood essence to it, more importantly, their cultivation must also have reached Saint Seven Dan Pinnacle at the very minimum in order to make it acknowledge them as its master. Considering that your cultivation is only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, 2 realms away from Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle. Just what on earth is going on here? He had put in so much effort and paid such a heavy price before he managed to take down the dongshu gourd, but before he could assimilate it, it ended up diving into someone else's dantian. Luo Xianqing could not help but clutch his suffocated chest, patting it forcefully to alleviate the pain. Xianxia's face paled upon realizing what had happened, and he anxiously bellowed, "But I never intended to assimilate it. Gourd, you'd better come out right now." He had come here to help his future brother-in-law procure what he needed, and to end up taking it for his own instead. You are really bent on destroying the noble and righteous image I have established before my future brother-in-law, aren't you? You homewrecker. Hoo-hoo. The gourd continued shaking its body gleefully. You! Seeing how the gourd continued flaunting its victory smugly, Xianxia felt so angry that his body quivered in rage. Left with no choice, he could only face Luo Xianqing with a deeply apologetic look. "Brother Luo, I really had no intention of assimilating the dongshu gourd." "I know." Luo Xianqing shook his head and sighed in resignation. Artifacts possess spirit as well. What's not meant to be is simply not meant to be. There's no point forcing it. Even though he felt so stifled that he could spurt a bucketful of fresh blood out at the moment, he still managed to think things through. Given how the dongshu gourd had chosen to dive into Xianxia's dantian despite all he had done, it could only mean that it had never been interested in him from the start. Xianxia's face turned scarlet from embarrassment. He really did not know what he should say in such a situation. What the heck was this? He was supposed to be there to help, but with such a happening, who else would dare ask him out to hunt treasures in the future? Xianxia pondered for a moment before speaking up. Brother Luo's intention of procuring the dongshu gourd is to push for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm, right? If I can help you achieve a breakthrough, would it mean that it wouldn't matter whether you had the dongshu gourd or not? Considering how gleeful the dongshu gourd was acting, it did not seem like it would be coming out anytime soon. This matter could not be considered his fault, but nevertheless, he still felt deeply guilty for taking what should have belonged to Luo Xianqing. "Help me achieve a breakthrough?" Luo Xianqing was visibly surprised by Xianxia's remark for a moment before he shook his head glumly. Achieving a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm is not a small matter. Countless experts in history have been stuck at the phantasmal space realm, unable to take the final step forward. If not for that, I wouldn't have traveled so far and paid such a heavy price to obtain the dongshu gourd. Despite the various miraculous means the young man had displayed so far, the difficulty in achieving a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan was simply too great. Even cultivators who were privileged enough to receive the guidance from a 9-star master teacher might not necessarily be able to take the final step forward, let alone the fact that Xianxia was only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. Since this has already happened, why don't you just give it a try? Xianxia asked. If it had been a while ago, without having seen any Saint 8 Dan cultivation technique manuals, there was no way he would have been able to help Luo Xianqing achieve a breakthrough even if he could compile a book on the latter's flaws through the Library of Heaven's Path. However, with his comprehension of space achieving the level of 3 Dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, as well as his assimilation of the Dongshu gourd, he had already gained a significant understanding of the power of dimension sundering. With that and the Library of Heaven's Path, he just might be able to help Luo Xianqing achieve a breakthrough to higher realms. Give it a try? With the current state I am in, how can I give it a try? Luo Xianqing said with a bitter smile. The activation of his bloodline ability had depleted all of his energy. Putting aside pushing for a breakthrough to higher realms, even walking normally was an arduous task to the current him. Oh right, don't worry. I'll find a way to help you alleviate the side effects resulting from the activation of your bloodline ability. Saying those words, Xianxia immersed his consciousness back in the Library of Heaven's Path and began studying the book he had just compiled on Luo Xianqing. He had compiled this book while Luo Xianqing and the others were fighting against the Dongshu gourd. He had been intending to use it to explore the secrets concerning the unique bloodlines of sage clans, especially since he felt that it would come useful when he vied with the Zhang clan for Luo Ruoxin's hand in marriage. The activation of the bloodline ability would result in damage to one's spirit, mind, and vitality, putting one's body in a state of extreme deficiency. In such a state, the cultivator would be unable to exert any strength, and any forceful attempt to do so would result in one's cultivation declining. Reading the description in the book, Zhang Xian's eyebrows knitted together. There was a fundamental limit to one's potential, vitality, and spirit, and the activation of one's bloodline would lead to excessive depletion of those. Without sufficient time, there was no way one could recover to full health. The Heaven's Path Xianxia is able to heal injuries, open up blockages in the meridians, and restore the spirit, mind, vitality of the ill. I wonder if it will be effective in this situation too. Zhang Xian wondered. Due to the incredible purity of the Heaven's Path Xianxia, it was able to easily dive into a cultivator's meridians and cells to repair the damaged portions. In a sense, the depletion resulting from the activation of a unique bloodline was a similar problem. Perhaps it might be of some use. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xian looked at Luo Xianqing straight in the eye and said, "Brother Luo, I have thought of a way that could possibly help you recover from your weakened state swiftly." "Oh? What kind of method is it?" Luo Xianqing asked curiously. The young man before him had produced too many miracles in the time they had spent together. While he did not bear too much hope in the matter, if there was truly such a method, top-notch sage clans like the Zhang clan and the Luo clan would already have been using it by now. He still wanted to hear what the young man had in mind. Simple. Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and passed a vat over with a confident look on his face. "You just have to drink this." "You want me to drink wine?" Luo Xianqing was still wondering what kind of solution the young man had in mind, but to think that it would be this. His eyebrows could not help but shoot up. Bai Hongyin stepped in and intervened. Luo Xuanqing's body is currently in a bad shape. Drinking wine at this moment will only worsen his condition. Are you serious about having Luo Xianqing drink your wine? Look at how frail he is at the moment. Yuan Shao also stepped forward and offered, "Zhang Shi, if you really wish to drink, why don't I accompany you instead? This is the method to help him recover swiftly from the side effects of activating his bloodline ability." Zhang Xian explained to the crowd before turning his gaze back to Luo Xianqing. "Brother Luo, if you believe me, you should give it a try. If it succeeds, I'll help you achieve a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan by today. Even if it fails, it's just a vat of wine. It won't cause too much harm to your current condition." Seeing Zhang Xian's insistence, Luo Xianqing hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. "All right then." He took the wine from Zhang Xian's hands and stared at it for a moment before raising his head and gulping down the wine. Gu-gu-gu-gu. As soon as the wine washed down his throat, a spicy feeling arose in Luo Xuanqing's body. However, it did not seem to be making any difference to his current condition at all. Just as he was about to berate the young man for fooling around, his body suddenly shuddered involuntarily. He widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "This wine! There's something wrong with this wine. You poisoned the wine?" Yuan Shao immediately turned to Xianxia with a darkened face, and a powerful aura immediately burst forth from him. Luo Xianqing. Xianxia. No, it's not poison. Luo Xuanqing's complexion is improving. Before Xianxia could explain himself, Bai Hongyin had spoken up. Her meticulous nature allowed her to immediately notice the slight changes within Luo Xianqing. Even though Luo Xianqing still looked as weak as before, unable to draw forth the slightest strength in his body, redness had started returning to his previously ghastly pale face. Seeing that he had misunderstood Xianxia, Yuan Shao hurriedly reined in his aura and scratched his head in embarrassment. He had seen how the young man had poisoned the Crimson-Tail Wasp King to death and declared that he would poison Zhang Chun to death. So as soon as Luo Xianqing said that there was something wrong with the wine, the first thing that came to his mind was that the wine was poisoned. Gudong! Gudong! It did not take long for Luo Xianqing to down the entire vat of fine wine. Without his zhenqi protecting his body, he swiftly became intoxicated by the high concentration of alcohol in the wine. Nevertheless, his complexion and body seemed to have recovered significantly from before. If he had appeared to be a terminally ill patient who seemed like he was standing at the gates to hell a moment ago, right now, he seemed more like a young man who had just been afflicted with a slight fever or something. Luo Xianqing looked at Xianxia with glazed eyes and asked, "Is there still any more wine?" "Here you go." Xianxia took out another vat and passed it over. "Thank you." Taking the vat, Luo Xianqing began gulping it down in huge mouthfuls. It was an established fact that after the activation of one's bloodline ability, one would be unable to exert any might for an entire month. Yet, just by drinking a vat of wine, he felt the frailty that seemed to plague him right from the depths of his body starting to vanish. This was something that was unbelievable to him. One must know that the frailty after activating one's bloodline ability was a problem that had plagued sage clans for countless years. Much research had been done to alleviate the problem, but there was still no feasible and affordable solution to resolve it. But as he gulped down more and more wine, he could feel his vitality swiftly coming back to him, returning to his peak state. By the time he was done with the second vat of wine, all frailty he felt had already vanished without a trace. Zhang Shi. The astounded Luo Xianqing turned to look at Xianxia, wanting to know how he managed to do it. "Close your eyes and don't resist me." Xianxia interrupted Luo Xuanqing's words with a wave of his hand. Then he flicked his finger, and countless needles flew over. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the silver needles pierced into his body, Luo Xianqing immediately felt a unique energy coursing through his body. The meridians that had ended up getting blocked as a result of him activating his bloodline ability slowly opened up once more. To make an analogy, activating one's bloodline ability was like causing a machine to go on overdrive. Once it cooled down, the energy that had gotten into narrow meridians would slowly agglutinate, causing blockages in the area, making it difficult for one to drive one's zhenqi through them. In other words, what was blocking the meridians was not impurities but one's own zhenqi. However, the energy that flowed through the silver needle melted the agglutinated zhenqi as if ice in the face of boiling water, clearing those meridians swiftly. In just moments, Luo Xianqing felt refreshed and energized, and strength swiftly returned to his body, surging through his entirety. This, Yuan Shao and the others glanced at one another, flabbergasted. Recovering one's vitality through drinking wine could still be rationalized by the wine being concocted using potent recovery medicinal herbs. But to replenish one's zhenqi just by sticking a few silver needles in, that was a little too exaggerated. Having recovered his zhenqi, Luo Xianqing no longer felt as withered before. He flicked his wrist, took out a pill, and threw it into his mouth. Jai. Jai. As he absorbed the energy harnessed within the pill, the energy in his body grew stronger and stronger. In less than an hour, he had already returned to his peak state. You are really able to resolve the side effects from activating one's bloodline ability. Getting to his feet and feeling the strength coursing through his body, Luo Xianqing stared at the young man before him with a look of disbelief. Ever since he was young, his clan elders had always warned him against activating his bloodline ability easily, or else he would have to undergo a long period of recuperation. Who knew that the formation master he had coincidentally met would actually be able to resolve his problems so easily? This is a secret art of mine, and it depletes my energy greatly as well, so I earnestly request for you all not to let this matter out, Xianxia said with a pale face as he clasped his fist. Luo Xuanqing's cultivation was simply too much higher than his. He had needed to expend nearly all of his jinqi before he was able to heal the other party. It would be best for him to avoid doing this in the future, or else he would probably die of overexertion after treating a couple of people. It was apparent that Xianxia had also pushed himself a little too much in the recovery process, and the others also understood the significance of this matter. Thus, they swiftly nodded in agreement. After a short moment of rest, Xianxia said, "Since Brother Luo has already recovered fully, let's push for a breakthrough to St. 8 Dan right now then." "All right." Luo Xianqing nodded. Then, with a slightly lost look on his face, he asked, "What should I do now?" Even though he had managed to recover to his full strength, he was still some way off from pushing for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm. Otherwise, he would not have gone through the trouble of looking for the Dongshu gourd either. "You should assimilate this item first." Xianxia flicked his wrist and passed a vine over. Although the power of dimension sundering within the vine was slightly inferior to that of the Dongshu gourd, it was apparent that assimilating it would do one much good in pushing for a breakthrough to the dimension sundering realm. It was due this vine that he dared promise Luo Xianqing that he would help him achieve a breakthrough. "All right." Nodding, Luo Xianqing began pumping his jinqi into the vine, attempting to assimilate it for his own. This was only a small segment of the entire vine, so it was not too difficult to assimilate it. Took him less than 6 hours to succeed. Within the period of time Luo Xianqing spent assimilating the vine, Xianxia had managed to recover fully as well. "All right, store it in your dantian," Xianxia instructed. Seeing how slow Luo Xuanqing's movement was, he tapped his finger forward. Tizila. The vine immediately dived right into Luo Xuanqing's dantian. This? Luo Xianqing widened his eyes in disbelief. In his view, the vine was only an ordinary item. Even if he were to assimilate it, there would be nothing that would come out of it. However, when he fused it into his dantian, he realized that the vine actually harnessed countless folded spaces packed together. In fact, it could be said that the effect of the vine was nearly no different from assimilating the Dongshu gourd itself. Seeing that Luo Xianqing finally understood, Xianxia casually said, "All right, you can push for a breakthrough now." It was only with the eye of insight that he could discern the power of dimension sundering that was harnessed within the vine. The others lacked the ability to do so, so naturally, they were not able to notice it. "All right." With his body back to its peak state and having assimilated the vine, Luo Xianqing knew that it was the ideal opportunity for him to achieve a breakthrough. Thus, he took a seat on the ground and began conditioning his breathing, preparing himself for a breakthrough. Some time later, with a resounding explosion, a powerful aura flowed forth from his body. His aura abruptly surged, and in just a few moments he had already overcome his bottleneck. However, as he advanced into the half-dimension sundering realm, his cultivation gradually came to a halt. Seeing as Luo Xuanqing's flow of energy gradually came to a halt, Xianxia asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Are you lacking the strength to push for a breakthrough straight to St. 8 Dan?" Under normal circumstances, considering that Luo Xianqing was in his peak state and that he had assimilated the vine, he should have been able to push for a breakthrough to dimension sundering realm with ease. Why did he stop at just half-dimension sundering realm? As long as I wish to do so, I can push for a breakthrough at any moment. However, at St. 8 Dan, one's dominion will become imbued with the power of dimension sundering, which is equivalent to wrestling power from the surrounding space. However, the space in this folded space is considerably weaker and less stable, so even if I do achieve a breakthrough here, the increase in my fighting prowess will not be as great, Luo Xianqing explained. "I see." Xianxia nodded in realization. Even though he had already comprehended the third dan of the heavenly art of dimension unravel, he still knew close to nothing about the dimension-sundering realm. As such, he was unable to anticipate such a possible pitfall. At the dimension-sundering realm, cultivators would seek to sunder the space from the world to strengthen themselves, and naturally, the space sundered from folded spaces would inevitably be weaker than those sundered straight from the natural world. The space of the natural world had come to achieve an exquisite balance over countless years of development, so achieving a breakthrough there would be much more beneficial to one in terms of increment in fighting prowess or future potential. More importantly, when a cultivator achieves a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan, a lightning tribulation will be drawn in. If I challenge the trial back at the Sanctum of Sages, I'll be less susceptible to the offense of inner demons, making it easier for me to succeed. Xianxia nodded in agreement. The Sanctum of Sages carried the aura left behind by Kong Shi and generations of master teachers, and due to the righteous air that lingered in the area, inner demons dared not wreak havoc when one was challenging a tribulation. As such, achieving a breakthrough in the Sanctum of Sages would be much easier than doing so outside. After all, not everyone was like him, capable of talking an inner demon into submission. He really succeeded. How did he manage to do it? Seeing how Luo Shenqing, who had difficulty even standing up not too long ago due to the side effects from activating his bloodline ability, successfully made a breakthrough to half-dimension sundering realm, the faces of Bai Hongyin and the others flushed red in agitation. Even though they had not reached Phantasm Space Realm Pinnacle yet, as long as they were to cultivate hard, they should be able to reach it within a few years. If they could engage Zhang Shi's help then and push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm, their clans would surely view them with far greater regard and grant them greater authority. Brother Luo, how much has your strength grown after achieving a breakthrough to the half-dimension Sundering Realm? Yun Lianhai asked curiously. How much has my strength grown? Hearing that question, Luo Shenqing laughed heartily and grabbed the space in front of him. Kacha! He tore off a fragment of space, creating a rift ahead of him. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Even though they were in a folded space and Luo Shenqing had always possessed exceptional control over space, this was still an astounding feat. Even dimension-sundering realm intermediate stage experts would have incredible trouble achieving such a feat. There's no need to worry. There's no problem in the breakthrough method that Zhang Shi has imparted to me. If I meet with that bastard Zhang Chun again, I'll be able to beat him up to the point where even his own father won't be able to recognize him, Luo Shenqing said in excitement. He had been competing with Zhang Chun for many years, and each time he achieved a breakthrough, the latter would swiftly follow suit as well. Neither of them was able to shake the other off. It was for this reason that he was determined to find the Dongshu gourd so as to surpass the latter once and for all. Who would have thought that, even though the Dongshu gourd did not recognize him, he would still be able to successfully make a breakthrough. With his newfound strength, he would make sure to put that fellow through a round of suffering when he returned to the Sanctum of Sages. That's a relief. Everyone first heaved a sigh of relief before they slowly directed heated gazes toward Zhang Xian. Ah! Facing everyone's passionate gazes, Zhang Xian scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Since we have resolved the matter concerning the Dongshu gourd, shall we return to the Sanctum of Sages now? Wait a moment first, Luo Shenqing said with a smile. I don't think that there's only the Dongshu gourd in this ancient domain. In fact, the reason I invited Yun Lianhai over is to borrow his ability to scan the surroundings. Perhaps, we might be able to find much more valuable treasures in here. A spirit vein was torn out of the mountain valley and placed into this folded space in order to supply it with energy. Surely the person who had left behind this folded space would not have conducted this huge operation just to nourish a mere Dongshu gourd, right? There had to be something more to it. At this moment, Zhang Xian also came to the same conclusion. He shot a glance at Bai Hongyin and the others and noticed the lack of surprise on their faces. From the look of it, it seemed like they had known this in advance as well, which was also the reason they were willing to lend their strength to help Luo Shenqing obtain the Dongshu gourd despite the danger involved. Yun Lianhai, we'll be counting on you, Luo Shenqing said with a solemn nod. Leave it to me, Yun Lianhai replied. Without any hesitation, he executed his secret art once more, and a series of ripples diffused from his glabella into the surroundings. The folded space expanded far beyond the spatial seal where they had previously been. The ripples diffused for a very long time, to the point where Yun Lianhai's body was beginning to tremble, before they finally came to a halt. How is it? Yun Lianhai had to gasp for air for quite a while before he managed to recover enough to reply. I have sensed some ancient objects, but I'm not too sure if they are treasures. Lead the way, Luo Xianxia said. As soon as the order was given, Yun Lianhai began making his way forward. After a roughly 10 minutes journey, the crowd suddenly came to a halt with perplexed frowns on their faces. Judging from the river in the sky, it doesn't seem like we are getting anywhere. Could we possibly be trapped within a confinement formation? Bai Hongyin asked with a slightly perturbed voice. Throughout their journey, she could not help but realize that no matter where they traveled to, the river of spiritual energy still appeared to be at the exact same relative position to them in the sky. It was almost as if they had not advanced a single step forward. Facing such a situation, Luo Xianxia lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "It isn't a confinement formation but the effects of the distortion in space." Achieving a breakthrough to half-dimension sundering realm had granted him a deeper understanding of space, allowing him to swiftly notice what was amiss with the surroundings. Distortion in space? Bai Hongyin asked doubtfully. The scenery around them appeared to completely normal, devoid of the bizarre warps similar to the cone-shaped vortex they had seen prior to entering this folded space. As such, she could not help but harbor some doubts toward Luo Xuanqing's judgment. The distortion in space here spans across the entire folded space, so it isn't visible to the eye. The space that we commonly see is three-dimensional in nature, and it stretches endlessly into the surroundings. On the other hand, the space within this folded space seems to take the form of a ring. Traveling in a straight line will result in us walking in a loop, bringing us back to the point that we started from, Luo Xianxia explained. On top of that, a distortion in space will cause light to distort as well, and this creates the illusion that we are walking in a straight line even though we are effectively walking in circles. If we could jump out of this folded space and look at ourselves from above, we should see that our bodies are distorted instead of upright. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Distorted spaces were not apparent to those who were standing within them. In a sense, this was similar to how it was not apparent to an individual that the Earth was round just by looking at their immediate surroundings. The situation they were currently facing was similar to two endpoints in space connecting with one another, forming a closed loop that resulted in them walking in endless circles. If that's the case, how do we leave this folded space? Yuan Shao asked apprehensively. Luo Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying, "Shatter the folded space." Hearing that, Bai Hongyin shook her head and said, "Folded spaces aren't stable. If anything goes wrong while shattering the folded space, there's a good chance that we might be trapped here for life." Folded spaces were not as stable as spaces in the natural world, and they were incapable of regenerating on their own. So, if someone exerted too much strength, it could result in its complete collapse, and all of them would be reduced to dust. It was also for this reason that it would be unsafe for them to bring the Saint 8 Dan Netherworld Azure Dragon beast in. This, Luo Xianxia frowned. He also understood this much, or else he would have made a move immediately instead of wasting his breath on words. Zhang Xian suddenly spoke up. "Actually, there's no need to shatter this space." "Oh!" The crowd quickly turned their sights over. "Look at the flow of the spiritual energy above us. No matter where we walk, it remains right above us. This only means that the space around the river is stable, or in other words, it isn't within the folded space we are in." Zhang Xian explained. Looks of realization dawned upon the crowd. Indeed, if the river was within the looped folded space as well, its relative position to them should change along with their movement. It did not make sense for it to remain fixed in position. If we wish to escape from here, we just have to find a way to delve into the river and move against its current, Zhang Xian said. That's right. Luo Xuanqing's eyes lit up upon hearing those words, and he quickly nodded in agreement as well. Since that's the case, let's make a move. Without any hesitation, The crowd immediately flew toward the river. The river was actually a spirit vein. As soon as the crowd made their way into it, they felt overwhelming spiritual energy pouring toward them at an incredible speed, causing their breathing to hasten. Luo Xianqing waved his hand and formed a massive spatial bubble around the crowd, alleviating the pressure resulting from the strong currents in the river. With that, the discomfort was reduced significantly, and they began to make their way forward slowly. This spirit vein could have been passed off as pinnacle spirit stones, but it has expended itself too much in order to sustain this space. What a pity! Zhang Xian thought in lamentation. If this massive spirit vein had still been in the mountain valley, it surely would have developed into a spirit mine filled with plenty of pinnacle spirit stones. However, in order to allow the space to remain operating normally, the spiritual energy within it had been slowly depleting, to the point where even producing high-tier spirit stones was a problem for it now. But again, if this spirit vein had actually produced pinnacle spirit stones, it would have long been harvested by the other powers. There was no way they would have gotten a chance to obtain the Dongshu gourd. Right? I should try and see if I can communicate with that fellow. Knowing that he would not be in any danger with Luo Xianqing around, Zhang Xian turned his consciousness into his body, toward his dantian. He swiftly saw the fellow who had willfully dived into his body lying leisurely on the ground, exuding vibes similar to a lazy Sunday morning. Seeing how the gourd was able to remain completely unfazed after all the trouble it had caused him, displeasure swiftly filled Zhang Xian's mind. Since that fellow has absorbed my blood and acknowledged me, I should be considered as its master now. Thus, he began trying to establish control over the Dongshu gourd. Tzzzzzz. Under the drive of his power, the Dongshu gourd began revolving in the air. The power of space contained within the Dongshu gourd began flowing through his body. Voila! Wherever the power of space swept by, the heaven's path Jinqi in the area of his dantian would suddenly collapse inward, as if it had fallen into a depression. What's going on? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in alarm. He had spent a great deal of effort to recover his Jinqi, so how could the Dongshu gourd make it disappear just by emanating a bit of power? No, that's not it. It's not that my Jinqi has disappeared. The space within my dantian has been changed. I can store much more Jinqi in here now. After a swift scan, Zhang Xian was stunned. It was not that his Jinqi had vanished into thin air. The surrounding space had been distorted, allowing him to store much more Jinqi had before. Wait a moment. A thought suddenly emerged in Zhang Xian's mind. If I could set up a closed loop within my dantian as well and keep my Jinqi in perpetual revolution, not only will I be able to store more Jinqi, I'll be able to draw it swifter than before as well, granting me more explosive power. As perplexing as the idea of a looped space might have sounded to one who was encountering it for the first time, it was actually a rather simple concept, and it was not too difficult for him to implement. If I could exert all of my Jinqi in an instant, I might just be able to execute the Ocean Cataclysm sword. With that thought, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Even though the Ocean Cataclysm sword still had a few flaws here and there, the main reason he could not execute it yet was mainly due to his output of Jinqi being too low. No matter how huge a tank was, the amount of water it could pump out was still limited by the width of its pipes. The Ocean Cataclysm sword required far greater outburst of Jinqi compared to the Sea-Severing sword, but if he could set up such a looped space within his dantian, he might just be able to draw forth sufficient Jinqi instantaneously to execute the technique. Let me give a try. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Sensing his strength, the Dongshu gourd began to revolve slowly, gradually releasing the power of space around Zhang Xian's dantian. It was a little similar to a bee constructing its beehive. It seems like it'll take a while before the construction is complete. Owing to the limitations in his cultivation, Zhang Xian knew that it would take him a lot of effort to construct a looped space within his dantian even with the help of the Dongshu gourd. Nevertheless, it was a relief to see that he was able to drive the Dongshu gourd without it resisting him. This meant that he had really managed to assimilate the latter. Watching the construction of the folded space in his dantian, Zhang Xian sighed helplessly. It'll be fine as long as it doesn't cause any trouble. Just that, I'll need quite a bit of spiritual energy to complete the construction, so I need to start looking for spirit stones once more. Due to his cultivation of the Saint Ascension Decipher, His Xianxia capacity far exceeded that of an ordinary cultivator. However, with the setting up of a looped space, he would require a lot more Xianxia in order to fill it up. Making a rough calculation, he would require 10 times as much as what he had at the moment. This meant that he would have to gather spirit stones, absorb the spiritual energy within them, convert that into Xianxia, and deposit it into his looped space. But given how poor he was at the moment, where was he supposed to look for more spirit stones? If it really comes down to it, perhaps I should get Sun Chong to compile a list of cultivators who are on the verge of a breakthrough in the sanctum of sages and share their lightning tribulation when it comes. Xianxia contemplated seriously. He had benefited greatly from absorbing energy from the lightning tribulation during his previous breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. Since he was able to do that for his lightning tribulation, there should not be any reason he could not do the same for the other lightning tribulations. With that, he should be able to fill up his dantian easily without any trouble. I should have a discussion with Brother Luo later on and request to observe his lightning tribulation. Xianxia nodded as he made up his mind on the matter. After the previous absorption, the energy harnessed within ordinary lightning tribulations would not have much use to him anymore. However, the lightning tribulation that Luo Shenqing would have to face when he pushed for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm should be able to meet his standards. Look, what's that? While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, a sudden exclamation from the group pulled him back to reality. Raising his head to take a look, he realized that they had already reached the end of the river flow. A mountain range filled with peaks that rose right above the clouds appeared before his eyes. However, on second look, he realized that the mountain was not real. It felt fleeting and beyond reach, a little like a painting someone had hung at the horizon of the world, or perhaps just a mere mirage, a product of one's imagination. That's the highest level of painting world composition, Luo Shenqing remarked grimly. World composition? A painting at the level of world composition far exceeds the realm of evocative vividness, reaching a level where even humans can enter and live within the painting, Luo Shenqing said. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded. He took a closer look at the painting, and suddenly, a feeling of déjà vu came to him. He racked his brain in an attempt to capture the source of this feeling of familiarity when his eyes narrowed in astonishment. This mountain range, isn't it the same as the one in the painting that the Qingtian Emperor made me decipher? Back in the Qingyuan Empire, the Qingtian Emperor visited the Painter Guild with a copper mask in hand, seeking help to remove the seal on a painting he had. In the end, Zhang Xian was the one who managed to remove the seal, and beneath it, he found an illusory image of Kong Shi. And for him to see a higher-level painting that depicted the identical mountain range to the one he had seen before, could they be depicting the same location? Kong Shi's image isn't on the painting, though. Did the painter intentionally choose not to draw it? Or did he not notice Kong Shi's presence? Zhang Xian frowned. Flicking his wrist, Zhang Xian took out the painting he had acquired from the Qingtian Emperor and compared it to the mountain range on the 9th-level painting before him. The features were completely identical to one another, well, with the exception of the Lake of Bathing Ladies. That's the White Creek Mountain of the Empire Alliance. It's located at a place very far away from the Sanctum of Sages, such that even a Saint Seven Dan beast would require a flight of 3 months in order to reach there. Taking a glance at the painting in Zhang Xian's hand, Luo Shenqing said. He was slightly surprised initially to see that Zhang Xian had a painting of the same scenery as the 9th-level painting before them, but he didn't think too much into it. After all, due to the splendid scenery at the White Creek Mountain, there were quite a few paintings of it circulating out there in the world. White Creek Mountain. Zhang Xian muttered beneath his breath as he tightened his fists. While the painting you have can't compete with the 9th-level painting up there, it's still a commendable work of art. It has managed to bring out the splendor and beauty of the mountain range in full. Luo Shenqing complimented. This was a painting that could astound all painters in the Qingyuan Empire, but to Luo Shenqing's eyes, it could only be considered to be commendable. Indeed, Zhang Xian replied perfunctorily as he kept the painting back to his storage ring with his mind wandering somewhere else. Now that he knew that the mountain range depicted in the painting was the White Creek Mountain, he would have to make a trip over there to take a look. Since Kong Shi's apparition was spotted there, There was a good chance that he might find Kong Shi's ancient domain over there too. While the two of them were chatting, the spatial bubble rose up from the river and arrived before the massive 9th-level painting. Are we able to enter this painting too? Looking at the lifelike painting before him, Xianxia asked in curiosity. There was bound to be a reason as to why the elder who had left the Dongshu gourd here would leave a 9th-level painting here as well. If they could enter the painting, they might just be able to unravel the secrets behind this folded space. It should be possible. Luo Xianqing pondered for a moment before nodding. I'll head in to take a look then, Zhang Xian said with a smile before heading in. This painting was not drawn on a paper but on top of the folded space. It consisted of multiple layers stitched together by the fabric of space, so Zhang Xian had to fly for quite some time before he finally arrived before the massive mountain range. The sheer expanse the mountain range took granted it an imposing and grand aura. Flying upward, Zhang Xian soon arrived at where he had replaced Kong Shi's image with the bathing ladies, and he swiftly scanned the area. A moment later, he shook his head in disappointment. There was nothing special to be seen here. There was no apparition of Kong Shi or any hidden folded spaces and the such. Nevertheless, there should still be some reason why the elder chose to leave this 9th-level painting in here. Zhang Xian mumbled contemplatively beneath his breath. If this ancient domain was really left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu, everything would make perfect sense. He was Kong Shi's servant, and the reason why he left behind this painting was likely to remind future generations that there was something lying in the White Creek Mountain. Zhang Xian continued scanning through the mountain range, but he was unable to find anything or note. Eventually, he could only return with empty hands. When he finally returned back to Luo Xianqing and the other side, the mountain range suddenly shuddered slightly before dissipating silently. This painting has been around for too long. It's likely that time had already left it tattered throughout, and the only reason why it's still able to maintain its original appearance is likely only because no one has touched it yet. Your act of entering the painting had placed too much stress on the painting, thus inevitably resulting in its dissipation. Luo Xianqing explained. The slightly stunned Zhang Xian nodded in realization. In a sense, this was similar to how even if old possessions were able to retain their beautiful outer appearances, their worn-out within would only cause them to crumble to dust upon touch. Zhang Xian took one last glance at the dissipated painting before turning his gaze back forward. A rather wide passageway had appeared before them. Following behind Luo Xianqing and the others' footsteps, he landed on top of the passageway. After all of the spatial distortion he had been through, it felt reassuring to have his feet planted onto solid ground. The artifact that I sensed is in there, Yun Lianhai said with eyes gleaming with excitement. As soon as he stepped onto the passageway, the fuzzy feeling he had received from the treasure before suddenly turned extremely distinct. As long as they were to walk down this path, they should be able to find quite a few good stuff. Great! Hearing that the treasure was located not too far away from them, the crowd immediately felt energized, and they began making their way forward. Before long, a palace unfolded before their eyes. While it was called a palace, it wasn't too big or extravagant. Instead, its ancient design seemed to be communicating the long history behind it. It's likely that there might be danger in here. Let me head in to take a look first, Luo Xianqing said before taking the lead forward. The gates of the palace were carved from stone, and it was densely filled with inscriptions. These are spatial inscriptions, unique characters which ancient sage Qiu Wu has created. Through studying these characters, one could comprehend the essence of space. Our clan has a detailed interpretation of these words, Luo Xianqing exclaimed in astonishment. Spatial inscriptions? Zhang Xian looked at those characters contemplatively for a moment before nodding. He had seen those words at the Qiu Wu Palace as well. The heavenly demon Great Sauropalm was written using these words. Back then, he had no idea what those words meant, but he still managed to learn the battle technique through emulating the form of those words. If that's the case, does that mean that the ancient domain is really left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu? Bai Hongyin asked in agitation. Even though ancient sage Qiu Wu was Kong Shi's servant, His true strength was no weaker than the founder of the Sanctum of Sages, ancient sage Bo Shang. More importantly, his comprehension of space had reached an extremely high level. If they could obtain his heritage, it would only be a matter of time before they achieved a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan or even Saint 9 Dan. That's most likely to be the case. But it's a little weird though. My clan has a huge collection of books detailing the life of ancient sage Qiu Wu, but we have never heard that he has left behind such an ancient domain before, Luo Xianqing said with a bewildered frown. As complicated as this ancient domain appears to be, to experts of the caliber of an ancient sage, it's something that they can create on a whim. I think it's likely that not even ancient sage Qiu Wu remembered about this ancient domain he had left behind, Yun Lianhai said. Coming from a clan of treasure hunters, he had come into contact with simply too many treasures in the world. There were many ancient domains which appeared to be mystifyingly profound to those of the later generations, and the treasures within them were incredibly valuable too. However, to those who had left them behind, those might not bear much significance at all. The difference in realms inevitably led to a huge difference in how they assessed the value of things. That's true. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Take him for example, he wouldn't even blink an eye if someone were to throw 1,000,000 high-tier spirit stones before him. However, in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, just the possession of a single high-tier spirit stone could already be considered as a great wealth. Similarly, while the Dongshu gourd might seem to be incomparably valuable to them, it might just be something that an ancient sage would just toss away casually. Luo Xianqing, since you recognize those characters, what is written on there? Yun Lianhai asked. It's a message intended for the later generations who discover this ancient domain. The general meaning is that those who are able to come this far are bound to have a deep understanding of space and are qualified to obtain his heritage. The way to open the door is also detailed on it, Luo Xianqing said as he examined the inscriptions on the wall closely. After many years of studying these spatial inscriptions, the Luo clan had already compiled a book that allowed others to interpret the meaning behind these characters. Heritage? Does this mean to say that the heritage of ancient sage Qiu Wu lies in the palace? That seems so. Luo Xianqing nodded. Taking a deep breath, he said, I'm going to open the door now, so be careful. It isn't easy for us to come to this point, so nothing must go wrong at this moment. After saying those words, he took a step backward before he raised his hand and tapped his finger forward. A surge of Jinqi poured forth and struck the gates. He sent out a total of 3 such surges of Jinqi in a peen formation, and energy began rippling across the surface of the gates. Jiaya! It began to slowly open. Luo Xianqing immediately drove his Jinqi to create a protective barrier around him in preparation for what would appear. Ancient sage Qiu Wu was a respected and celebrated figure, but since he had left his heritage behind here, he must have set up all kinds of trials in order to assess the qualification of those who sought his heritage. It would be better for them to proceed carefully. Luo Xianqing stepped into the palace, and some time later, he waved his hand to beckon for the others and said, There's no danger. Come in. The crowd quickly swarmed in and found themselves standing within a hall. It was completely empty, except for a sculpture erected not too far away. It's ancient sage Qiu Wu. Upon seeing the face on the sculpture, Zhang Xian exclaimed. He had seen ancient sage Qiu Wu back in the Qiu Wu palace, so naturally, he could recognize the sculpture here too. This is ancient sage Qiu Wu? Despite coming from illustrious backgrounds, this was the first time they were seeing ancient sage Qiu Wu's sculpture. I have seen before ancient sage Qiu Wu's painting. That's indeed him. Luo Xianqing replied before directing a perplexed glance at Zhang Xian. Zhang Shi, how did you know it's him? Ancient sage Qiu Wu had maintained a low profile in his lifetime, so there weren't too many records on him. The Luo clan was only able to recognize the other party through a painting they had in their possession. So how was the young man before him able to recognize it with a look? You said earlier that those words were left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. So I thought that the sculpture must be him as well. Zhang Xian replied sheepishly. The Qiu Wu palace carried the secret of the heavenly art of dimension unravel, so it was best for him to avoid talking about it for the time being. On the other hand, Seeing that Xianxia was unwilling to speak about the matter, Luo Xianqing also didn't push him for a response either. Everyone had their own private encounters and secrets, and there was no purpose in insistently dredging them up. Instead, he walked over to the sculpture, kneeled onto the ground, and respectfully kowtowed a few times before standing up once more. Our Luo clan's understanding of spatial laws originated from ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage. So our ancestor has made a rule that if any member of the Luo clan were to encounter ancient sage Qiu Wu's sculpture or will, we must kowtow to him to honor him as our grand teacher. Luo Xianqing explained. The Luo clan's understanding of spatial laws originated from ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage? Zhang Xian was astonished. He turned to look at Yuan Shao and the others, but they seemed to already be aware of this matter. Space is an intrinsic nature of the world, so unlike swordsmanship and the others, which can be developed into many different quintessences, it has only one true path. As such, their heritages are more unified. Zhang Xian came to a realization. He should have known this earlier. It was no wonder why the annal of bedstead disquisition sage Luo had left behind was able to perfect the heavenly art of dimension unravel. It turned out that the both of them had originated from the same source. Junior Luo Xianqing plays respect to ancient sage Qiu Wu. After saying those words, Luo Xianqing reached out his hand and placed it on the lower pedestal of the sculpture. Wang! A light buzz echoed in the air for a moment before brilliant light burst forth from the sculpture. The unmoving sculpture slowly opened its eyes. The Will of Ancient Sage Qiu Wu. By Hongyin, Yuan Shao, and the others widened their eyes in shock, and without any hesitation, they kneeled to the ground. One must know that ancient sage Qiu Wu was an expert which was even older than the founder of their respective heritages, such that even those founders would have to kneel down and address him as senior. Back then, while I was passing by here, I happened to chance upon the seed of the Dongshu gourd, so I decided to plant it, hoping that it would be of some help to the later generations. The fact that you are able to come this far shows that you have achieved a deep comprehension of space and is qualified to obtain my heritage. The sculpture began speaking. Thank you, ancient sage Qiu Wu. Everyone felt agitated to receive ancient sage Qiu Wu's recognition. Luo Xianqing was just about to utter some words of gratitude when he suddenly realized that not too far away, Zhang Xian was still standing. A frown emerged on his forehead as he berated, Zhang Shi, why are you not paying your respects to ancient sage Qiu Wu? But barely after those words were spoken, ancient sage Qiu Wu's sculpture had also turned his head over, and a horrified look appeared on his face. You again! You recognize me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. You made me come to see the flaws in my cultivation, so you can be considered half a teacher to me. How could I not recognize you? The sculpture replied. Flaws in ancient sage Qiu Wu's cultivation? Half a teacher? Does this mean that Zhang Shi has actually offered pointers to ancient sage Qiu Wu? The teeth of Luo Xianqing, by Hongyin, and the others clattered from shock upon hearing those words. The significance of this matter was truly big, to the point that knowing too much might even cost them their lives. But, aren't you a fragmented soul? Zhang Xian asked in intrigue. Even though they had met once another in the Qiu Wu Palace, each fragmented soul should have been an independent existence. Normally, it should have been impossible for any of ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented souls outside of the Qiu Wu Palace to share memories with those within. So how did the one before him recognize him? Each fragmented soul is an independent existence, but the order in which they are created is significant, too. It'll be nigh impossible for fragmented souls that are created earlier to read into the memories of those who are created later, but as for fragmented souls that are created later, through some special means, it isn't too difficult for them to share the memories of those that were created earlier. Not to mention, you are even carrying my heritage along with you, so it's even easier for me to do so, the sculpture explained. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. He had been carrying the Qiu Wu Palace with him wherever he went, and while it was currently stored in his storage ring, considering ancient sage Qiu Wu's unfathomable mastery over space, it was not too difficult for him to figure out what had happened within. It's no wonder you tamed the Dongshu gourd and got here so quickly. Your presence here explains everything. Ahem, I still have some things to attend to. So, goodbye. With a sudden kacha, a crack ran through the sculpture, following which, the imposing aura that was compelling subservience in the crowd receded like an ebbing tide. Boom! Following which, the sculpture abruptly exploded into countless fragments amid a cloud of dust, and it took a long while before everything settled on the ground. This, ancient sage Qiu Wu's will, has dissipated? But he hasn't told us what the heritage is yet. With twitching eyebrows, Luo Xianqing and the others clawed at their hair, unable to believe the situation unfolding right before them. They had traveled far to get there, and after a great deal of hard work, they had finally been just a step away from obtaining the heritage when the sculpture abruptly exploded before their eyes, and the will harnessed within it dissipated. What the heck was this? They slowly turned toward Zhang Xian and said, Zhang Shi. Facing the glares of the crowd, Zhang Xian was completely dumbfounded as well. Was that ancient sage Qiu Wu not a little too unreliable? He had also dissipated the previous time before saying what the heritage was. In fact, this time around he had barely said anything at all. He had seen so many wills. But in terms of speed, that fellow was surely the first. It was no wonder he could come up with battle techniques such as the Unbounded Voyager. It turned out to be completely aligned with his innate nature. But thinking of it again, Kong Shi was rather fast as well. They had met 2 times so far, but each time, he did not manage to get the solution for the innate fetal poison out of him. This master and servant pair, no wonder the 2 of them managed to click with one another. Under the murderous glares that were intensifying by the moment, Zhang Xian replied with twitching lips, Ahem, maybe this is a test posed to us by ancient sage Qiu Wu? He might have hidden the heritage somewhere in this folded space and want us to find it ourselves. That had been the case in the Qiu Wu Palace too. After ancient sage Qiu Wu's will dissipated, he had managed to find the heavenly art of dimension unravel through studying the 3 words Qiu Wu Palace at the entrance. Considering that it was the same ancient sage Qiu Wu they were talking about, he was likely to go by the same pattern. Hearing those words, the crowd traded doubtful gazes, seemingly trying to ascertain the likelihood of Zhang Xian's words being true. Luo Xianqing pondered for a moment before saying, Back then, before our old ancestor obtained ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage and comprehended the spatial laws, he also seemed to have gone through a similar experience. Zhang Shi is right. A person like ancient sage Qiu Wu would only pass down his heritage to those who have undergone his careful selection. It wouldn't make sense for him to give his all to someone he has only met once. Let's comb through the area. We might just be able to find something. Seeing that Luo Xianqing had covered up for him, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Hongyin and the others nodded before getting to their feet to search the area. The walls of the palace were also made of some kind of mysterious stone, and just like the gates, there were characters inscribed on them as well. Bai Hongyin and the others could not interpret those characters, so they could only turn to Luo Xianqing for help. These characters aren't a cultivation technique, but just inscriptions to fortify the defenses of the palace, even though this is a folded space. Thus, there are no storms to weather. This fortification played a crucial role in allowing the palace to remain standing even after the passing of many millenniums, Luo Xianqing explained. Regardless of weather conditions, all structures would still eventually wear down with time. Without the fortification inscriptions, the palace would have long collapsed from the accrued damage. Seeing that these characters meant nothing at all, the crowd was a little disappointed. At this point, Bai Hongyin suddenly thought of something and turned to Yun Lianhai. The heritage should also be considered a treasure, too. Yun Lianhai, do you sense anything in the area? Since Yun Lianhai had been able to lead them there was a chance he would be able to lead them to the heritage left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu as well. I'll give it a try. Yun Lianhai nodded before activating his unique ability. This ability of his could only be considered to be tapping into his bloodline rather than activating it, so while it would cause some damage to him, it was not to the point where he would be incapacitated for an entire month. Opening the 3rd eye in between his eyebrows, he swept the area swiftly before suddenly coming to a halt. I sense something weird in that direction. He pointed in a direction as he said those words. The crowd quickly turned their gazes over. It was directed toward the area just beneath the sculpture. Rummaging through the shattered stone fragments, they soon found traces of a folded space. Wonderful! The eyes of the crowd lit up, and Luo Xianqing raised his finger and tapped on the folded space. Wang! With a brilliant burst of light, a line of words surged out of the folded space and appeared before the crowd. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Fist. Zhang Xian read out. He had thought that ancient sage Qiu Wu had just said those words on a whim. But who would have thought that he had really left his heritage behind? Legend has it that ancient sage Qiu Wu's strongest battle techniques involve his finger, sword, fist, and palm, and they carry the prefix, Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow. The palm art is at Saint Intermediate tier, the fist art is at Saint High tier, and the sword art is at Saint Pinnacle. Even the old ancestor of my Luo clan was unable to find those battle techniques. But to think that we would actually stumble on one of them here. Luo Xianqing was so agitated that his eyes were glowing. Finger, sword, fist, and palm? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He had learned the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow palm before, and it was indeed a Saint Intermediate tier battle technique. He had thought that it was just an independent battle technique, but to think that it would actually be part of an entire series. He quickly looked at the words in the sky and commanded in his mind. Flaws. Voila! A book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. Placing his finger on it, a constipated look swiftly appeared on Zhang Xian's face. There are even more flaws with it, Zhang Xian thought with a shake of his head. Just the 27 flaws in the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow palm had left him feeling deeply uncomfortable within, but this one actually had 31 flaws. To be fair, it was a decent battle technique with formidable strength, but how could he bring himself to cultivate such a flawed technique? Ever since he started cultivating the Heaven's Path divine art, he had already grown accustomed to practicing skills that were devoid of flaws. Like a germaphobe, even the slightest hint of a fault would leave him feeling deeply uncomfortable, as if bugs were crawling over his skin. And there were actually 31 of them in this manual. Zhang Xian swiftly gathered all of the fist art manuals that he had practiced so far and compiled them together with it. Compile. There are still 28 flaws. Even though Zhang Xian had seen quite a number of fist art manuals in the past, their tier was simply too low. They were still sorely lacking to complement the faults found in a Saint high-tier fist art. Several 100,000 books, but they only managed to remove 3 flaws in total. Zhang Xian shook his head and consoled himself. Forget it, I'll just have to find more fist art manuals when I return to the Sanctum of Sages to perfect the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Fist. In any case, there were plenty of secret manuals in the Sanctum of Sages. As long as he could clear the examination for them, he should be able to gather quite a number of fist art manuals. With time, he would surely be able to perfect it. At this moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began trembling, and the space around them began distorting. Crap, this is bad. The dissipation of ancient sage Qiu Wu's will and the taking away of the Dongshu gourd have led to instability within the space. At this rate, it'll soon collapse, Luo Xianqing exclaimed in shock. Similar to the mountain gate of the Sanctum of Sages, the structure of this folded space was simply too complicated. Without someone to sustain its operations, it would swiftly collapse at the slightest hint of impact. And clearly, this was what was happening at the moment. Collapse! Everyone's face paled. As powerful as they were still limited by the space they were in. If the folded space were to collapse, there was a good chance that they would be crushed between dimension rifts and die, unless they could achieve a level that surpassed this folded space. But that would require them to be at St. Nine Dan at the very minimum. We need to leave right now, or else we might just die in here, Luo Xianqing exclaimed anxiously. But I have only remembered 2 lines of the entire fist art, Bai Hongyin exclaimed with a reddened face. I have also only managed to remember 2 lines, Yuan Shao said. There were countless cultivators who dream of obtaining ancient sage Qiu Wu's battle technique, and it was a stroke of luck that they had managed to find it. Yet, to have to leave without memorizing its entirety. They just could not get over the indignation in their hearts. Your lives are more important. No matter how powerful the battle technique is, it'll be futile if you don't have the life to practice it. I have also only managed to memorize 4 lines myself. Hurry up, let's go, Luo Xianqing urged with a wave of his hand. This battle technique had been created by ancient sage Qiu Wu, and it harnessed the essence of his wisdom. All in all, it contained more than several hundred lines, and despite their superior memory as cultivators, it would still take them at least an hour to memorize everything. Barely a minute had passed so far, and it was already a formidable feat for them to have been able to memorize 2 to 4 lines. But again, between a battle technique and their lives, it was clear which was more important. All right, seeing that the surrounding space was shaking more and more intensely, such that dimension rift cracks had started appearing around the area, Bai Hongyin and the others realized that they could not afford to waste any more time. They quickly followed behind Luo Xianqing to dash out of the folded space. Naturally, Zhang Xian followed suit. They had proceeded slowly to carefully scan the area so as to ensure that they did not miss anything important when they were walking through the passageway toward the palace earlier, but with danger right behind them, they could not afford to do that. They flitted forward desperately as if their lives were on the line, and it took merely 2 breaths before they returned to the top of the river flow. Luo Xianqing swiftly summoned a spatial bubble once more and wrapped it around the entire group before driving it forward with all his might. 10 breaths later, they returned to the bottom of the river, where they had first encountered the Dongshu gourd. Kacha! Kacha! Barely after they returned there, they saw a huge dimension rift swiftly devouring the palace and the river behind them. That was a close shave. Cold sweat trickled down the crowd's backs. It was fortunate that they did not hesitate for too long there, or else they might have died. Let's quickly get out of here, Luo Xianqing said, as he used a secret art of the Luo clan to forcefully tear open an exit in the folded space. Everyone quickly leaped up and headed out. Hoo-hoo! A deafening gale whistled by their ears. An intense vertigo swallowed them, leaving them in a deeply disoriented state. Fortunately, this only lasted for a moment. When they opened their eyes once more, they were already back at the cavern. Puh! Barely after they managed to find their footing once more, the sesame-sized spatial distortion suddenly emanated a blinding burst of light before vanishing from view. The ancient domain had really fully collapsed. The heavenly demon Great Sorrow Fist. The disappearance of the folded space meant that the ancient domain had become nothing more than a part of history. Even though they were relieved that they had managed to survive the collapse, they still could not help but feel dismay regarding the loss of ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage. An unparalleled battle technique was right before them, and they missed it just like that. Even though I only managed to memorize a few lines, it's still a battle technique left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. If I can internalize it well, I should be able to raise my fighting prowess significantly, Yuan Shao said. Why don't we do this? Let's regurgitate the content that we memorized, put it all together and analyze it. This way, we can at least make the best out of what we know of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Fist. I guess that's all we can do now. Bai Hongyin and the others quickly nodded in agreement. A battle technique of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Fist's tier was extremely difficult to comprehend. Every single line carried a deep conception and great significance. Even though they had only managed to memorize a couple of lines, if they could just study it thoroughly, they should still be able to benefit greatly from it. Luo Xianqing, you have the best memory of us all. Why don't you go first? Luo Xianqing nodded. The 4 lines that I have memorized are, as one of the top geniuses of the Luo clan, he possessed superb memory. In just a short 1 to 2 minutes, he actually managed to memorize more than 100 words. Hearing that what they had memorized was the exact same as what Luo Xianqing had said, Yuan Shao and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to start analyzing what those 4 lines meant, Yun Lianhai suddenly spoke up. I think I got the 5th line. Everyone quickly turned their gazes over with their bodies trembling in agitation. You memorized the 5th line? I think so. Yun Lianhai nodded as he quickly regurgitated the 5th line. As a treasure hunter, possessing a good memory was of vital importance in order to be able to put clues together. As good as Luo Xuanqing's memory was, it was still slightly lacking compared to Yun Lianhai's. Amazing. Even though it's only 5 lines, it seems to have already opened up a new world to me, Luo Xianxing remarked in awe as he ruminated over the words for a moment. At this point, a thought suddenly flashed across his mind, and he turned to the silent Zhang Xian. Zhang Shi, what about you? How many lines have you remembered? Me? Zhang Xian had been too preoccupied lamenting over the destruction of the folded space that he had not really heard what the others were saying. He felt that if he could have gotten the myriad anthive queen to swallow the space, he would have been able to increase the space in the myriad anthive nest significantly. He was slightly startled by the abrupt question before responding, "Oh, I managed to memorize everything." "You memorized everything?" Flabbergasted. They were all Saint 7 Dan and half Saint 8 Dan experts, possessing superior analytical abilities, but even so, they only managed to memorize 5 lines in total. But he actually memorized everything? Indeed. Zhang Xian nodded. Then, can you recite the content for us? Luo Xianqing asked in agitation. Sure. Actually, why don't I just write it down for you? This way, you can refer to it whenever you want to. With a tap of his finger, a surge of Jinqi shot forth from Zhang Xian's fingers before abruptly bursting apart in the sky, forming a massive screen of light. Slowly, words began surfacing on the light screen. It was the cultivation method for the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Fist. He just had to use the Library of Heaven's Path to collect the entire manual, so it did not even take him half a breath to memorize everything. All he had to do now was bring it out word for word, so it was no trouble at all. Looking at the screen filled with words before them, everyone gulped as they shot glances of disbelief at Zhang Xian. To memorize so many words within just a minute or two, just how in the world did he manage to do it? At this moment, Yun Lianhai suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a moment, Zhang Shi. There are a few words in your manual that are different from what I memorized." Everyone turned their gazes over and saw Yun Lianhai pointing toward the 3rd line. Indeed, there were 3 words in the 3rd line that were different from what they had discussed and agreed on earlier. Even though it was only a difference of 3 words, this alteration gave a completely different direction and conception to the battle technique. Could it be that, even though that fellow did manage to memorize the entire manual, his memory on certain portions was flawed? If that was the case, they should not practice this version of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Fist even if it formed a complete manual. It was still fine if one failed to memorize a cultivation technique or battle technique. What was truly dangerous was if one had remembered it incorrectly. Even the slightest mistake in cultivation could possibly lead to one treading down the wrong path, possibly resulting in one's cultivation going berserk. Oh! After I was done memorizing the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Fist, I had some time to examine it closely. I realized that the cultivation technique had quite a few problems, so I made some alterations to it. However, due to the limitations of my knowledge, I was only able to correct a couple of the flaws. Zhang Xian sighed, and his head reddened in embarrassment. If he had more Saint high-tier fist art manuals to refer to, he would have been able to correct more of the flaws. So far, of the 31 flaws, he had only managed to correct 3 of them, which was not even a tenth of the total. This was truly a huge failure on his part. Alterations. The crowd nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. While we were struggling to memorize 2 to 5 lines of the manual, you managed to memorize everything and even alter it. Their faces flushed red, and they felt as if they were about to explode from the sheer frustration bubbling within them. Quick at setting up formations? Fine, we'll tolerate that. Quick at deciphering poison? Alright, we'll accept that too. Quick at helping others achieving a breakthrough? Fine, we'll take that grudgingly as well. But to be able to memorize a manual that quickly and even have time to alter it, don't you think that you are showing off a bit too much? Why don't you just give me a while first? If I can refer to the fist art manuals back at the Sanctum of Sages, I should be able to perfect it further, thus bringing its might up to a new height, Zhang Xian said. It would not be nice for him to pass down such a disgustingly flawed battle technique to others. It would be best if he could perfect it before imparting it to them. Yuan Shao pondered for a moment before replying. It's fine. I'll just memorize the original version. I think I'll go with the original version. Xianxia, may I trouble you to pen down the battle technique prior to your alterations? Bai Hongyin asked as well. Even their old ancestors would dare not alter a battle technique from an expert of that caliber easily. Despite the extraordinary feats that Zhang Xian had achieved so far, they were hesitant to put themselves on the line to cultivate a battle technique that he had altered. All right then. Knowing what the crowd was worried about, Zhang Xian did not insist on the matter. With a wave of his hand, he reverted the portions that he had altered to their original version. Seeing that the content had been changed to its original state, the crowd hurriedly took out some paper and brushes to copy the content down. It would be disastrous if they memorized the content incorrectly, so it would be much safer for them to copy everything down instead. An hour later, they were finally done copying the manual. Xianxia, earlier, ancient sage Qiu Wu said that he knows you. Have the both of you met one another before? Luo Xianqing asked curiously. I happened to stumble into one of his ancient domain once, and after clearing his tests, I obtained his heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm, Zhang Xian said without going into detail or revealing the existence of the Qiu Wu Palace. I see. The crowd nodded in realization. Then, what about when ancient sage Qiu Wu talked about you seeing through the flaws in his cultivation? Yuan Shao asked. How could that possibly be true? The truth is that I happened to chance upon a book that detailed the flaws in the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm, so I spoke about it casually before ancient sage Qiu Wu's will. Who would have thought that he would think so highly of me after the matter? Zhang Xian said. Offering pointers to an ancient sage was simply too shocking a matter. Having something like that pinned to his reputation was not necessarily something good, especially considering how well-respected ancient sage Qiu Wu was. In any case, he was determined to deny this matter to the end. As for whether the others would believe him or not, that was not his problem anymore. Luo Xianqing and the others felt that Zhang Xian was not being completely honest to them. But his explanation was something that they could accept, so they decided to probe no further. Let's return. Even though Luo Xianqing had failed to obtain the Dongshu gourd this time around, he did manage to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. As for the others, they also managed to obtain the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Fist, so it was not a wasted trip for them either. Shortly after walking out of the cavern, they were met with the netherworld azure dragon beast. From it, they learned that Zhang Chun and the others had already regained consciousness 2 hours ago and left the area immediately. Toward this matter, Luo Xianqing could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He had been hoping to try my newfound strength on that fellow so as to vent his many years of frustration. But who knew that the fellow would actually flee? The netherworld azure dragon beast was not an aerial saint beast. While it was capable of moving at an incredible speed due to its superior cultivation, in terms of endurance, it still came nowhere near the 7-colored divine crane. So, Zhang Xian moved the netherworld azure dragon beast into the myriad anthive nest before leaving the valley with the others on the back of the 7-colored divine crane. Here are your formation flags. Zhang Xian walked up to Bai Hongyin and passed a huge stack of flags over. He had borrowed them from the other party for the mission, and since the mission had come to an end, it was only right for him to return them. Otherwise, how would he be any different from bandits? My understanding of formations is still deeply lacking, so you can keep the flags. I think you will be able to do much more with them, Bai Hongyin said with a wave of her hand. In the view of others, she was not just a talented demonic tunist. She was also a proficient formation master, a true genius. However, after meeting the young man standing before her, she realized that her skills were still sorely lacking. After witnessing what the young man was capable of, she was embarrassed to even tell others that she was a formation master. This won't do. How can I simply take your stuff like that? Zhang Xian quickly shook his hands. Those were grade 8 formation flags, capable of setting up even grade 8 pinnacle formations. Even a single one of those was worth a huge fortune, let alone an entire bunch of them. He did not want to owe a debt to others over material possessions. Not to mention that the other party was a lady, and they were currently before his future brother-in-law. He had to make sure to conduct himself well. If you think it's too much as a gift, It'll do as long as you offer me some pointers when I'm ready to push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. That way, I will be the one who has gotten a good deal instead, Bai Hongyin said. Of course, it was not because she was too rich that she gave so many valuable formation flags away for free. She was intending to make use of this opportunity to win Xianxia's goodwill so that she would be able to engage his help in the future, especially when she needed to push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. This, Xianxia frowned. He did not think that he would have much trouble helping Bai Hongyin achieve a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. But the main problem was that how long would she take? Beyond the 3rd month of the next year, he probably would not have time to attend to such miscellaneous matters anymore. With this thought in mind, he turned to Bai Hongyin and asked, "How long will you need before you are ready to push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan? How long?" A confident smile emerged on Bai Hongyin's lips as she replied, "I'm currently at Saint 7 Dan advanced stage, ready to achieve a breakthrough soon. As long as I cultivate diligently, I should be able to successfully make a breakthrough within 3 years. After reaching Saint 7 Dan pinnacle, I will have to slowly reinforce my cultivation in order to build up a strong foundation for Saint 8 Dan. I will require 10 to 20 years for that. 3 years and 10 years? That is to say that you will need at least 13 years before you can push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan." Xianxia asked. "That's right." Bai Hongyin nodded. "My rate of cultivation can already be considered to be faster compared to the others in the Sanctum of Sages. You might not feel it that much at the moment, but every step forward beyond the leaving aperture realm gets increasingly arduous, and the time and effort one has to put in increases exponentially." Xianxia nodded in response to those words. He could relate to that. Ever since he reached the leaving aperture realm, he could sense that the quantity of spiritual energy he needed to push for a breakthrough was much greater than before, and the time he took to achieve a breakthrough had increased from 2 hours to 4 hours. Really, the difficulty was so great that it left a numbing sensation on his scalp. If not for that, he would not have been so troubled by the matter. Seeing the awful complexion on the young man's face, Bai Hongyin asked, "Xianxia, is my rate of cultivation too fast or too slow?" This, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying. 13 years is a little too long for me. I don't think I can wait till then. Why don't we do this instead? You should try to achieve a breakthrough to Saint 7 Dan pinnacle on the spot and reinforce your cultivation. And when we finally reach the Sanctum of Sages, I'll help you push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan straight. Achieve a breakthrough on the spot? Bai Hongyin's face twitched upon hearing those words. "Xianxia, you must be messing with me. If I could really achieve a breakthrough as and when I like, I would have already done so." "I'm not messing with you," Xianxia chuckled. "It's just a breakthrough to Saint 7 Dan pinnacle, no problem at all. Here, I'll impart a method to you. 20 minutes. No, that's too long. 5 minutes. I'll have you achieve a breakthrough within 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Bai Hongyin's eyelids twitched. She forcefully suppressed the disbelief that was rising in her heart and asked, "What should I do?" If anyone else had said those words to her, she definitely would have had the other party thrown off the back of the crane. However, it was different with the young man before her. Through his guidance, he was able to make Luo Shenqing achieve a breakthrough within just a short span of time. That was more than enough to prove that he was a man of great abilities. Achieving a breakthrough to Saint 7 Dan pinnacle was not a small matter, but compared to a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan, it was indeed a walk in the park. "Let me take a look at the cultivation technique manual you are practicing. I need to know the nature of your cultivation technique in order to determine a feasible direction to work in," Xianxia said. "All right." Bai Hongyin flicked her wrist and passed a book over. Xianxia took the book and casually flipped it open. 7 strings music forging art. The cultivation technique that Bai Hongyin practiced was the strongest technique of the demonic tunists. With her body as the zither and her breaths as strings, she was able to produce music on thought. Even a simple word or hum from her was imbued with great power, drawing others under her control. After looking through the other party's cultivation technique, Xianxia took out the book he had compiled on Bai Hongyin when she executed her battle technique earlier and studied both of them together. Sometime later, he finally arrived at a solution. Cultivators of the 7 strings music forging art are able to temper their Xianxia into the 7 strings of a zither, and upon breaking through to the phantasmal space realm, they are able to form the 7 strings dominion. Enemies who step into the 7 strings dominion will feel as if they have fallen into a world filled with demonic tunes. The slightest lapse in one's guard against it could result in the injuring of one's primordial spirit and the breeding of inner demons within one's mind. It's indeed not too easy to achieve a breakthrough with this cultivation technique. However, you have already accumulated a strong enough foundation for a breakthrough, just that you are currently lacking one last thing. Xianxia analyzed with a frown. May I know what it is? Bai Hongyin asked anxiously. Your 7 strings dominion isn't sharp enough yet. If an equally skilled demonic tunist could put you under great pressure through attacking your openings, it should be possible to trigger your potential, allowing you to push for a breakthrough, Xianxia said. There were quite a few major flaws in Bai Hongyin's cultivation technique, but considering how far she had come cultivating it, it was already too late to change it. If she wanted to surpass her current bottleneck, there was only one way to do it: to use music to stimulate her music. By attacking the biggest openings in her body would be placed under immense stress, and this would force her body to achieve a breakthrough. Put me under great pressure? Bai Hongyin was stunned for a moment before a bitter smile broke on her face. Suppression by demonic tunes requires one to achieve a very high level of mastery in demonic tunes. The only person I know who can achieve this feat is my teacher, but it's a pity that she's not here. As simple as the idea is, it won't be easy to carry it out in practice. I happen to have some experience in demonic tunes as well. If you trust me, we can give it a shot, Xianxia said with a smile. You are a demonic tunist too? Bai Hongyin could hardly believe what she was hearing. I did learn it for a while. Right, do you have any books regarding demonic tunes? Let me take a look through them. I need as many books as possible, so as to find a detailed way as to how I can help you achieve a breakthrough, Xianxia said. All right, Bai Hongyin nodded. She flicked her wrist, and a huge pile of books immediately appeared on the back of the crane. She turned her gaze to Xianxia and said, These are all of the books relating to demonic tunes that I have with me at the moment. There are around 2,000 of them here. Responding with a nod, Xianxia swiftly scanned through the books with his eyes and collected them all into the library of Heaven's Path. After which, he picked up a book and began flipping through, but meanwhile, his consciousness was immersed in his library of Heaven's Path, studying these books. Even though he had the 7-star demonic tunist emblem, he had only browsed through 6-star demonic tune manuals before, so effectively, his comprehension of demonic tunes was only on par with 7-star primary demonic tunists. Such a level of proficiency was still far from enough for him to resolve the problems Bai Hongyin was facing. Compile. After some commotion, a book materialized in the air. Fortunately, a Heaven's Path demonic tune art was compiled. With just a simple tap, he assimilated the knowledge contained within it. Thus, he opened his eyes once more and said, All right, I have found a solution to the problem. Bai Hongyin glanced at the discourse on sheet music in Xianxia's hand and asked in disbelief, So fast? She had read the book when she had just become a 7-star demonic tunist. It simply introduced some of the simpler grade 7 demonic tunes and playing techniques. To make an analogy, it was somewhat similar to a collection of nursery rhymes. Was the young man really going to induce a breakthrough in her using such a book? Without explaining the matter, Xianxia instructed, Sit down and take out your zither. Despite harboring an ocean of doubts in her mind, Bai Hongyin still sat down, took out her zither, and gently stroked it with her fingers. Ting-tring. The melody of a zither began sounded in the air. As soon as Bai Hongyin started playing, her disposition changed. It grew towering and imposing, reminiscent of a tall tsunami that threatened to drown one within it. Meanwhile, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a zither as well. This was the zither that school head Jiang had made for him using a unique branch procured from his own residence. Even with his current level of proficiency in demonic tunes, it could still be considered a decent zither. Stroking on the zither lightly, a melody drifted gently into the surroundings. His zither playing did not harness too much offensive power. Instead, It carried a fleeting and distant feeling that seemed to gradually draw one deeper into the melody, putting one in a trance. Even though he had managed to compile the 7-star Heaven's Path demonic tune art, he had not had a chance to cultivate it yet, so his prowess in demonic tunes was still only comparable to a 7-star primary demonic tunist. Nevertheless, every note played was impeccably timed in between Bai Hongyin's playing, messing up her tempo. In terms of prowess, Bai Hongyin felt as if she was facing a 7-star pinnacle demonic tunist head-on. Trang tring ting trang. In just moments, Bai Hongyin's face had turned crimson, and she nearly spurted blood on the spot. He's really powerful. Initially, Bai Hongyin still had some reservations about Xianxia's proficiency as a demonic tunist, but just from this short encounter, she found that the other party's grasp of demonic tunes had reached a level far above hers. This was truly frightening. Formations, medicine, beast taming. It was already formidable that he possessed such astounding mastery in those occupations, but to think that he would possess such superb talent in demonic tunes as well. Just how in the world did he study? While Xianxia was stimulating Bai Hongyin's potential to help her push for a breakthrough to Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle, Yuan Shao and the others were looking on with envy on their faces. However, their envy did not last for too long before Yun Lianhai remarked, "Is it just me? Or is the divine crane moving downward?" Luo Xianqing and the others lowered their heads and saw that the 7-colored divine crane, which had been flying steadily a moment ago, was suddenly going on a downward trajectory. It's indeed moving downward. However, at the speed it's moving, this shouldn't pose any trouble, Luo Xianqing replied. Not even a second after saying those words, the divine crane's neck suddenly arched backward, and its eyes were bulging so much that it seemed as if they would pop out at any moment. Who? Fainted on the spot. This? The mouths of Luo Xianqing and the others twitched. They were all Saint Realm experts, so even if their aerial Saint Beast were to plummet, they would still be able to maintain their flight. But, can't the two of you calm down a bit? Look, even the 7-colored crane can't tolerate you two anymore. If something really happens to it, how do you plan on returning to the Sanctum of Sages? Luo Xianqing hurriedly waved his hands to support the divine crane and the others, slowly guiding the group to the ground. All the while, Zhang Xian and Bai Hongyin remained oblivious to the suffering of the divine crane, and they were still completely engrossed into playing against one another. As such, despite having lost consciousness and landed on the ground, the divine crane's body continued convulsing endlessly, and white foam flowed out from the edges of its mouth. It was almost as if whipping a corpse. Boom! Just as Luo Xianqing and the others were hesitating over whether they should stop those two, so as to save the divine crane from its agony, a resounding buzz reverberated from Bai Hongyin's direction. Her aura surged, breaking straight through the clouds and into the heavens. The bottleneck that had confined her at Phantasmal Space Realm Advanced Stage had been broken. Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle? She really achieved a breakthrough. And it's just been 5 minutes. Yuan Shao and Yun Lianhai glanced at one another with widened eyes. Previously, Zhang Xian had said that he could help Bai Hongyin achieve a breakthrough within 5 minutes, and putting together the time he had spent on reading through a book and playing the zither. It just happened that 5 minutes had passed. Wasn't his calculation a little too precise? All right, it's done. Playing the very last note, Zhang Xian put his zither back into his storage ring before exhaling deeply. He stood up and stretched his back lazily. It was only at this moment that he finally recovered his trance, and after a short moment of confusion, a frown emerged on his forehead. Why are we on the ground? With his limited proficiency in demonic tunes, he had needed to focus his attention fully on his playing, so he did not notice the falling of the crane. As such, he could not help but be perplexed by the situation before him. Logically speaking, they should still have been some distance away from reaching the Sanctum of Sages, so why would they suddenly land on the ground? Why don't you take a look for yourself? Seeing the confused look on Zhang Xian's face, the veins on Luo Xuanqing's temples bulged as he pointed to the side. Zhang Xian hurriedly turned his head and saw the divine crane lying unconscious on the ground. Its tongue was stretched out, and its slender legs were twitching every now and then. Amazingly, He realized that its spasms were in tempo with the melody he had been playing before. It must have truly enjoyed the music I have played earlier to be dancing along to my melody even in its sleep, Xianxia remarked in awe. It sure has fine taste in music. The crowd. Xianxia, I happen to have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation as well. Can you give me some guidance too? I'm just a step short of a breakthrough too. Bai Hongyan's breakthrough had left Yuan Shao and Yun Lianhai deeply moved. They realized that this was a good opportunity for them as well. Xianxia had initially planned to turn down their requests, but in view of the great sincerity they were showing him, neither of their sincerity was worth any less than the grade 8 formation flags that Bai Hongyan had gifted him. He solemnly pondered over the matter for a split second before reluctantly agreeing to help them as well. Yun Lianhai's cultivation was the lowest of the group, and his fighting prowess was not too strong, so helping him achieve a breakthrough was much easier. On the other hand, due to his powerful defensive prowess and strong foundation in cultivation, it was much more difficult for Yuan Shao to achieve a breakthrough. Nevertheless, that did not pose much of a problem for Xianxia. He summoned the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and commanded it to give Yuan Shao a beating he would never forget. And not too long later, the latter successfully achieved a breakthrough. The group rested on that spot for an entire day and reinforced their cultivation before continue their journey back. By then, the 7-colored divine crane had already recovered from its previous trauma. Well, it would still make abrupt halts and plummet several hundred meters from time to time in the midst of its flight, but all was still well. However, due to that, their journey ended up being much longer than expected. What that should have been a 5-day flight ended up taking them 10 whole days. Fortunately, this time could not be said to have been wasted. The crowd managed to reinforce their cultivation, thus increasing their fighting prowess significantly. This was especially so for Luo Xianqing. At half-dimension sundering realm and ready to achieve a breakthrough at any moment, he was already standing at the very top of the inner sanctum. Xianxia, are you interested in accompanying me to look for Zhangchun? Luo Xianqing suddenly asked while he was leaping down the back of the divine crane after landing in a vast courtyard. Look for Zhangchun? Indeed. It isn't easy for me to one-up him, so it goes without saying that I should make use of this opportunity to vent my many years of pent-up frustration. Otherwise, wouldn't my breakthrough have been in vain? Luo Xianqing said as he licked his lips savagely. This? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, Actually, I'm planning to take the 8-star examinations for my other supporting occupations so as to push for a breakthrough to 8-star master teacher. It had been quite some time since he had obtained the Sanctum Head token, and time was rather tight for him too. It was about time for him to at least clear the 8-star master teacher examination and unlock one of the seals. Otherwise, he might not be able to make it in time for Luo Ruoxin's marriage. You want to take the 8-star examinations for your supporting occupations? Luo Xianqing looked at Xianxia contemplatively. Which examinations are you planning to take first? Spirit Awakener, Apothecary, Physician, Painter, Beast Tamer, Celestial Designer, Terpsichore, and Appraiser. Any of these should be fine, Xianxia replied. In order to qualify for the 8-star Master Teacher examination, he would need to have 8 8-star supporting occupations, and so far, he had only cleared his 8-star Formation Master examination. He really needed to work much harder. I have cleared those examinations before, so I am quite close with the personnel there. Why don't you follow me to pummel Zhangchun, and I'll take you on a walk through all of them right after, Luo Xianqing said with a grand wave of his hand. I'll be counting on you then, brother Luo. Xianxia was unfamiliar with the Sanctum of Sages, which made it difficult for him to find his way around. Hearing Luo Xuanqing's confident declaration, Xianxia's eyes immediately lit up. If he could have someone show him around, he would be spared from a great deal of trouble. Besides, he was more than willing to pummel Zhangchun, not to mention the fact that the fellow still owed him quite a few pinnacle spirit stones. A few days had passed since then, so it was about time for him to collect the debt. There's no need for formalities with me. Luo Xianqing laughed heartily as he took the lead forward. Even though the cultivation of the young man before him was ordinary, He had shown extraordinary expertise in setting up formations and guiding others to achieving a breakthrough. Even for him and the Luo clan, there were many benefits that could be derived from befriending such a person. Not to mention, the young man's personality happened to be to his liking as well. While proceeding ahead, Luo Shenqing sent out a few messages with his communication jade token, and a moment later, he turned to Xianxia with a smile and said, "That fellow isn't in the inner sanctum but the Shrine of Seers. Let's corner him there." Shrine of Seers? Xianxia frowned. It's a branch of the Seer Guild, similar to the place where you took the 8-star formation master back then, Luo Shenqing explained. You mean, there's a branch of the Seer Guild here? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. He had heard of this occupation in the past. It was an upper 9 paths occupation that was shrouded with mystery. Seers were known to be able to use mysterious methods to foresee the events of the near future and use this knowledge to harness fortune and ward off bad luck. Most sage clans would have a few seers serving as their honorary elders, assisting them in making important decisions. All along, Zhang Xian had only heard rumors about the occupation, but so far, he had not met a single seer in real life. Who would have thought that there would actually be a branch of the Seer Guild in the Sanctum of Sages? Of course. Where do you think the Sanctum of Sages is? Most likely, Zhang Chun is trying to get a seer to look into your background after getting done in by your tamed beast, Luo Shenqing said with a chuckle. The fact that Luo Shenqing was able to find out that Zhang Chun was in the Shrine of Seers so quickly could only mean that he had many pair of eyes in the Sanctum of Sages. He's getting a seer just to look into my background? Wouldn't it be far more efficient for him to just ask around? Zhang Xian shook his head. In his view, engaging the help of a seer for something so trivial was truly meaningless. After all, his background was stated in detail in his records, so all it would take was for Zhang Chun to tap into his connections to access it. Furthermore, there was likely a certain degree of error in the ability of any seer. It felt counterintuitive to go through so much trouble just to obtain possibly inaccurate information. The Zhang clan has always been rather superstitious, and they regard seers and their ability of divination very well. The current clan head, Sword Saint Xingming, has even invited all the 9-star seers to the Zhang clan over the past few years, Luo Shenqing said with a disdainful sneer. Why would he invite so many 9-star seers over to the Zhang clan? Zhang Xian asked in bewilderment. As the number 1 clan in the Master-Teacher continent, the Zhang clan's position was extremely stable, and it was blessed with many talented offspring as well. Just what were they so dissatisfied about that they needed to engage the help of seers to look into? Who knows what's going through the minds of those lunatics? Luo Shenqing shrugged. The Shrine of Seers was located in the Hall of Erudition, just like the other examination grounds. Flitting swiftly forward, it did not take them too long to arrive at their destination. Even though the Shrine of Seers was located within the Hall of Erudition, it emanated a completely different vibe from the examination grounds of other occupations. The building was extremely old, carrying the slight scent of the primordial ages. The entire building felt like an upside-down tortoiseshell, covered with all kinds of bizarre cracks on its surface. It was a rather mysterious feeling that was hard to describe, but it seemed like the building was infused with the will of the heavens, serving as a window to peer into the secrets of the world. The doors to the other examination halls were all wide open, but this particular building had its gates tightly shut. This is the Shrine of Seers? I tried picking up the seer occupation at one point in time too, but despite studying it for several days, I wasn't even able to qualify as an apprentice, so I chose to give up on it in the end. Well, it's really quite an enigmatic occupation. It's not right to say that they are a bunch of frauds, as their prophecies and insights do turn out to be astoundingly accurate from time to time. Then again, the notion of using just a few tortoiseshells or copper coins to predict one's fate is just plain ridiculous to me. Luo Shenqing shook his head. Every established occupation has a reason for its existence. The fact that the seer occupation has been able to survive several dozen millenniums without being phased out shows that it has its own meaning of existence, Zhang Xian replied. Survival of the fittest. Those that were inept and useless would eventually be phased out with time. The fact that the seer occupation was able to be passed down for such a long period of time meant that it was not as simple as it seemed. You really talk like my younger sister. The last time I spoke with her about this matter, she said those words to me as well. Luo Xianqing glanced at Xianxia with a displeased look. It's my honor to share the same thoughts with the little princess. Xianxia chuckled softly in response. Don't even bother trying to bootlick me. Luo Xianqing shot a glance at Xianxia before continuing. It's only because I have a good impression of you that I'm giving you this advice right here. Don't harbor any thoughts toward my younger sister. Firstly, there's no way you'll be able to catch her eye with your strength, and secondly, an outsider like you can't possibly go against the will of the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. This might sound a little harsh, but you'd do well to sever any wishful thinking you have toward her. Hidden within Luo Xuanqing's blunt exterior was a meticulous heart. After spending several days with one another, he could not help but notice that the young man had an unnatural interest in the affairs of his younger sister. If anyone else had been so nosy, he would have simply resorted straight to his fists. After all, his title as the King of Destruction was not for show. However, the young man had helped him greatly and even aided him in achieving a breakthrough. In view of that, he decided to persuade the young man instead. It was not that he was resistant to the idea of having the young man become his brother-in-law, but he knew that such a matter was absolutely impossible. Even he, one of the core members of the Luo clan, was unable to change his younger sister's fate. So what could a mere leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle fellow do? Thus, it was better to sever all wishful thinking right from the start, or else it would only hurt more as time went by. It was not easy for him to meet a person whom he could get along with, and he would hate to see the other party falling into danger over the matter concerning his younger sister. There's no way I'll be able to catch her eye? That's hard to say. After all, who could fathom the capriciousness of life? Xianxia remarked deeply. It was a sheer coincidence that he stumbled upon Luo Ruoxin in the midst of the verdant mountain back then, and it was also a sheer coincidence that those spirit beasts had gathered around her then, prompting him to make a move to save her. Without all of those coincidences, their fates probably would have never intersected, and they would not have gotten to know one another. It was truly a marvel how fate was able to bring about a meeting of two people from two completely different worlds. Half of those who harbored those thoughts have been crippled by me, and the other half have been crippled by Zhang Chun. Luo Xianqing harumphed coldly. Jia. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the doors to the Shrine of Seer suddenly opened, following which a young man wearing a long robe walked out from within. Seniors, my teacher invites you in. The young man clasped his fist to greet Luo Xianqing and Xianxia before displaying an inviting gesture to usher them into the Shrine of Sages. Is your teacher, Master Feng Zhongquan? Luo Xianqing assessed the young man before him intently before his eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, the young man nodded quietly, but he was not able to fully conceal the glee that was beaming on his face. Master Feng Zhongquan has always been an elusive figure in the Sanctum of Sages. I heard that Zhang Chun has paid a visit to him 7 times, only to be shut out each time around. Are you sure that your teacher really wants to meet me? Luo Xianqing could hardly control his body from trembling in agitation. Those of the Zhang clan had a deep respect for seers, and Master Feng Zhongquan could be said to be the most formidable seer in the Sanctum of Sages. Zhang Chun had visited him on many occasions, only to be turned away before he could even pass over his name scroll. Yet, for Master Feng Zhongquan to send his student to invite him in, didn't that mean that he was far more respected and esteemed than Zhang Chun? With this, he would be able to give Zhang Chun a good mocking later on. Hearing those words, the young man shot a nonchalant glance at Luo Xianqing and said, My apologies. I should have been clearer in my words. The one whom my teacher wishes to meet is the young friend beside you. Your teacher wants to meet me? Xianxia was stunned. Why? He had only recently arrived at the Sanctum of Sages, and he did not even know who Master Feng Zhongquan was. Why would the latter suddenly request to meet him? I'm afraid that I don't have the answer to your question. You'll have to head in to find out. In truth, the young man also found the matter inconceivable. His teacher was a deeply esteemed figure on the master-teacher continent. such that he could even afford to snub the deputy sanctum head and the other elders if he wanted to, and there would be nothing they could do to him. Yet, he was actually requesting to meet a 20-year-old freshman who had no particularly noteworthy background, and he had even instructed him to personally invite the other party in. This was truly perplexing. It would have been understandable if the other party was like the little princess, wielding formidable prowess, but he was only a humble leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivator. He might have been considered a genius anywhere else on the master-teacher continent, but in the Sanctum of Sages, there were plenty of students who could rival or even surpass him. Even at the very most, his talents could only be considered average. Master Feng Zhongquan wants to meet Xianxia? Luo Xianqing widened his eyes in disbelief. He had thought that this was a good opportunity for him to mock Zhang Chun. But who would have thought that the person whom Master Feng Zhongquan wanted to meet with was the person beside him? All right then. Zhang Xian was bewildered by the abnormal situation, but seeing that the young man before him really knew nothing at all, he decided to head in to take a look. After all, he had been intrigued by the mysterious abilities that seers wielded for a long time, and this would be a good opportunity for him to see what they were capable of. So, under the young man's lead, he walked into the Shrine of Seers. The interior of the Shrine of Seers seemed to be even older than how it appeared outside. There were many bizarre flags planted on the ground, and they divided the main hall into many narrow sectors. There were several dozen young men sitting in a circle in each of these narrow sectors. Some were holding onto a copper coin, whereas others were holding onto a tortoiseshell. Their eyes were firmly shut, and the tight contemplative frown between their brows suggested that they were trying to fathom something. At the middle of the circle was a reddish-green beetle placed on top of searing flames, and it looked so withered that it seemed like it was just a push away from falling into the embrace of death. Is that the light-shelled beetle, renowned for being able to survive amid lightning? Zhang Xian wondered doubtfully. He had never seen a light-shelled beetle before, but he had read records on them. According to the rumors, these lifeforms neither ate nor drank. Only on stormy days where the rain poured and lightning raged would they rise from their hiding places and dash into the sky, taking in the power of the lightning to sustain their existence. Light-shelled beetles were extremely elusive, and their numbers were severely limited as well, such that it was viewed as one of the hardest beasts to find in the world by the beast tamers. Yet, to think that they would be roasting it on the flames. This was really perplexing. He had never heard of the light-shelled beetles being edible, and even if they were edible, how were they going to split it among the several dozen young men? It would not even be enough to stuff the gap between their teeth. Noticing the doubtful look on Zhang Xian's face, Luo Xianqing sent a telepathic message over to fill him in. This is one of the daily training that seers have to undergo. The crux behind this exercise is to seal all of their senses and use their will to fathom the will of the heavens to predict whether the light-shelled beetle has been burned to death or whether it'll climb out from somewhere. He might not be a seer himself, but he had spent a few days of his life attempting to learn divination, so he had some idea of what was going on within the Shrine of Seers. This, Luo Xuanqing's explanation only served to plunge Zhang Xian deeper into confusion. Placed upon flames, there was a chance that the light-shelled beetle could be burned to death at any moment. But similarly, there was also a chance that it would manage to rise from the searing heat and flee. In a sense, was this not the same as Schrödinger's cat? Until the outcome was determined, all guesses would be naught but guesses. Seemingly noticing the communication behind him, the young man turned around and explained to them, the light-shelled beetle's ability to resist lightning is, in truth, a struggle against the heavens. For this reason, it's known as the seer beetle. Through predicting the life and death of such a lifeform, one is able to better grasp the elusive and capricious nature of the will of the heavens. I see. Zhang Xian nodded, but it was difficult to tell whether he truly understood those words or not. He shot a glance at the beetle on the charcoal and asked with a frown. Given the intense heat of the charcoal there, that light-shelled beetle should already be on the verge of death, no? On the verge of death? Hearing those words, the young man shook his head with a chuckle. I've divined that beetle before. It'll live up to 100 years. But before he could finish his words, the sound reminiscent to a balloon popping echoed in the air. The light-shelled beetle that was lying on the charcoal a while ago abruptly swelled up and exploded into dust. Pong! Ah! Xianxia shot a bizarre look at the young man and asked, "Could it be that today is its 100th birthday?" Instead of replying to Xianxia's words, the young man walked up to the light-shelled beetle and examined it closely in disbelief. His divination ability as a seer had reached the level of 8-star, allowing him to foresee many events with a high level of accuracy. He had divined the beetle before him multiple times, and the result he got each time was that it would die of old age. Why would it suddenly blow up now? Of course, saying that it would be able to live up to 100 years old was just a metaphor. It wouldn't just literally live to its 100th birthday. Furthermore, even if that was the case, it didn't make sense for it to explode into dust right after those words were spoken. The young man stared at the beetle with a conflicted look on his face for quite a while, but he was still unable to make sense out of the situation. In the end, he decided not to think too much into it and continued leading the duo forward. Not too long later, they arrived before a room. Before he could even knock, a voice already sounded from within, "Come in," following which the room to the door slowly cracked open. Taking a look within, Xianxia saw an elder seated at the center of the hall. The young man standing beside him was no other than the person they were looking for, Zhang Chun. At this moment, he had already recovered from the injuries he had sustained, and his aura felt a little sharper and purer than before. It seemed like the vicious pummeling he had received previously had helped to beat out the impurities in his body, bringing about a considerable rise in his fighting prowess. A blessing in disguise indeed. "It's you." Upon seeing Xianxia walking through the door, Zhang Chun's face immediately turned livid. As a genius of the Zhang clan, he never thought that he would be pummeled by the tamed beast of a nobody in the Sanctum of Sages, nearly losing his life in the valley. Recalling the embarrassment and humiliation he had been put through, his face swiftly reddened in fury. However, he swiftly remembered something and turned to look at the old man beside him in astonishment. "Elder Feng, is the esteemed guest you spoke of him?" Previously, in the midst of their conversation, Elder Feng suddenly tasked his student to head out and usher an esteemed guest in. Back then, he had thought that it would be a top-notch expert or a respected elder of the Sanctum of Sages. Never in his mind had he even fathomed that it would actually be this fellow. That fellow only managed to overwhelm him by lucking out and taming the netherworld azure dragon beast. Otherwise, there was no way a mere leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle would possibly be able to face him straight on. Surely there was no need for Master Feng, whom even their clan head would have to show deep respect to view him so highly. That's right. Elder Feng stood up and assessed Xianxia intently. The more he looked, the brighter the gleam in his eyes became, and a while later, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "It's indeed the discarnate constitution of divination." Discarnate constitution of divination? Xianxia frowned in bewilderment. Even though he was unable to determine his own condition through the Library of Heaven's Path, he did possess a deep knowledge of the various unique constitutions there were out there from the books he had assimilated so far, and there was none that corresponded to his own condition. In other words, he was an ordinary man who couldn't be any more ordinary. So, what in the world was the discarnate constitution of divination? Why hadn't he heard it before? If he really possessed such a unique constitution, why would his cultivation still advance so slowly, such that he wouldn't even be able to catch up with his student and his girlfriend? The number of grand divination, 49 with a discarnate one, and you happen to possess that discarnate physique. Elder Feng stroked his beard and explained. To use conventional terms, it means that it's impossible to use the means of divination to determine your fate and thus, future. The number of grand divination is a terminology from Zhou Yi, which is the core of I Ching or I Ching, an ancient Chinese divination text. However, there is no clear grasp as to what grand divination truly means, and so, the number of grand divination remains an enigma to the world. Before Xianxia could make sense of what was being said, the young man beside him had already widened his eyes in disbelief. "Teacher, that legendary unique constitution really exists? I also thought that it was a legend until that incident," which made me understand that not only does such a unique constitution exists, there are even a couple of them out there in the world. Elder Feng shook his head and said, seemingly unwilling to linger too long on this matter. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. This? All right then. The young man was stunned for a few seconds before taking out 3 copper coins. He held them tightly in his grasp and mused for a moment before tossing them into the air. The copper coins swiftly dropped onto the ground and spun non-stop, but before a divination could appear, resounding "Kacha! Kacha! Kacha!" sounded and cracks appeared on the coins. And soon after, just like with the light-shelled beetle, pong! The copper coins exploded into dust. The young man's face immediately turned pale, and as if having sustained a heavy blow, he was forced to retreat several steps back. A trail of blood seeped down the corner of his lips as stupefaction rippled across his face. The young man was clearly right before his eyes, but for some inexplicable reason, his divination was unable to work on the young man, or to be more exact, it felt as if he was attempting to divine something that didn't exist in the world at all, a discarnate entity. How could the concepts of karma and history possibly apply to a discarnate entity? How is it? Having known this outcome, Elder Feng looked at his disciple and said. The young man took in a deep to suppress his injuries before replying in resignation. I really can't divine anything at all. Of course, he's a void in the world. Not only his fate, even everything he has done and is going to do will be veiled from the eyes of the world. Elder Feng said. In this moment, the young man could finally understand why his teacher wanted to meet this fellow. Discarnate constitution of divination, this was the constitution that was most suited to become a seer. There weren't any records of anyone possessing such a constitution, but even in the entire history of mankind, there should only be several dozen of them existent in this world. He could have never thought that the ordinary-looking man before him would actually possess it as well. Everything I have done and am going to do will be veiled from the eyes of the world? Xianxia frowned upon hearing the words exchanged between the duo. It took him a while before he could fully grasp that notion. Most likely, the reason why divination didn't work on him was due to the Library of Heaven's path. The Library of Heaven's path could probably be considered as the very manifestation of the heavens, so naturally, concealing the will of the heavens and impeding others from looking in was probably just a walk in the park for it. In other words, he didn't possess the discarnate constitution of divination at all. Indeed, in other words, you are a fault in the world. If you were to become a seer, no matter how you peer into the secrets of the heavens, you still wouldn't suffer any backlash at all. Elder Feng exclaimed with glowing eyes. The act of divining the future was equivalent to revealing the secrets of the heavens, and naturally, seers would have to suffer the retribution of the heavens for their actions. For this reason, high-ranking seers usually didn't end well. When one looks into the abyss looks back at one. If one were to just divine smaller affairs, one might still be able to avoid the notice of the heavens. However, if one were to attempt to divine something that would affect the trajectory of the world, they would soon find the very ill will of the heavens directed against them. Eventually, most of them would meet their ends while undergoing the tribulation of the heavens. Despite the seemingly glamorous exterior of seers, they were, in essence, voyeurs who sought to peer into the secrets of the heavens, and thus the dangers they faced were greater than any other occupation. However, there was one exception to the rule, the discarnate constitution of divination. Those who possessed such a constitution were existences who weren't even within the calculations in the heavens, and no matter how they peered at the secrets of the heavens, they wouldn't face any punishment from the heavens, a constitution that allowed others to flout the rules openly without being punished. It was as if it was made just for seers. I was only able to notice it when Zhang Chun requested me to divine your background and your teacher, Elder Feng explained. Hearing those words, Zhang Chun's face turned crimson. He felt so stifled that he could explode on the spot. After the pummeling he had received, he had been wanting to get even with Xianxia. For this reason, he spent a heavy price to request for Elder Feng's help, wanting the latter to help him divine Xianxia's background. Yet, his efforts only seemed to have placed Xianxia on a higher pedestal. Not only had he not found out anything more about Xianxia, the latter even became Elder Feng's esteemed guest. It was as if even the world was on his side. Your discarnate constitution of divination is most suited for seers. Elder Feng looked at Xianxia with pulsating excitement in his eyes. So, what do you think about becoming my direct disciple? Elder Feng, you want to take that fellow in as your direct disciple? But you have never taken in any direct disciples before. Zhang Chun's face twitched in shock. While seers might not possess exceptional fighting prowess, due to the unique nature of their occupation, they were respected as one of the upper 9 paths occupations. This was especially so for Elder Feng, who was considered to be one of the greatest seers in the world. Just the fact the polite attitude their clan head maintained before Elder Feng showed his standing on the master-teacher continent. If Xianxia were to really become Elder Feng's direct disciple, all his hopes of vengeance would be dashed. Direct disciple? The young man by the side showed a face full of envy and admiration. He was only Elder Feng's ordinary student, which meant that he wasn't entitled to inheriting the crux of Elder Feng's heritage. Most likely, he would only remain an 8-star seer for life, unable to take a step forward anymore. But again, there was nothing he could do. The discarnate constitution of divination was something one was born with, and no amount of hard work would change that. On the other hand, Xianxia didn't expect Elder Feng to request him to become his direct disciple on their first meeting. Instead of responding to that question straight, he looked at Elder Feng with a doubtful look and asked, "Is the discarnate constitution of divination very rare?" "Very much so. I only know of 4 people in the master-teacher continent who possesses that constitution, and that's including you," Elder Feng replied. "4 people? May I know who are they?" Not expecting that there would be 3 people who would possess that constitution, Xianxia couldn't help but be a little curious. At the same time, Zhang Chun also quickly stemmed the thoughts in his mind and turned his attention over. "You must be the Luo clan's Luo Xianqing, right?" Instead of replying Xianxia's question, Elder Feng suddenly turned to Luo Xianqing and asked, "Xianqing pays respect to Elder Feng." Luo Xianqing clasped his fist and said, There's no need to stand on ceremony. Back then, when your younger sister sealed her cultivation and left the Luo clan, your clan head paid me a visit and requested my help in divining her location. However, I was unable to divine her exact whereabouts, and if my guess fails me not, it's like that she possesses the discarnate constitution of divination too, Elder Feng said. My younger sister possesses the discarnate constitution of divination? Luo Xianqing was surprised by the revelation before nodding in realization. Previously, he had been wondering why despite the many seers there were in the Luo clan, they were still unable to find his younger sister's whereabouts for such a long period of time. It was due to this incident that he had a biased view towards seers, thinking that they were just fraudsters out to dupe money and prestige out of others. However, if his younger sister possessed the discarnate constitution of divination, that would explain everything. Elder Feng nodded in response. What about the other 2? Zhang Chun asked. The first person I have found to have possessed that constitution is the young prodigy of your Zhang clan. No matter how I attempt to divine his whereabouts, I was simply unable to find any trace of him anywhere. It's as if he has never existed in the world at all, Elder Feng said. The young prodigy? Zhang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the young prodigy possessed such a constitution as well, or else he would be spending the next few years hearing the gleeful Luo Xianqing harping on this matter. The last person is a mysterious young lady I met a few months back. She is roughly Zhang Shi's age, and she possesses extraordinary strength, unlike anything I have seen before. However, it's a pity that she disappeared before I could catch a word with her. Elder Feng shook her head and sighed. I see. Xianxia nodded. All along, he had been hearing about how formidable the young prodigy was, and after hearing what Elder Feng had said, he was really starting to catch a glimpse into what kind of figure he was going up against. He was only able to avoid the divination of seers due to his possession of the Library of Heaven's Path, but to think that the young prodigy would actually possess the discarnate constitution of divination, it was no wonder why he was able to remain hidden for so long. It turned out that not even the Luo clan had any way to figure out where he was. Wait a moment. You said that it's impossible to fathom my fate and my history due to my discarnate constitution of divination. If that's the case, how did you know that Brother Luo and I have just arrived before your doorstep previously, even sending out your student to receive us? Xianxia suddenly thought of something, and he couldn't help but frown in confusion. Since it was impossible to divine his whereabouts, there should be no way Elder Feng should have known that he would be coming by today. Furthermore, thinking back, the door to the room also opened right when they have just arrived outside it. This, seemingly not expecting to hear such a question, Elder Feng was visibly taken aback for a moment before directing a bizarre look at Xianxia. Have you never used your spiritual perception before? This room isn't located too far away from the entrance, so it's very easy to extend one's spiritual perception over. Xianxia. Perhaps it was due to the awareness that he was at the Shrine of Seers. Everything that had happened seemed to be veiled with a layer of mystery in his head. For this reason, he thought that it was due to the unique abilities of a seer that Elder Feng was able to divine his arrival and dispatch a student to receive them, but who could have thought that it would just be a simple spiritual perception scan? That was an ability that all cultivators would unlock upon reaching St. Tudan. Once activated, one would be able to perceive everything within a given radius. With this ability, it was indeed not too difficult for Elder Feng to notice their arrival. How is it? Are you willing to become my direct disciple? After explaining the matter, Elder Feng continued directing his heated gaze upon Xianxia. There was no way he would be able to take in the little princess of the Luo clan, the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, or the mysterious young lady as his students, but as for Xianxia, he felt that he stood quite a huge chance. If he could take Xianxia in as his direct disciple, with the latter's tremendous potential in the occupation, they would be able to make seers great again. Pardon me, but I already have my own teacher and heritage, so it wouldn't really be convenient for me to acknowledge anyone else as my own teacher. Xianxia shook his head. I have the fortune of meeting your teacher, Xianxia, once before. While he does have an eccentric temperament, he wouldn't have any qualms about you acknowledging someone else as your teacher for other supporting occupations. Instead of getting mad at Xianxia's rejection, Elder Feng reasoned calmly. Before Xianxia could say anything, Zhang Chun's body jolted, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Xianxia? Elder Feng means to say that Xianxia's teacher is Yang Shi of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Even Luo Shenqing also widened his eyes upon hearing those words. They did mention Yang Xian's name during the journey to obtain the Dongshu gourd, but Zhang Xian didn't say anything about him then. Why would he suddenly turn out to be Yang Xian's student? If that was really the case, it would be understandable why Zhang Xian would have no fear about the repercussions from pummeling Zhang Chun. Even though the Zhang clan was the #1 sage clan on the Master Teacher continent, it still paled far in comparison to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. As the first Grand Elder, other than the seat of the Pavilion Master, which had been empty for several millenniums now, Yang Xian's standing was second to none in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Due to your constitution, I am unable to divine anything relating to your lineage. Nevertheless, through using my authority in the Sanctum of Sages, I'm still able to access your record files. To rise through the ranks from the humble Tianxian kingdom and reach such a height, not to mention that you have always identified yourself as Yang Shi's student, I really can't imagine any other master teacher who is capable of grooming a student as talented as you, Elder Feng said with a chuckle. While he was unable to divine Zhang Xian's profile, he was still able to access the latter's records. Considering how often Zhang Xian had identified his teacher as Yang Xian before others, it wasn't too difficult to dig that up too. Zhang Xian immediately broke out in cold sweat. The only reason why he identified himself as Yang Xian's student was because he thought that it was just a made-up name, so he used it as he pleased. How was he supposed to know that that fellow really existed, and even possessed such a high standing at that? This was really a huge headache. If Yang Xian were to drop by the Sanctum of Sages and say that he didn't have such a student, his lie would be immediately exposed. Without this protective umbrella, it wouldn't take long before greedy individuals turned their eyes to him. wanting to uncover the secrets behind the swift rise in his cultivation and supporting occupation. How is it? Noticing the changes on Xianxia's face, Elder Feng thought that the other party was seriously contemplating over the issue, so he chuckled softly and said, "If you still harbor some reservations regarding the matter, I can send a message into the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters and seek his opinion on this matter on your behalf." Regarding that, Zhang Xian's eyebrows leaped up upon hearing those words, and he immediately spoke up anxiously. "I am very thankful to Elder Feng's high opinion of me. However, I have never come into contact with anything relating to seers, so if possible, I would like to access the books relating to it. If I do possess some talent in the art of divination, I would be more than delighted to take up your offer. Otherwise, I would feel guilt-ridden if my lack of talent in the field were to blemish your reputation." This sure was a difficult position he was in. He had only come here with Luo Shenqing to get a go at Zhang Chun. But who could have thought that he would end up getting such a passionate offer by someone else to become his student, and that person was even threatening to tell on him to Yang Xian if he were to reject his offer. Hi! Being too outstanding sure was troublesome. Was his simple wish of living an ordinary life really that difficult to achieve? Since that was the case, he decided to first take a look through all of the seer-related books first. By then, let's see who would become whose student. You want to access our library of books? Seeing that Zhang Xian wasn't resistant to the idea of becoming his student, Elder Feng heaved a sigh of relief. With a look that said, "There's no way you can't possibly not be a genius," he chuckled. "There are simply too many things to learn as a seer for you to master the art within just a day or two. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. There's a far simpler way to gauge your talent as a seer." "Gauge my talent as a seer?" Zhang Xian frowned. You Chun. Bring the tortoiseshell over here," Elder Feng instructed with a wave of his hand. "Yes." The young man turned around and left, and not too long later, he returned with an ancient tortoiseshell carefully held between his hands. The ancient tortoiseshell was slightly grayish in color, and its surface was densely filled with slight cracks. Even before coming close to it, Zhang Xian could already feel a slight quivering in the space surrounding it, as if the secrets of the world were sealed within it, awaiting curious minds to peer into it. Could this be Sage Shi's tortoiseshell? Zhang Chun widened his eyes in astonishment. Stroking his beard, Elder Feng turned to confused Zhang Xian and explained with a smile. "Sage Shi is a renowned expert whose time predates even that of Kong Shi. Through observing the patterns on the back of the long-living tortoise, he managed to grasp the will of the heavens and founded the seer occupation. He has passed down many divination-related artifacts, and the most famous of them all is a tortoiseshell. That tortoiseshell is known to be the #1 treasure of the Seer Guild, and it's stored in the deepest and most secure region of the guild. It's used to divine the trajectory of the continent's fate and the rise and fall of the world. Of course, not even I have the rights to use it. The one before you is a replica which a 9-star pinnacle seer, Elder Ji Chan, created many years ago. However, don't underestimate it just because it's a replica. It's through the divination of this tortoiseshell that ancient sage Bo Shang found that several dozen millenniums worth of fortune was gathered in this land, allowing it to survive the trial of time, thus leading to him establishing the sanctum of sages on this land. That should be more than enough to verify its prowess." Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. It wasn't too difficult to gather spiritual energy and fortune within a land. High-ranked formation masters were capable of doing that too. However, to retain spiritual energy and fortune within a land for several millenniums or even several dozen millenniums, especially amidst an ever-changing world and environment, this was not something that they were capable of. To do that would require one to not only foresee the changes in the land itself but those surrounding it as well. To be able to divine it accurately, the tortoiseshell could definitely be considered as a priceless treasure. This tortoiseshell has been passed down 121 generations so far, and all 102 9-star pinnacle seers who have appeared within this time frame have all used it at some point in their life. As a result of that, their wills are all infused within the tortoiseshell as well. So, just by placing your hand on top of it, They will be able to assess whether you possess talent as a seer or not. Elder Feng said as he lightly stroked the ancient tortoiseshell in front of him. Xianxia didn't expect the other party to take out such a valuable artifact to assess his talent. At this point, it would only be disrespectful of him if he were to turn down the other party any more than this. So he asked, I just have to place my hand on it? If you still harbor some doubts toward its effects, I can have others showcase it to you. Elder Feng turned his gaze to Zhang Chun before continuing on. You have been wanting to learn divination from me for many years, only to be turned away each time around. It's not that I'm intentionally making things difficult for you or trying to test your patience, but you are simply unsuited for this occupation. Place your hand on this tortoiseshell and see for yourself. This, Zhang Chun's face twitched. He would have never thought that a day would come where he would actually be used as a counterexample. As displeased as he was, he still walked forward and slowly placed his hand on the tortoiseshell. Seemingly sensing the touch of a living being, a slight radiance emanated from in between the many cracks on the tortoiseshell. Kacha! Kacha! It was a rather bizarre sight. The light seemed to be weaving across the many cracks on the tortoiseshell, and as if playing an instrument, a crackling sound echoed in the air. Very soon, 2 ancient runes surfaced before everyone's eyes. Elder Feng glanced at the runes and shook his head. Yu Chun, explain these 2 runes to the others. Yes. The young man stepped forward and said, what these runes over here mean is that the individual tested is of ordinary aptitude and is unfated with the art of divination. Ordinary aptitude? Then what would the runes for the talented be like? Zhang Chun asked with a hint of indignance in his voice. The current clan head and elders of the Zhang clan held seers in high esteem. If he could achieve a high level of mastery in the art of divination, it was likely that he would be regarded highly in them and perhaps, he might even be brought into the circle of the upper echelon of the clan. It was for this reason that he persistently visited Elder Feng despite being rejected time and time again. He was still harboring hope that the rejection might just Elder Feng's way of testing him. But who could have thought that the real problem lay in his lack of talent? The aptitude of a seer can basically be divided into 6 tiers, namely inferior, ordinary, fair, superior, and pinnacle. The young man explained. For those who are unable to read the runes, there's a far easier to interpret them. The greater the number of runes, the higher one's aptitude toward divination is. A single rune would mean inferior, 2 runes would mean ordinary, so on and so forth. If 6 runes were to appear, it would mean that the individual possesses unparalleled aptitude in divination. After saying those words, the young man placed his palm on the tortoiseshell. Kacha! 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 Brilliant light weaved across the cracks of the tortoiseshell, and the same crackling sound echoed in the air once more. But this time, it was more numerous. Slowly, 5 runes surfaced from the tortoiseshell. Superior. Zhang Chun gulped down a mouthful of saliva in shock. He had met Yu Chun many times around, and he thought that the latter only caught Elder Feng's sight by sheer luck. He had never thought that the latter would actually possess such a high aptitude toward divination. Given that Yu Chun was only an ordinary student despite his superior aptitude, as a mere ordinary, he really didn't stand a chance at all. I would like to give it a try too. Stepping forward, Luo Shenqing placed his palm on it, and 2 runes appeared. Just like Zhang Chun, his aptitude was ordinary too. Luo Shenqing was initially a little disappointed, but he consoled himself by telling himself that his aptitude was at least not any beneath Zhang Chun. Afterward, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, Zhang Sure, you should give it a try too. All right. Knowing there's no way for him to back out of this, Zhang Xian stepped forward. Previously, he had said that he would take Elder Feng as his teacher if he showed aptitude toward divination. Was he really going to have to acknowledge another person as his teacher? This was really a little difficult for him to accept. Perhaps he could try using the Heaven's Path Xianxia to conceal the results? On the other hand, watching as Zhang Xian stepped forward, an excited gleam surfaced in Elder Feng's eyes. The discarnate constitution of divination was a legendary physique that all seers sought for. There were no precedents which he could use as a reference to fathom how many runes the young man would be able to induce, but most likely, it would be beyond 6. Who? Before his expectant eyes, Xianxia placed his palm on the tortoiseshell. Wang! A light buzz sounded in the air, and a blinding light began streaming across the cracks in the tortoiseshell. Kacha! 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 Crackling sounds echoed one after another in high frequency, almost as if one was stir-frying beans. With so many crackling sounds echoing, I wonder how many runes would appear? Zhang Chun clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the sight before him with reddened eyes. Previously, when he placed his hand on the tortoiseshell and it crackled twice, 2 runes appeared. Following which, when Yu Chun placed his hand on the tortoiseshell and it crackled 5 times, 5 runes appeared. And now, the tortoiseshell had already crackled for several dozen times in response to Zhang Xian's touch. Couldn't be that several dozen runes were going to appear, right? If that's the case, just how immense of a talent did he possess? In his state of shock, he suddenly saw Elder Feng's face warping into horror, and the latter dashed forward furiously. However, it was already too late. With a particularly conspicuous Hong Long, the ancient tortoiseshell exploded into dust. Zhang Xian was completely dumbstruck, not knowing whether he should retract his hand from the tortoiseshell or not. Whether I am talented or not, it'd do for you to just reflect it accordingly. Why the heck did you explode on the spot for? All I had done was to use a bit of my Heaven's Path Xianxia and the power of the Library of Heaven's Path to disguise myself. Do you really have to do this to me? Previously, when Elder Feng took out the tortoiseshell, he had treated it extremely carefully, as if it was his child. For it to explode just like that, wouldn't the other party pit his life against him? Just as Zhang Xian was at a complete loss as to what to do, he saw the old man who was still smiling a second ago suddenly standing before him, staring at the remains of the tortoise shell on the ground with a twitching face, seemingly on the verge of going berserk. Teacher? Not expecting such a situation to occur either, Yu Chun was shocked beyond words too. While others might not understand the significance of the tortoiseshell, he knew how important it was to his teacher. Having it reduced to dust like that was no different from claiming his teacher's life. My tortoiseshell! The trembling Elder Feng reached out to stroke the remains on the ground, and in just an instant, he looked as if he had withered many years. Elder Feng, he didn't do it on purpose. Why don't I have a new one forged out for you? Your tortoiseshell was already old and decrepit prior to this, filled with many cracks. It was only a matter of time before it broke. Just last year, I came to know an extremely skilled craftsman at the Chun village. His handicraft is truly exquisite, and the price he charged is fair as well. Shall I introduce him to you? Luo Xianqing consoled. Pooh! Unable to take it anymore, Elder Feng spurted a mouthful of blood. Cough cough. Zhang Xian rolled his eyes at his future brother-in-law before shaking his head speechlessly. You shouldn't try to console others if you don't know how to go around doing it. You are only making things worse. A tortoiseshell of this tier was incredibly valuable. Do you think that you would be able to replace it just by forging a close replica? Seeing that Luo Xianqing couldn't be relied on, Zhang Xian could only make a move himself. He pondered for a moment before speaking up earnestly. Elder Feng, what is done cannot be undone, so there's no use remaining upset about the matter. It's just a tortoiseshell anyway. Why don't I capture a few over tomorrow so that you can make as many of it as you want? If you like, you could even boil a pot of fine soup with their flesh too. Pooh! Pooh! Elder Feng spurted even more blood. Or else, why don't I make a new one for you then? Seeing that the situation seemed to only be getting worse with his consolation, Zhang Xian was really at a loss as to what to do. While he was touching the tortoiseshell previously, he managed to compile a book on it in the Library of Heaven's Path. Despite the long heritage behind it and its high tier, it was plagued with many flaws too. As long as Zhang Xian was willing to set his mind to it and managed to gather sufficient books on it, he should be able to forge another tortoiseshell that was of the same tier or even higher. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xian decided to immerse his consciousness into the Library of Heaven's Path to study. the book so as to analyze the feasibility of creating an exact replica of the tortoiseshell when Yu Chen's anxious voice suddenly sounded. Teacher. His voice was quivering, carrying deep fear toward something. Sensing the anxiety in the voice, the depressed Elder Feng turned his head over. Look at that! Yu Chen pointed to the roof above them. Elder Feng hurriedly raised his head, and what he saw caused his eyes to narrow in fear. At the same time, noticing the peculiar reaction of the duo, Xianxia and the others raised their heads as well, and in the next instant, they froze on the spot. A huge crack had appeared on the tortoiseshell-shaped building above them, and it was swiftly creeping its way across the area. The inscriptions that were used to fortify the building seemed to have been rendered useless in this very moment, as if they had encountered a force which even they were helpless before. How could this be? Elder Feng clawed his head in horror. The explosion of the She's tortoiseshell could still be attributed to its old age and wear and tear, thus resulting in retribution from the heavens. On the other hand, the tortoiseshell building had a huge investment in manpower and resources to construct it, and in terms of durability, not even a Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle expert's full-strength attack would be able to cause the slightest damage to it. Why would it collapse all of a sudden? Stop! Bellowing furiously, Elder Feng rushed forward in an attempt to stop the destruction. No matter what, he couldn't allow the Shrine of Seers to collapse just like that. However, despite his furious output of Jinqi, he was still unable to stop the collapse of the building. It was as if an inexplicable force that no man could rival was acting upon the building, forcing the collapse to occur. And before this force, even Saint 9 Dan experts were nothing more than ants, not even worth a mention. Kacha! Kacha! Finally, the roof reached the limits of its durability, and with a series of explosions, rubble began plummeting from above. Many of the seers were immediately jolted out of their focused state, and they anxiously opened their eyes and darted out. As for Xianxia and the rest, it somehow felt wrong if they were to run away in this moment, so they could only drive their Jinqi and form a barrier above them to fend off the falling rubble. Walala! Even amidst a cloud of dust, it took just a mere glance to see that the ancient tortoiseshell building was no more, replaced by a mere lump of rubble. All of the formations and the sort that it harnessed had also been completely destroyed as well. This? Xianxia blinked his eyes in a daze as he remarked. Isn't this building a little too poorly built? Just who is the architect behind it? If any ordinary humans had been in here, they would have been crushed to death. The building still appeared rather sturdy when he looked at it from the outside, but it turned out to be just a false sense of security. It was fortunate that he was strong. Otherwise, he would have never been able to survive the collapsing rubble, no matter how many lives he had. Pooh! Once again, Elder Feng spurted a mouthful of blood. Teacher, what's going on? Yu Chen rushed over to Elder Feng's side and asked anxiously. It took a while before Elder Feng managed to calm down the stifled sensation in his heart. He looked at the rubble all around him with a desolated look and sighed deeply. It must be the retribution of the heavens. Retribution of the heavens? Hearing that phrase, Xianxia asked in incomprehension. Seers sought to peer into the secrets of the heavens in order to receive insights into what the future holds, which is a violation of the natural laws of the world. For that reason, our occupation is deeply abhorred by the heavens. As such, we have to use unique means in order to conceal our presence from the will of the heavens, thus leaving the retribution of the heavens nowhere to strike. However, even such means aren't completely infallible. After all, the heavens possess means which none of us can fathom. Take the situation just now, for example. It seems that the will of the heavens have somehow slipped past the barriers we have put up and destroyed the entire place from within, thus resulting in the current state of affairs. Elder Feng hesitated for a moment before explaining slowly. As a 9-star seer, even though everything had happened abruptly, he was still able to fathom roughly what had just happened with a swift divination. Those who had reached the top in a certain field were bound to catch the envy of the heavens, and this envy would often manifest in a physical form such as the leaving aperture ordeal and the dimension sundering ordeal. In a sense, this could be considered to be the heavens' retribution toward those who dared to vie power from it. And this was even more so for seers, who sought to peer into the secrets of the heavens. The only reason why they were able to survive so long was due to the elaborate preparations they had made to guard against the will of the heavens. Using the language of Xianxia's world, it would be similar to how illegal gambling dens would swiftly hide all traces of their activities as soon their sentries caught sight of the arrival of the police, leaving the policemen completely helpless against them. And of course, when seers dared to peer into the secrets of the heavens, they didn't just rely on their courage and bravado either. They would have made ample preparations in advance. However, they just didn't expect that despite the tight guard they had put up against it, they were still noticed. Not only was the tortoiseshell destroyed, even the sanctum of sages several dozen millenniums-old shrine of seers was destroyed as well. Elder Feng clutched his chest as a stabbing pain assaulted his heart. On the other hand, upon hearing those words, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. He had previously attributed the incident to the lack of durability of the tortoiseshell and the building, but it turned out to be related to the will of the heavens instead. When he used the Library of Heaven's Path to examine the tortoiseshell broke. When he used it to help him assess whether he would be able to create an exact replica, the entire shrine collapsed on them. Could the will of the heavens slipping past the barriers which Elder Feng had spoken about possibly be related to the Library of Heaven's Path? If that was the case, he would have a huge responsibility to play in the destruction. Xianxia's face turned crimson red, and he had no idea how he could explain this matter to Elder Feng at all. But at this moment, Elder Feng shook his head bitterly and patted Xianxia's shoulder consolingly. Xianxia, you need no blame yourself for this matter. This has nothing to do with you. Our shrine of seers probably got complacent and slacked off in maintaining the defensive barriers, thus resulting in the current circumstances. I know that it might seem that our occupation might seem quite dangerous after everything that has happened, but I can assure you that this is an anomaly. As long as one were to speak prudently and make proper preparations beforehand, one wouldn't face with any danger at all, not to mention that you possess the discarnate constitution of divination. Safe. Seeing that Elder Feng didn't blame him for the matter, Xianxia internally heaved a sigh of relief. There was no way he could mention the Library of Heaven's Path before the other party. Since the other party didn't realize a thing, it would be foolish for him to speak up and give himself away. As for the damage he had caused, he would just have to find another way to compensate them. Indeed, this is just a freak accident. Usually, it wouldn't even happen once in 10,000 years. Fearing that the genius he had set his eyes on would back out due to this matter, Elder Feng hurriedly explained. If you are still feeling a little skeptical about the matter, you can take a look at our library over there. We maintain another layer of defensive barrier around it, so it was able to avoid the retribution of the heavens. As such, despite the collapse of the Shrine of Seers, it's still able to remain standing. As long as sufficient defensive measures are made in advance, it's really extremely safe. As he spoke, he gestured over in a direction. Looking at where Elder Feng was pointing at, Xianxia saw a building standing not too far away. It was connected directly to the Shrine of Seers, but the destruction of the Shrine of Seers didn't seem to have fazed it in the least. Through its open entrance, he could see shelves and shelves of books stacked neatly within. Despite the cloud of dust drifting in the area, the interiors of the library remained perfectly clean. "That's your library?" Xianxia asked as his eyes lit up. The destruction of the Shrine of Seers had already left him a little panicked, causing him to rack his brain desperately to find a way for him to compensate them. However, if he could access the library and compile a complete Heaven's Path divination art, he would be able to make it up to them in full. "That's right." Elder Feng nodded with a hint of pride in his voice. "Even though the members of our Shrine of Seers branch number much less than the other occupations in the Sanctum of Sages, our collection of books doesn't pale in comparison at all. Sage Shi's tortoiseshell might have been destroyed due to the little accident we had previously, but you can still assess your talent through browsing through the books. Previously, when the other party said that he wanted to browse through the books to determine whether he was suited for the occupation or not, he proposed using Sage Shi's tortoiseshell instead only because he thought that it would be too troublesome and too long. But with the destruction of Sage Shi's tortoiseshell, there was no other way around it anymore. They could only rely on the most primitive method now. "All right then, I'll go take a look." Hearing that he was free to browse through the books, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He instinctively began walking over to the library when warning bells suddenly rang inside his head, and he quickly halted in his footsteps. If I were to use to the Library of Heaven's path in there, would the library collapse as well? Xianxia's heart jolted in trepidation. But thinking again, the reason why the Shrine of Seers collapsed was probably because the will of the heavens sensed someone attempting to peer into its secrets, so perhaps it might not work on books. Besides, it wasn't certain that the collapse of the Shrine of Seers was due to him using the Library of Heaven's path either. Nevertheless, just to be safe, Xianxia decided to activate his Library of Heaven's path from where he stood so that even if his guess was wrong, the defensive barrier would still be able to defend the library. Thus, he muttered lightly in his mind, "Flaws! Hong Long." In the next moment, a wild inferno swept across the books, burning them down into ashes in an instant, following which a massive crack crept across the entire library, similar to what that had happened to the tortoiseshell previously. And in just a few breaths, the building collapsed into a pile of rubble. "My library!" Elder Feng's eyes widened to their brim, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Frenzy consumed his mind. Just what in the world was happening? Why would multiple calamities strike the Shrine of Seers in such short succession? If it was just once, it could still be reasoned as them failing to conceal their presence well, resulting in the notice of the will of the heavens. However, for it to happen thrice, at this point, even he was unable to find any reason to justify it anymore. On the other hand, Xianxia's lips twitched in horror at that sight as well. Even books aren't spared either? He wasn't too certain before, but this around, watching with his own eyes the inferno spreading across the library, there was no way for him to deny it anymore. He quickly turned to look at the dazed elder beside him and called out, "Elder Feng! Elder Feng! Elder Feng!" Xianxia called out thrice, but the other party didn't respond at all. Alarmed by the unnatural state that Elder Feng was in, he began worrying whether the other party had ended up sustaining grievous internal injuries due to the multiple shocks he had suffered. So he immediately walked toward the other party to take a closer look. But in the next moment, a thick streak of lightning suddenly appeared from nowhere and fell right on top of Elder Feng. "Kacha!" Elder Feng collapsed to the ground. "Elder Feng, you..." Horrified, Xianxia hastened his footsteps. "Hong Long! Hong Long! Hong Long! Hong Long!" Multiple streaks of lightning drowned the old man, leaving only a pair of spasming legs outside. Some time later, the lightning finally receded, and Elder Feng climbed out from the ditch. He was in an unkempt state. The expression on his face looked as if he had been ravaged by countless savage beasts, wretched and disconsolate. It was one thing for the Shrine of Seers and library to be completely destroyed, but to be struck relentlessly by lightning when an azure-clear sky stood right above him. What was he supposed to make of this situation? All he wanted to do was to take in a student. It was not as if he had violated some heavenly rules or something. Did his actions really warranted being struck by lightning? It was fortunate that the lightning only sought to punish and not to kill, or else even a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle expert like him would have been reduced to ashes too. "Teacher!" Yu Chun hurriedly pulled Elder Feng out of the ditch. At this moment, he had no idea what he could and should say in this situation either. This was the first time he had seen his teacher in such a state after coming under his tutelage 200 years ago. "It's all my fault." Seeing how the lively and energetic old man being reduced to such a state within just a short span of 10 minutes, Xianxia lowered his head apologetically. After all that had happened, it was apparent that the situation was just as what the other party put it out to be. It was retribution from the heavens. Peering into the secrets of the heavens was something forbidden by the heavens. It would still be fine if they weren't caught in the act, but once they were, as the master of the Library of Heaven's Path, unless he were to seal off the Library of Heaven's Path, coming into proximity with the seers would cause the will of the heavens to swiftly notice the existence of such desecrating actions. In a sense, it was similar to how students cheating in the examination would be able to get away scot-free when they weren't caught. But once they were, there was no way they could be led away lightly. Otherwise, how could the school uphold the integrity of the examinations? The authority of the heavens mustn't be challenged. If it were to allow everyone to just peer into its secrets as when they liked, what would become of the world? Initially, Xianxia was planning to compile a book on Elderfeng to see if he could help the latter treat his injuries. But who could have known that this simple action would result in the will of the heavens noticing the nature of Elderfeng's occupation and sending a streak of lightning down on him? And for every time he tried to check, another streak of lightning would fall. After multiple tries, it was finally absolutely clear to him that he was the one who had brought the lightning here. His primary intention was to save Elderfeng, but his goodwill had only ended up causing even more damage. Just the thought of it left him feeling deeply embarrassed. Given that I'm unable to look at the books of seers or even examine those of the seer occupation, there's really no way for me to learn the art of divination then. Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. No matter what, as an upper nine paths occupation, seers were deeply respected in the society. If he could master the art of divination, his standing would surely rise to greater heights, thus giving him more chips to win Luo Ruoxin's marriage in hand. But not only was the Library of Heaven's Path unwilling to help him compile a Heaven's Path divination art, it was even bent on destroying every single book relating to divination that he lay his eyes upon. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was completely unfaded with this occupation. Elderfeng, I'm truly apologetic about what have happened here today. If I hadn't come here, such a situation wouldn't have happened either. Xianxia walked up to the dazed, looking Elderfeng, clasped his fist, and apologized earnestly. As one who possessed the Library of Heaven's Path, it could be said that he carried the will of the heavens along with him. And to enter a place where others were peering into the secrets of the heavens with the will of the heavens with him, to be honest, it was already a huge blessing that none of the seers had died in this calamity. Even though it was completely unintentional, he still couldn't shirk off responsibility for what that had happened here, so he could only admit to it candidly. This has nothing with you? With lifeless eyes, Elderfeng shook his head and sighed deeply. In his view, their occupation had simply revealed too many secrets of the world that the retribution of the heavens was falling upon them. No matter how talented the young man before him was, there was no way he could dictate the will of the heavens to attack them. So ultimately, the fault still lay in them. Elderfeng, with all that had happened, I think that you might want some time to yourself, so I won't impose on you any longer. Knowing that there was no way for him to explain the matter, Xianxia decided to say no more. All right, you should return first. I'll come and look for you after I make sense out of what had happened here. Elderfeng nodded. After witnessing what had happened to the Shrine of Seers, the young man should be filled with apprehension for the seer occupation at the moment. It would be best for him to first figure out the root of the problem before approaching the young man to alleviate his fears and talk him into becoming his direct disciple. Otherwise, who in the world would be willing to join an occupation which would put one at risk of being struck by lightning at any moment? Farewell then. Xianxia clasped his fist once more toward Elderfeng before leaving the area. Luo Shenqing took one last look at the surroundings before quickly leaving together with Xianxia. As soon as he was in a safe distance away from where Elderfeng's spiritual perception could reach, he finally couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. He walked up to Xianxia and asked with a hushed voice, Xianxia, what exactly happened back there? I'm not too sure either. Xianxia shook his head. It wouldn't be safe for him to talk too much about this matter even if the other party was his future brother-in-law. After all, there were simply too much at stakes here. You aren't sure? Hearing Xianxia's response, a displeased frown appeared on Luo Shuanqing's forehead. But eventually, he still decided against probing any further. He wasn't too sure about what had happened either, but without a doubt it must have something to do with the young man before him. Otherwise, why would the Shrine of Seers remain perfectly intact for several dozen millenniums, only to collapse completely as soon as he appeared? Everyone had been saying that he was the king of destruction, causing devastation and ruination everywhere he went. But within this short period of time that he came to know this young man, somehow, he felt that the young man was far more fearsome than he was. At the very least, the destruction he caused was explicable, caused mainly by excessive use of strength or failure to rein in his cultivation properly. On the other hand, The young man managed to tear the entire shrine of seers down, and no one knew how he did it at all. This must be the highest realm in the art of destruction. It seemed like he still had much to work on. I really should interact more with him so as to learn the art of causing destruction inconspicuously, Luo Xianxia thought as he stroked his lower jaw contemplatively. Right. I have been too preoccupied with all that was going on that I forgot about Zhang Chun. Luo Xianxia suddenly recalled something at this moment and smacked his forehead regretfully. He had been too caught up in trying to figure out if what had happened to the Shrine of Seers was related to the young man before him that he forgot his primary motive there. Zhang Chun was still within the Shrine of Seers, and he hadn't found an opportunity to beat up that fellow yet. It wasn't easy for him to achieve a breakthrough. So how could he let Zhang Chun off without giving him a huge gift? It would reflect poorly on you if you were to simply run over to pummel him. In my opinion, there's no need for you to go to him at all. You should make him come and find you instead, Zhang Xian said. Oh, Luo Xianxia looked over in interest and asked, how should I go about doing that? Simple. Of the many occupations in the Sanctum of Sages, are there any which the offspring of the Zhang clan particularly excels in? Zhang Xian asked. Humph. Upon speaking of the Zhang clan, Luo Xianxia immediately harumphed in disdain. While there's nothing good that can be said about the personality of those of the Zhang clan, I have to admit that their reputation isn't just for show. There are plenty of experts amongst them, and their names are often brought up when speaking of the top geniuses of most supporting occupation as well. The talents of the Zhang clan's offspring didn't just manifest in their fighting prowess. They also had outstanding accomplishments in other occupations too. It was due to this reason that they were able to enjoy such a lofty reputation as the indubitable number one influence in the Sanctum of Sages, both feared and respected by the masses. That's good. Other than Zhang Chun, who is the next most renowned offspring of the Zhang clan? Bring me to him, and I'll challenge him in his field of speciality, Zhang Xian declared. As long as we do a sweep of all members of the Zhang clan, it should only be a matter of time before Zhang Chun comes to us personally. It was only a matter of time before the matter that had happened at the Shrine of Seers was traced to him. On top of that, the fact that Yang Xian was a real figure amongst the top echelons of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters was also a ticking time bomb threatening to explode on him at any moment. It would be one thing if Yang Xian were to never appear, but once the other party did and denied the teacher-student relationship that Zhang Xian claimed, it wouldn't take long before greedy individuals would set their eyes upon him, determined to uncover the secrets behind his swift rise. While the Master Teacher Pavilion had rules against such actions, it didn't necessarily have the resources to enforce it. Furthermore, it also had many other strategic goals as well, such as uniting the various powers of the Master Teacher continent to fend against the otherworldly demonic tribe. If it had to choose between maintaining friendly relations with a powerful organization and protecting an individual Master Teacher, even if a talented one, it would indubitably choose the former. Sometimes, for the sake of more important objectives, one had no choice but to compromise and turn a blind eye to other matters. The only reason why Zhang Xian was able to remain safe so far was due to his lineage, and this was also an important factor to preventing the top echelons of the Master Teacher continent from falling into utter chaos. Kill a disciple and his teacher would come knocking for vengeance. This was actually just a gross simplification of the effects of a lineage. One had to be extremely careful when dealing with lineages because it was extremely difficult to say for sure just who was connected to whom. For this reason, unless it was a truly irreconcilable grudge, most powers would avoid making a move on one another. There was an incident in the past where a Tier 3 sage clan casually sentenced a transcendent mortal cultivator from a minor clan to death for crossing them. But as luck would have it, a 9-star blacksmith turned out to be their great-great-great-grandfather. In the end, the Tier 3 sage clan was nearly entirely wiped out from the face of the world. As such, most cultivators and powers would avoid making a move a person who could have possibly come from a powerful heritage. It was also for this reason that Zhang Xian was able to rise through the ranks safely, such that there wasn't even any attempted assassination on his life. The protection he had received from the name Yang Xian had truly been invaluable. If not for the fact that Yang Xian really existed, given how he had succeeded in crashing 2 Master Teacher pavilions, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would have long sent some men down to investigate his secrets. In other words, he was currently in a very precarious position. He had to become an 8-star Master Teacher and remove the seal on the Sanctum Head token or raise his cultivation to a level where he would be able to protect himself before Xianxia came knocking. If he could become the next head of the Sanctum of Sages, even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would have to think twice before making a move on him. Just as what Fei Shi had said previously, generations of Sanctum Heads would challenge the students of powerful clans and organizations while they were students themselves in order to build up prestige, and this would allow them would swiftly gain control of the Sanctum of Sages after their inauguration. Since he was going to be the next Sanctum Head anyway, there was no need for him to hesitate about the matter either. It just happened that he had the poorest relationship with the Zhang clan, so it went without saying that he should start from challenging them. If he couldn't flip the entire Sanctum of Sages upside down, his surname shan't be Zhang. You want to challenge the Zhang clan offspring in their field of specialty? Luo Xianqing asked with a frown. I know that you possess incredible means in the field of formations and beast taming, but it won't be easy for you to defeat them in the other supporting occupations. Are you certain that you'll be able to emerge victorious? It wasn't that Luo Xianqing didn't trust Xianxia, but it was impossible for even the most talented master teacher to be skilled in everything. While the young man before him possessed exceptional prowess in the field of formations and beast taming, such that he didn't think that there would be anyone in the Sanctum of Sages who could rival the young man. He couldn't say the same for the other supporting occupations too. Just recalling the various unbelievable records that the Zhang clan's offspring had set in some of the supporting occupations was enough to send shivers down his spines. It was one thing if they managed to succeed, but if they were to fail in their challenge, things would get really embarrassing for them. Don't worry. As long as I can receive an ample amount of books, it won't be easy for me to lose, Xianxia said confidently. If you are really confident about it, I guess it should be fine. It happens that I have some business at the Spirit Awakener Guild. Do you want to come along with me? Recalling the various miracles that the young man had produced, Luo Xianqing hesitated for a moment before saying, Spirit Awakener Guild? Xianxia turned to Luo Xianqing. Are there any offspring of the Zhang clan there? Zhang Chun's younger brother, Zhang Feng, is the inceptive sage there. However, his proficiency of spirit enchantment has already reached the level of 8-star. Are you sure that you're able to do it? Luo Xianqing asked worriedly. Chuckling softly, Xianxia replied, Don't worry. How can a man say that he's unable to do it? If he's still of decent character, I'll let him off after a quick challenge. Otherwise, I won't be standing on ceremony then. Even though Xianxia carried some prejudice against the Zhang clan, he did not intend to make things difficult for every single one of them indiscriminately. As long as the other party's personality was not too bad, he would not go overboard. As for Zhang Chun, as a shameless toad lusting for the flesh of a swan, he definitely had to be punished. After making up his mind, Xianxia turned a confused look toward Luo Xianqing. You mentioned inceptive sage earlier. What does that mean? There are many occupations in the Sanctum of Sages, and as long as a student achieves proficiency superior to all other students and becomes the indubitable number 1 in a specific occupation, they will receive the esteemed title of inceptive sage. This title isn't merely honorary. More importantly, it is a symbol of power and standing. As long as one is able to become an inceptive sage, they will be considered as the representative of all students in that specific occupation, as well as their senior. Luo Xianqing explained. Zhang Feng successfully enchanted the guardian golem in the Spirit Awakener Hall and made it move 7 whole steps, thus breaking the record for the last 3,000 years. Due to that, he became the inceptive sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall. Guardian golem? Xianxia frowned. Enchanting a guardian golem should not have been too difficult a task. After all, he was someone who had even successfully enchanted a whole guild before. You'll know how difficult it is once you see it with your own eyes. Seeing how Xianxia thought little of that matter, Luo Xianqing shook his head with a bitter smile. Naturally, the guardian golem was no ordinary statue, or else Zhang Feng would not have been the only one to have successfully enchanted it in the past 3,000 years. The Spirit Awakener Hall was also located in the Hall of Erudition, so it did not take them too long to arrive at their destination. When Xianxia saw the guardian golem standing at the entrance of the guild, he immediately understood why Luo Shenqing would say such words. Standing at more than a dozen zhang tall and 6 to 7 zhang wide, it towered like a massive building before the Spirit Awakener Hall. On top of that, it was made of some kind of bizarre black stone that wielded the ability to absorb one's will, making it difficult to light up the spark of enchantment within it. There would indeed be some difficulty in enchanting it, Xianxia remarked grimly. Even he would require a lengthy period of time and deplete himself greatly in order to enchant this golem. The biggest issue was not the golem's size but the material it was made of. The material was not particularly suited for harnessing a spirit, causing any spirit enchanted into it to dissipate swiftly. In a sense, attempting to enchant it was like pouring a pail of water into a basket. The faster one poured the water, the quicker the water just seemed to flow away, making it seem like an impossible feat to achieve. As long as the rate one enchanted the golem was beneath the rate at which the spirit infused into the golem was dissipating, it would be impossible to succeed. For Zhang Feng to not only succeed but even get it to move 7 steps, he was indeed a formidable figure. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia stepped forward, placed his hand on the golem, and sent his consciousness into it. In an instant, he felt as if he had been plunged into a domain of complete darkness, devoid of any hint of light. He could not see the slightest trace of the outstretched hand he had placed before him, and to make things worse, he found that he could not extend his spiritual perception outward either. With a light tap of his finger, he conjured a brilliant spark that illuminated the surroundings. However, before the light could even diffuse around, a powerful suction force suddenly devoured the light. This reminded him deeply of the star luster stone. Under the suppression of the surrounding suction force, the spark could only coil around his fingertip, unable to illuminate any further than that. Xianxia brought his consciousness back into his body and opened his eyes once more. Enchanting the golem would indeed be a huge challenge to him, even greater than the challenge of enchanting the entire Spirit Awakener Hall. Even with his current strength, it would not be too easy for him to succeed. How is it? Luo Shenqing asked. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying. Can you bring me to where the 8-star Spirit Awakener books are located? I have some doubts concerning spirit enchantment, and I'll need to browse through some books in order to resolve them. He had only accessed 7-star Spirit Awakener books before, so his understanding of spirit enchantment was still a little lacking at the moment. As long as he could gather sufficient books to compile the 8-star Heaven's Path spirit enchantment art, he would be able to easily clear whatever test there was to become an inceptive sage. You want to browse through 8-star Spirit Awakener books? Luo Shenqing nodded. You'll have to clear the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination first for that. The examination hall is right ahead. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving for now. All right. Xianxia nodded in response before heading into the Spirit Awakener Hall. Similar to the place where he had taken the Formation Master examination previously, there was hardly anyone in sight in the relatively big Spirit Awakener Hall, making the area appear exceptionally empty and cold in contrast. Xianxia quickly made his way over to the front receptionist and passed his emblem over. Xianxia, this way please. The receptionist was a young lady who appeared to be in her early 20s. After learning of Xianxia's identity, her attitude became exceptionally friendly, and she quickly led him over to the library. All 7-star Spirit Awakener books are within. There are quite a lot of books here, so if you need help finding any, feel free to approach me, and I'll find it for you, the female receptionist said. It's fine, I think I can manage by myself. Thank you, Xianxia replied with a smile before walking into the library. The number of high-tier Spirit Awakener books in the Qingyuan Empire Spirit Awakener Hall was rather lacking, so it would be best for him to browse through more 7-star Spirit Awakener books prior to taking the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination just to be safe. The library here did not disappoint. As soon as he stepped in, a massive collection of books immediately unfolded before him, causing his eyes to light up in excitement. Without any hesitation, He dived straight into collecting them into the library of Heaven's Path. Flaws. Walala. Books were swiftly replicated in his library of Heaven's Path at a swift speed. Xianxia swiftly noticed that something was different. Why does it seem like the speed at which I am collecting the books has improved? It was true that he could collect the books just by looking at them directly with his eyes, but there was still a slight lag between his sight and the materialization of the books in the library of Heaven's Path. Usually, while he was already done sweeping across the third shelf, the library of Heaven's Path would still be materializing the second. But this time around, it felt as if the library of Heaven's Path was running right behind his back. Just as his eyes reached the third shelf, the library of Heaven's Path reached the third shelf. There hasn't been anything peculiar with the library of Heaven's Path recently though, and I haven't fallen into a coma either. Xianxia began racking his brain to make sense of the peculiar situation he was facing. The only time the library of Heaven's Path had undergone a metamorphosis was when he met Luo Ruoxin once more in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. That metamorphosis had allowed him to collect books with not just his touch but with just a look from his eyes. However, that metamorphosis knocked him out for 3 whole days. This time, nothing of the sort had happened, but the book collecting rate had grown much faster than before. What was going on? A thought flashed across Zhang Xian's mind, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be? It was a little hard for him to believe, but that was the only reason he could come up with no matter how he racked his mind. And that was destroying the Shrine of Seers. In the view of the heavens, destroying a seer guild branch was probably equivalent to successfully raiding a den of criminals, ridding the world of a poisonous tumor. Could the changes in his library of Heaven's Path be related to that? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Could it be that there is a reward for me bringing ruination upon the seers, something like a bounty? As powerful as the library of Heaven's Path already was, he would not hesitate to grab an opportunity to evolve it further. After all, it was the strongest trump card that he had in his possession as well as the foundation of his growth. Without a doubt, its metamorphosis would grant him great benefits one way or another. I guess I should go out and destroy a few more seer guilds when I have some free time on my hands. Xianxia nodded affirmatively. Of course, all of this was just his conjecture at the moment, so it would require further verification in order to determine whether his hypothesis was true or not. In any case, with the enhanced speed at which he could collect books into the library of Heaven's Path, he managed to collect all of the books in the library and assimilate them into his mind within 4 hours. In the past, it would have taken him 6 hours. Once he was done, he returned to the main hall to find the female receptionist. I wish to take the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination. May I know what the processes for that are? Xianxia inquired. In order to read the books of 8-star Spirit Awakeners, he would have to clear the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination first. You wish to take the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination? A slight hint of astonishment could be seen in the female receptionist's eyes for a brief moment before she nodded. The Spirit Awakener examination is actually rather simple, unlike those for apothecaries and blacksmiths. All you have to do is successfully enchant a grade 8 puppet before an elder of our Spirit Awakener Hall branch, and you'll be considered to have cleared the examination. I'll be troubling you to bring me over to the examination hall then. Xianxia nodded. After which, under the lead of the young lady, Xianxia arrived at a relatively spacious hall. The elder invigilating his examination was an old man who appeared to be in his 60s. The 8 brilliant stars on the emblem pinned in front of his robe indicated that he was an 8-star Spirit Awakener. The internal structure of the puppet was extremely simple, somewhat similar to the ones he had seen at the Qingyuan Empire Spirit Awakener Guild. Its purpose was to gauge one's mastery of spirit enchantment, so there was no need for excessive complexity. Stepping forward, Xianxia placed his palm on the puppet. A sliver of his consciousness slipped from his primordial spirit into the puppet, and it did not take him long to light up the latter's consciousness. In truth, the puppet had only barely met the basic requirements to be considered a grade 8 puppet. Anyone who had met the minimum requirement to become an 8-star Spirit Awakener would be able to clear it with ease. Here is your 8-star emblem. Not expecting the young man to clear the examination in a single try, the elder was visibly surprised. He quickly helped the young man apply for an emblem and passed it over. Seeing that he had managed to clear the examination without any unfortunate accidents occurring, Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Taking his new 8-star Spirit Awakener emblem, he headed for the section containing the 8-star Spirit Awakener books in the library and continued his studying session. 6 hours later, he finally walked out of the library. It was exhausting going through so many books at once, but he did manage to master the 8-star Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment art, thus raising his mastery of the art up to the level of 8-star pinnacle. Xianxia, how is it going? Barely after taking a step out of the library, Xianxia encountered Luo Xianqing. I think I should have. Xianxia nodded as he replied, but halfway through his words he suddenly stopped. He stared at the sight before him with utter shock, and it took a while before he managed to find his voice once more. What is going on? The majestic building that he had been in just 6 hours ago had collapsed, and white smoke was rising here and there. Oh, I was intending to get Elder Zhao of the Spirit Awakener Hall to help me reinforce my primordial spirit, but that fellow was simply too incompetent. He ended up ejecting my primordial spirit out of my body, and in a moment of carelessness, well, it just became like that. Luo Xianqing scratched his head in embarrassment. You were able to cause such a mess just by fortifying your primordial spirit? Xianxia was stunned. Previously, when Luo Xianqing said that he had some business at the Spirit Awakener Hall, he had already guessed that the other party was intending to find someone to help him reinforce his primordial spirit in preparation to facing the dimension-sundering ordeal. He thought that a matter as simple as this should not have been too much of a problem, but such a mishap still ended up happening. Honestly, can you stop causing destruction wherever you go? You are a huge embarrassment, you know? Someone must have cut corners while building this Spirit Awakener Hall, or else how could it possibly be so fragile? Luo Xianqing harumphed unabashedly. Before Luo Xianqing could finish his words, a furious bellow suddenly sounded. Luo Xianqing, can you be any more shameful than that? Following which, a group of men rushed out angrily. The one leading the group was a young man in his late 30s. Taking a closer look, the young man's facial features bore some resemblance to Zhang Chun's. Zhang Feng, what do you mean by that? You have barged into our Spirit Awakener Hall a total of 2 times, and each time around, you somehow managed to leave it in complete shambles. From today onward, our Spirit Awakener Hall no longer welcomes you. If you dare to take even the slightest step into here, don't blame us for getting nasty with you. Zhang Feng roared with gritted teeth. Humph! How is it my concern that your Spirit Awakener Hall's building is so fragile? If you have the time to be roaring at me, why don't you spend it finding better bricklayers instead? Luo Xianqing snapped coldly. You still have the cheek to be saying those words. If you hadn't lost control of your own primordial spirit, would such a thing have happened? You really are a piece of work, you know? With a grand wave of his hand, Zhang Feng stepped forward and loudly declared, with my authority as the Inceptive Sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall, I hereby pass an Inceptive Sage decree. As long as Luo Xianqing steps into the perimeter of our Spirit Awakener Hall, all Spirit Awakeners are allowed to attack him without any qualms over injuring him or even killing him. Luo Xianqing's expression turned livid upon hearing Zhang Feng's words. A frightening aura lingered around him, reminiscent of a crouching tiger prepared to pounce forth at any moment. Do you really think that I dare not cripple you? Ever since he entered the Sanctum of Sages, he had always stood unchallenged by others, stepping over those who had dared stand in his way. When had anyone dared speak to him in such a manner before? Not even his elder brother, Zhang Chun, would dare talk to him like that. You want to cripple me? Sure. Do it then. You might be stronger than me, but you'd better not forget that we are in the Spirit Awakener Hall right now. As the Inceptive Sage, I can control the countless puppets that are in here to subdue you with ease. Zhang Feng sneered coldly. The Spirit Awakener Hall was filled with puppets here and there. Once enchanted, all of these would be weapons at Zhang Feng's disposal. With these soldiers to fight in his stead, what would Luo Xianqing's strength count for? As long as he retained his identity as the Inceptive Sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall, he would be an invincible existence here. Not even Saint 8 Dan experts would dare to pull their weight before him. You! Luo Xianqing gritted his teeth in fury as his breathing hastened. What's wrong with that? Unlike you, causing trouble and expecting others to pardon you just because you are a member of the Luo clan, I forged a place for myself in the Spirit Awakener Hall through my own capability. If you weren't the brother of the little princess, do you think that our Zhang clan or even the Sanctum of Sages would have tolerated you for so long? You would have long been minced into countless bits and fed to the fish. Zhang Xian harumphed coldly with a haughty swing of his sleeves. Also, tell your little princess that it's her honor that the young prodigy of our Zhang clan is willing to wed her. If she dares to flee once more, don't blame us for resorting to extreme measures. Honor? Extreme measures? Ha 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 ha. Before Luo Xianqing could even say a word, Zhang Xian had already interjected. Come. Why don't you tell me in detail just how much of an honor it is to marry the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, and how extreme the measures you plan to use will be? That young prodigy of the Zhang clan must have accrued several generations of fortune for him to be engaged to be Luo Ruoxin at birth. And yet, he still dared to put on a disappearing act. And as if that was not enough, the rest of them still had the cheek to spout such words. You are really challenging the limits of my tolerance. To be honest, Zhang Xian also thought that Luo Xianqing had gone overboard with the damage, and the haughty attitude he put on after that only further worsened the situation. I can understand why you are mad at Luo Xianqing and want to get back at him, and I won't stop you from doing it either. But how dare you speak of Luo Ruoxin in such a manner? You are really asking for a beating. Who the hell do you think you are? Is this any place for you to speak up? Zhang Feng did not think that he would be bellowed at by Luo Xuanqing's lackey, and he narrowed his eyes menacingly. Regardless of who I am, I just want to ask you a simple question. If the little princess of the Luo clan were to turn down the engagement with your Zhang clan, what kind of extreme measures do you intend to resort to? Zhang Xian asked. His attitude was seemingly casual, but the frostiness in his eyes was unconcealable. Humph! Do you think that she has any place in turning our Zhang clan down? Little princess is a mere title she upholds before others. To our Zhang clan, she's nothing at all. Zhang Feng sneered coldly. You bastard! Try saying those words once more, and I'll rip you to shreds. A powerful aura instantaneously burst forth from Luo Xianqing, surging right into the clouds, seemingly threatening to tear the sky apart. It was one thing for someone to insult him, but he would never forgive anyone insulting his younger sister. Sure, I'll say it as many times as you like. Pure and innocent little princess, my ass. Despite having an engagement with our young prodigy, she still ran out to hook up with some other guy. She has really sullied every last bit of honor that we sage clans have. Zhang Feng spat out disdainfully. You scum! With a furious bellow, Luo Xianqing dashed out like a cannonball, and it took only an instant for him to appear right before Zhang Feng. Boom! The abrupt outburst of overwhelming might compressed the surrounding air so much that a deafening cacophony of sonic booms resounded here and there. Humph! Could there still be any mistake about it? Your Luo clan should have received the news, and just a few days ago, they sent a few elders over to our Zhang clan to explain the matter to us. Most likely, that little princess of yours that you hold so dearly should still be under house arrest. Zhang Feng mocked coldly as he dodged Luo Xuanqing's attack and retreated. Since she dared to do it, why can't we say it out loud? Only that fool of an elder brother I have would think of that disgraceful woman as a treasure. If it was me, I would have marched right up to her to confront her over the issue. You are courting death. With eyes crimson with frenzy, Luo Xianqing dashed forward with astounding speed. At the same time, he clasped his fists together, and the surrounding air suddenly seemed to have frozen in place, leaving Zhang Feng with nowhere to escape. Pong! Overwhelming might punctured Zhang Feng's chest. Pooh! With a spurt of fresh blood, Zhang Feng was sent flying into the distance. He was by no means weak, but even so, he was only at the same level as Bai Hongyin and the others, still a distance away from matching up to the half-dimension sundering realm Luo Xianqing. Just a single strike, and he was already severely wounded. Luo Xianqing, you've asked for it. After crashing heavily to the ground, the unkempt Zhang Feng forcefully pushed himself back to his feet and glared at Luo Xianqing with scarlet eyes. Raising his hand, he commanded, "Beat him down into his grave." Hula! As soon as that command was issued, a dozen puppets immediately leaped out from the surroundings. These puppets were neither works of celestial designers or blacksmiths. Rather, they were enchanted artifacts. At first glance, it might appear that there was no specific grade to them, but their prowess was not to be underestimated. This was especially so with the Inferno Giant among them. Standing at 4 meters tall, its presence caused the surrounding air to distort from overwhelming heat. Besides the Inferno Giant, there was a metal giant as well. Zhang Xian could not tell with just a normal look what it was made of, but it was extraordinarily resilient. In terms of defensive prowess, it was probably on par with Saint high-tier artifacts. It would really take a great deal of effort to deal with it. It would not be too much trouble for Luo Xianqing to deal with Zhang Feng ordinarily, but the appearance of the dozen puppets immediately placed him out of tempo, causing him to fumble around a bit. Damn it! Luo Xianqing roared with rage bubbling within him, releasing all of the strength he harnessed in his body. Sila! Releasing the entirety of his half-dimension sundering realm cultivation, the surrounding space began to distort under the rampaging outpour of his Jinqi. Under his immense might, the settled dust and rubble rose into the sky once more, bringing greater chaos upon the world. His original intention was to conceal his cultivation and spring a surprise on Zhang Chun, but Zhang Feng's words had exceeded his bottom line. At this point, he did not care that much either. Pung 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 pung. It might have seemed as if there was only a small step of difference between the dimension-sundering realm and the phantasmal space realm, but just like between a cocoon and a butterfly, there was a world of a difference between them. With his full might as a half-dimension sundering realm expert released, the puppets swiftly found their movements sealed, as if they had fallen into a bog. As much as they struggled, they were unable to escape from whatever was holding them in place. Kacha! With a downward press of his hand, the dozen puppets did not even last another breath before being suppressed forcefully into a lying position on the ground. Indignant roars blared from their mouths, but as if the weight of an entire mountain was upon them, even getting to their feet seemed to be a daunting task. You! Zhang Feng never thought that Luo Xianqing would have already reached such a level. His eyes narrowed as he hurriedly retreated. You aren't going anywhere until you make things clear today. With a deep bellow, Luo Xianqing dashed forth with the momentum of a human-sized massive dragon. His movement caused countless ripples to appear in the surrounding space, reminiscent of a water surface disturbed by a pebble thrown into it. Pong! These seemingly light ripples struck Zhang Feng as if massive clubs hammering down on his body, causing fresh blood to spurt from his mouth once more. The impact of the blows forcefully pulled him down from the sky. Hula! After striking Zhang Feng down, Luo Xianqing took another step forward, appearing before Zhang Feng in an instant. Then he raised his leg and stomped toward Zhang Feng's face. With the speed and the strength of the stomp, if the attack were to really land on Zhang Feng, he would be crippled for good even if he did survive this ordeal. It seemed like hearing his younger sister being insulted right before him had truly enraged Luo Xianqing, and that snapped the last bit of rationality in his mind, causing him to disregard all rules and consequences of his actions. Those who dared touch the inverted scale of a dragon would meet with swift deaths. Formidable, Zhang Xian muttered. For a moment there, rage had consumed his mind as well, and he had been planning to dash forward as well. However, seeing that his future brother-in-law had already made a move, he eventually forced himself to remain still. It simply was not the right time for him to express his identity yet. Of course, if Luo Xianqing were to be placed in a disadvantageous position in the battle, he would step in and intervene. Zhang Feng was justified in confronting Luo Xianqing over the destruction of the Spirit Awakener Hall and passing the Inceptive Sage Decree. After all, Luo Xianqing did go overboard in that matter. However, he did one thing that he never should have done, insult Luo Ruoxin. Based on that alone, he was deserving of dying 100 times over. You! Seeing the prowess behind the stomp heading for his face, Zhang Feng quivered in fear. Not daring to hold back anymore, he swiftly triggered the bloodline ability in his body. Boom! The surrounding time seemed to have slowed, but at the same time it felt like Zhang Feng had gotten faster compared to the rest of the world. With a powerful push of his hand against the ground, he rolled several meters away, dodging the stomp by just a hair's breadth. Boom! The stomp imprinted a depression of 30 meters right beneath the floating Luo Xuanqing's feet, raising countless stone fragments into the sky. Luo Xianqing, you are insane! Zhang Feng exclaimed as he cowered in fear at that sight, not daring to imagine what would have happened if that attack had landed on him. Even though the Spirit Awakener Hall had collapsed, as long as they gathered sufficient workers, they should be able to get it rebuilt swiftly. However, now that even the ground beneath was devastated, how were they supposed to rebuild their base? Boom! Not bothering to respond to Zhang Feng, Luo Xuanqing's figure flickered, and he appeared before Zhang Feng once more with a palm flying right for the ladder. This palm strike seemed to have forcefully dragged Zhang Feng into a sundered dimension, leaving him completely cornered and with nowhere to escape. In the face of the might of the palm, Zhang Feng only felt a numbing sensation rising all over his body as his aura was suppressed to the point where it felt as if he would explode from within. Even before the palm strike could land, the unbearable pressure weighing down on him had already drawn a spurt of blood from his mouth. Even after activating the power of his bloodline ability, it was still far from sufficient to bridge the disparity in the strength of the two of them. Just when did you achieve a breakthrough? How can you possibly be so powerful? Zhang Feng exclaimed as he felt a prickling sensation run through his scalp. At this point, he was filled with regret. He had known from the start that this fellow would lose all sanity when his younger sister was mentioned. So why in the world did he have to use those words to trigger him? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Driving his bloodline ability to the maximum, Zhang Feng barely managed to break out of the sundered dimension and dodge the overwhelming palm strike. Boom! Another massive palm print appeared on the ground. The remaining buildings that had yet to collapse in the area began trembling non-stop, seemingly on the verge of falling into the depression created previously by the powerful shockwave. Seeing how the other party was still dashing at him as if a crazed lunatic, Zhang Feng felt deep fear arising from his midst, and he anxiously bellowed, Luo Xianqing, I am an inceptive sage. If you dare hurt me, that's no different from going up against the entire occupation. You will be hunted down in the future. Not even the Luo clan will be able to protect you. Let them come. In any case, I'll be sending you down to the netherworld today. Boom! Amid another resounding sonic boom, Luo Xianqing vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Zhang Feng once more with a palm strike. This time, he had sealed the surrounding space completely, turning it into a solid cage. Even if Zhang Feng were to drive his Zhang clan's bloodline to its limit, he would still be unable to escape from it. Are you done messing around yet, Luo Xianqing? Don't think that we'll just tolerate everything that you do. Hong Long Long. Just as the palm was about to strike down on Zhang Feng's head, a resounding bellow sounded, and 3 elders suddenly appeared right before the crowd. One of them waved his hand, and a surge of light deflected the might of Luo Xuanqing's palm strike. This is based on a legend where dragons have a scale on their neck that is inverted against the other scales, and those who touch it will be swiftly killed by the dragon. It eventually became an idiom in reference to those in power, saying that those who dared to prey on their weakness, be it their family or anything else, would have to pay the price eventually. A Saint 8 Dan expert. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in alarm. To be able to teach Luo Xianqing a lesson while protecting Zhang Feng completely from the attack, it was truly an exquisite move. He could not be too sure about the other 2 elders, but the one who had made a move was likely at Dimension Sundering Realm Advanced Stage at the very least. Those who possessed such strength were ranked at the top of the Master-Teacher continent. They would be able to start their own sects and dominate a region of their own. Pang! Under the rebound of his own might, Luo Xuanqing's face paled as he was forced to retreat several steps back to ward off the force. He raised his head to look at the trio in the sky with an awful look on his face. Elders, Zhang Feng dared insult my younger sister. My rage won't be quelled unless I teach him a lesson. Luo Xianqing bellowed with eyes widened like bells. Enough! The elder who had made a move earlier roared angrily. Luo Xianqing, does the Spirit Awakener Hall or the Sanctum of Sages still mean anything to you? In view of the little princess and the Luo clan, we allowed you to get away with destroying our guild without any repercussions. What else do you want other than that? Will you only be content after you wipe our Spirit Awakener Hall completely off the face of the world? Luo Xianqing stepped forward and clasped his fist tightly. I bear no ill will toward the Spirit Awakener Hall. The one whom I have a grudge with is Zhang Feng. I'll give the Zhang clan and the Sanctum of Sages a satisfactory explanation after I'm done with him. So I ask of the three elders not to interfere in this matter. He simply could not allow the other party to get away so easily after insulting his younger sister. Audacious! Zhang Feng is our guild's inceptive sage. By making a move on him, you are showing blatant disregard for our entire guild. Scram right now and we can still overlook today's matter. Otherwise, even if you are from the Luo clan, we'll make sure you have hell to pay for your actions today. Another elder berated sharply with an electrifying look in his eyes. It was one thing for Luo Xianqing to reduce the entire Spirit Awakener Hall to such a state, but he even wanted to make a move on their inceptive sage after that. This was truly intolerable. If they allowed such a thing to happen, what would become of their dignity? Are you threatening me? Let me tell you this. I, Luo Xianqing, fear no threat. Luo Xianqing bellowed with his eyes narrowed coldly, and once again, his aura surged. It seemed like even if he had to tap into his bloodline ability, he would make Zhang Feng pay the price for his actions. That fellow really is a lunatic. Seeing his actions, a shudder ran through Zhang Feng's body. Had it been anyone else, considering that even the elders had gotten involved, he would have made use of this opportunity to resolve the matter peacefully. Yet Luo Xianqing still refused to back down, determined to go all the way through regardless of the consequences. He really was a true psycho. Once he got psychotic, there was no such thing as rationality in his head. Seeing as a battle was about to break out at any moment, Zhang Xian placed his palm on Luo Xuanqing's shoulder and said, Brother Luo, just leave the rest to me. The crowd thought that the young man who dared talk to the berserk Luo Xianqing would surely be pummeled beyond recognition. But contrary to their expectations, the latter's powerful aura began receding instead. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation unfolding before their eyes. Luo Xuanqing's temperament could be clearly seen from what had happened earlier. Most likely, other than his younger sister, there was no one else in this world who could shake him out of his berserk state. Yet, the 20-year-old young man beside him actually made him back down with just a couple of words? Just what was the background of that young man for Luo Xianqing to actually be so obedient to him? Zhang Shi. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Luo Xianqing turned his head to the young man behind him. The person who was grabbing his shoulder was, of course, none other than Zhang Xian. It was not that he wanted to withdraw his strength, but the palm on his shoulder was pressed on the acupoint required for the activation of his bloodline, forcefully suppressing his strength. Don't worry. I'll bring justice to the little princess. Knowing what the other party was thinking, Zhang Xian raised his head and looked at the three elders in the sky with a sharp glint in his eyes. Elders, I don't think that there's any way to resolve this matter peacefully anymore. It's a private matter between the both of them, so I ask of you not to interfere in their affairs. The elder who had spoken up previously harumphed coldly. Lad, do you know whom you are talking to? Regardless of who you are, I'll just say this once. Step back and allow the both of them to settle this matter among themselves, and I can promise you Zhang Feng's life won't be endangered. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this won't look good on any of us here, Zhang Xian said. He did not like to cause trouble either, but Zhang Feng's mouth was truly horrid. To dare slander his girlfriend's reputation in public, no matter how good his temper was, he still could not let this matter go without giving the other party a good beating. All along, he had tried to steer clear of trouble, never provoking others wherever possible, to the point where humility was etched right into his bones. However, he was fine with going high profile just this once. Very well. Not expecting a 20-year-old young man to act so arrogantly before them, the three elders trembled with rage. Having been in the sanctum of sages for several decades now, they had seen plenty of haughty young masters and talented geniuses, but there were none who had dared speak to them in such a tone barely after enrolling into the academy. Who do you think you are? The next sanctum head? A celestial master teacher? Know your place. We'll just make it very clear to you right now. If you dare touch even a single strand of Zhang Feng's hair, we'll consider it as waging war against our Spirit Awakener Guild. You can be very sure that we'll make you regret having ever been born. One of the elders replied with a wintry tone. Given that they had already made a move, they would lose respect from their students and peers if they allowed the other party to just beat up their inceptive sage as they liked. The authority they had built up over the years would vanish in an instant. All right then, since none of you are willing to back down, I won't stand on ceremony then. Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Knock those three impediments down. Roar. The next moment, the massive Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast appeared before everyone's eyes. With a resounding roar, it swooped right for the three elders in the sky. Ah! Not expecting such a powerful Saint Beast to be released on them all of a sudden, the three elders were scared out of their wits. Before they could even react, the Saint Beast had already swiped its claws toward them. Selah! The space before them was immediately torn apart, and a black gorge harnessing rampaging might appeared. The incredible might that Luo Shenqing had displayed earlier was already extremely shocking, but compared to that of this Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, it was nothing at all. They were not even at the same level as one another. What? Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle! The faces of the three elders instantaneously flushed white. They hurriedly launched their strongest attacks, not daring to hold anything back in the face of an expert of such caliber. The crux to Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm lay in the comprehension of spatial laws, and there was a significant difference in fighting prowess across the cultivation stages within the realm. On top of that, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was one of the stronger Saint Beasts, even possessing the dragon bloodline. Not even a master teacher of the same cultivation realm would necessarily have been a match for it, let alone weak spirit awakeners like them. In an instant, various powers rippled through the air, raining down like a torrent. At the same time, many puppets materialized in the air, but they swiftly exploded one after another. It was just a simple charge for the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, but its superior might and nigh invincible defense were more than enough to destroy everything that the three elders sent at it. In less than 10 breaths, the heads of the three elders were stabbed into the ground, and white foam was leaking from their mouths. Their bodies were completely stiffened. As powerful as they might have been, they were still far too lacking compared to the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Who? After defeating the three elders, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast swiped forward and grabbed Zhang Feng in its hand. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Feng and said, "I want you to apologize." Even though his voice was calm, it carried inviolable authority to it, compelling others to bow down to him. "I." Zhang Feng bit his lips so tightly as fresh blood was flowing down his chin. "What I have said is the truth. Why should I apologize? The little princess of the Luo clan has already confessed that there's someone she likes, and she intends to cancel the engagement with our Zhang clan. This is a matter that the top echelons of the Luo clan and the Zhang clan are aware of. If you don't believe my words, you can get Luo Shenqing to send a message back to his clan to ask about it." Bullshit. If my younger sister has someone that she likes, how can I possibly be unaware of it? Luo Shenqing said with veins popping from his head. Cough, cough. Brother Luo, there's no need to get so agitated. Zhang Xian quickly held the almost rampaging Luo Shenqing back. While Luo Shenqing distrusted Zhang Feng, he thought that it was more likely that what Zhang Feng had said was the truth. Considering that Ruoxin had agreed to become his girlfriend, it was indeed possible for her to have told both clans that she wanted to cancel the engagement with the Zhang clan. He knew his girlfriend very well. She was a silent and perhaps even cold person, but she was extremely decisive and headstrong when it came to crucial situations. Just like him, as long as she had decided upon something, she would never back down or look back. no matter how great the difficulties that lay ahead were. Even if the entire world were to block her path, she would continue marching forward without fear. Recalling what Zhang Feng had said earlier, with a tight knit between his eyebrows, Zhang Xian asked, "You said that the little princess is likely under house arrest in the Luo clan. What does that mean?" He could not allow Ruoxin to be wronged because of him. As a man, he would have to step forward and bear the responsibility. If he could not even protect the woman that he loved, what was the point of being a master teacher? What was the point of growing strong? Being held tightly in the grasp of the netherworld azure dragon beast, Zhang Feng knew that even if the duo did not kill him, they could easily inflict great suffering upon him should he choose to remain silent. Thus, he gritted his teeth and eventually revealed everything that he knew. Half a month back, an elder of our Zhang clan sent over a betrothal gift as per usual, but the little princess suddenly appeared then and personally rejected the gift. She told him that she already has someone whom she loves, and she doesn't intend to proceed with the engagement with the Zhang clan. Thus, she said, there's no need to waste time, no such matters anymore. Her comments caused huge ripples. It didn't take long for the upper echelons of the Zhang clan and the Luo clan to learn of the matter, and soon after, the Luo clan dispatched several elders to subdue the little princess and place her under house arrest. This, Zhang Xian's body jolted. Someone of Ruoxin's wits must have known the consequences of saying those words. But even so, she still unhesitatingly spoke them out loud. Just how much courage would it have taken her to go against the will of two of the strongest sage clans on the master-teacher continent? Not to mention that one of them was her family. Zhang Xian clenched his teeth and asked, "Where is she being held?" "I'm not too sure either. I only heard of this matter from an elder in my clan," Zhang Feng replied anxiously. On the other hand, Luo Shenqing was still unable to believe what he had just heard. "Bullshit. Everything that you have said is bullshit. How can my younger sister possibly fall in love with someone else? Who in the world can possibly be worthy of her?" Cough, cough. Seeing the extreme reaction Luo Shenqing had toward this matter, Zhang Xian could not help but turn his head over and say, "Brother Luo, calm down. I know that the little princess is outstanding, but there's bound to be someone worthy of her." Someone worthy of her? A glint flashed across Luo Xuanqing's eyes as he turned to Zhang Xian and snorted. "You? I?" Zhang Xian suddenly fell silent. For a moment, he was tempted to admit that Ruoxin was indeed his girlfriend. However, he eventually still swallowed those words back then. Considering how the Zhang clan and the Luo clan were already in a mess after hearing that the little princess had someone that she fancied, he would only be making things worse if he revealed the matter right now. He would have to reveal his relationship with Luo Ruoxin eventually, and now was definitely not a good time. First and foremost, he would require an identity that would allow him to withstand the pressure exerted from the Zhang clan. This way, Luo Ruoxin would be able to face her family as well. Otherwise, if others knew that the person whom she liked was just an ordinary person from a humble, unranked kingdom, not only would it not ease the predicament they were in, it would only be complicating it. It was traditional thinking, but marriage had to be between two equals, or else there was no way Luo Ruoxin's family would be willing to accept him. He did not wish to see his girlfriend falling out with her family over him, criticized by the world. "Zhang Shi, I am thankful for what you have done, but I am in no mood to joke with you," Luo Shenqing said grimly. He turned to Zhang Feng and said, "You said that this incident happened half a month ago?" All in all, their journey to obtain the Dongshu gourd had taken roughly 20 days. If the incident had happened half a month ago, it would mean that it had happened right after he left the Sanctum of Sages. If that was the case, it would explain why he had not caught wind of the matter. "That's right." Zhang Feng nodded. Luo Shenqing stood on the spot with a livid expression on his face for a while, before he suddenly turned his head to Zhang Xian and said, "Zhang Shi, I'll leave this fellow to you. Make sure to give him a good lesson so that he learns how to watch his mouth in the future. I'll be right back." After which, he leaped up into the air and flew off in a certain direction. Before Zhang Xian could say a word, he had already disappeared into the distance. "Brother Luo," Zhang Xian frowned, not expecting the other party to leave just like that. The other party moved so quickly that even the execution of the unbounded voyager would have been insufficient for him to catch up, so he could only hold back the urge to chase him. He turned his gaze to the netherworld azure dragon beast and said, "Teach him a lesson, but don't kill him." Roar! Nodding, the netherworld azure dragon beast was just about to make a move when a whiz sounded. The three elders who had been planted into the ground had flown back up into the sky. "This friend over here, Zhangfeng, is our guild's inceptive sage. Hurting him is no different from going against the entire Spirit Awakener guild. I hope that you can think things through before making a move," an elder said through gritted teeth. Furthermore, the system of inceptive sages is something that is determined by the sanctum of sages. To show public defiance for it is equivalent to opposing the sanctum of sages, and you'll be expelled for it. Expelled? Indeed. Luo Xianqing is one of the core members of the Luo clan, and his cultivation had reached half-dimension's sundering realm, so expulsion from the sanctum of sages doesn't really mean anything to him. However, it's different for you. Judging from your age, you must be a freshman who has just enrolled this year, right? You still have a long future ahead of you, so why ruin your entire life just to vent a moment of anger? Another elder added. Ruin my entire life? Zhang Xian shook his head with a light chuckle. He turned to the three elders and said, "Since we are in the sanctum of sages, let's settle this matter by the rules of the sanctum of sages then. I am currently an 8-star Spirit Awakener, so as long as I replace him as the inceptive sage, it won't be considered a violation of the rules no matter what I do to him, right?" "Of course. If you can become the inceptive sage, even if you were to beat him to death, our guild will help you cover up the matter," an elder replied with a nod. An inceptive sage could be considered the most outstanding member within a certain occupation among the younger generation, so if there were to be any conflicts with others, they were inclined to help him. With the current situation, for example, if not for the fact that Zhangfeng was their inceptive sage, they would not have rushed out at all. After all, it was apparent that both Luo Xianqing and the young man before them were tough nuts to crack. In all honesty, the collapse of the Spirit Awakener Hall was not a big matter. They could easily have it fixed by enchanting a couple of puppets. However, having their inceptive sage beaten up would really be a huge slap to their face, and this was something they could not accept. "I see." Zhang Xian nodded. "I'll have to trouble you all to tell me how the test for the inceptive sage works then. I still have some matters to attend to after this, so I don't have much time to waste." There was no backing out of this matter anymore given how far they had come. In order to ensure that there would be no negative implications from the day's events, he would have to replace Zhang Feng as the next inceptive sage. After all, what he was aiming to do was build up his reputation in preparation for his inauguration as the sanctum head, not sully it. How embarrassing would it be if he were to become the next Luo Xianqing, hated by the entire student populace? "You want to challenge the inceptive sage?" Hearing those words, the three elders nearly snorted their beards off. They had seen plenty of arrogant people in the past, but they had never met one that was so conceited. Only those who were the greatest of geniuses would be able to become the inceptive sage of an occupation, and Zhang Feng was one who had even broken many of their records. Initially, they had still intended to have him represent their Sanctum of Sages branch to challenge the candidacy for the position of the headquarters hall master, but who could have known that he would end up being nearly beaten to his death by someone else instead? And the culprit was even planning to replace him. Even though Spirit Awakener was not an Upper Nine Paths occupation, it still had a complete heritage to it, and it was considered one of the top occupations of the Master-Teacher continent. For someone who had merely cleared the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination just 6 hours ago to spout such arrogant words, the trio felt that the young man was simply taking Spirit Awakeners too lightly. Gritting their teeth, they were just about to berate Zhang Xian to put him back in his place, when they suddenly noticed the netherworld azure dragon beast looking at them intently with malicious intentions in its eyes. It seemed as if it was ready to swipe its claws down on them should they speak a single unnecessary word. Knowing that they were no match for the netherworld azure dragon beast, one of the elders suppressed his anger and explained, "The challenge to become the inceptive sage is very easy. As long as you can enchant the guardian golem and have it move more than the previous record holder, it'll be considered your victory." Zhang Feng, this young man over here says that he wants to challenge your position as the Inceptive Sage. Are you willing to accept his challenge? With irrepressible fury in his eyes, Zhang Feng glanced at Zhang Xian before nodding. I'll accept his challenge. He had been beaten up for no good reason earlier, and even though it was Luo Xuanqing's doing, this fellow was an accomplice. Since this fellow was looking for trouble, he did not mind teaching him a lesson and showing him what a true expert was. There are 2 golems right in front of our Spirit Awakener Hall, and the both of you can choose either one of them to enchant. If you manage to get your golem to travel further than Zhang Feng's, you will be able to replace him as the next Inceptive Sage of our Spirit Awakener Hall, one of the elders said as he pointed forward. First and foremost, I'll have to ask you to let go of Zhang Feng. Tracing the elder's finger, 2 guardian golems sat where the entrance to the Spirit Awakener Guild used to be. Even though they were slightly tilted due to the various prior events, they were not damaged in the slightest. Upon hearing that the rules of the challenge were so simple, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief before waving his hand. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast nodded as well before releasing Zhang Feng. Nevertheless, it still continued glaring at the other 3 warily, as if saying that it was ready to crush them into minced meat should any of them dare make a move against its master. Zhang Feng shot a spiteful glance at Zhang Xian and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast before walking over to one of the golems. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes, and he waved his hand grandly. Let's waste no time and begin right away. Very well, Zhang Xian replied calmly as he made his way over to the other golem. He had taken a look at the golems before, and it would indeed be rather difficult to enchant them considering their sizes and the materials that they were made of. However, after reading through the 8-star Spirit Awakener books, he had managed to gain a deeper understanding of spirit enchantment, so it would not be too difficult for him to succeed anymore. On my count, start. At the elder's command, Zhang Xian suddenly sensed a huge disturbance in the surrounding spiritual energy, following which Zhang Feng's primordial spirit leaped out from his glabella and entered the interior of the golem. I guess his title as the Inceptive Sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall isn't just for show. His primordial spirit is indeed rather strong, Zhang Xian remarked internally. While the other party's primordial spirit was still far from comparing to his, it was still a sight to behold. Just its very presence was able to exert immense pressure upon others. One's ability to enchant was deeply related with the strength of one's primordial spirit. The stronger one's primordial spirit was, the easier it would be for one to enchant an artifact. In terms of cultivation, Zhang Feng was far from a match for Luo Xuanqing and Zhang Chun, but when it came to the strength of their primordial spirit, he was much stronger than the both of them. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as his primordial spirit seeped into the guardian golem, a unique energy began gathering and diffusing all over it. A slight gleam appeared on the surface of the golem, and it looked as if it would come to life at any moment. Even though Zhang Feng had already started his enchantment, Zhang Xian was in no hurry to start. Instead, he activated his Eye of Insight and observed Zhang Feng's actions closely. It had to be said that while Zhang Feng's personality was SOSO, his ability as a spirit awakener was indeed notable. He pulled forth the various abilities of an 8-star spirit awakener perfectly with grace and elegance, such that there was even a peculiar kind of beauty to his actions. All right, it's about time for me to start too. A while later, Zhang Xian turned his eyes back to his own golem and placed his hand on it. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Submerging a hint of his consciousness into the golem, he was immediately plunged into a world of endless darkness. Driving the heavens path spirit enchantment art, he tapped his finger forward, and a ball of flames was immediately conjured before him. The ball of flames was not too big, but it was expanding to the surroundings at a steady pace. Expand! Zhang Xian willed with raised eyebrows, and in an instant, the ball of flames exploded into a sea of flames that rapidly spread across the area. Even though the golem was steadily absorbing in the flames as well, the area which the flames covered was simply too great such that the rate it was growing at far exceeded the rate at which it was being absorbed. It did not take long for darkness to be fully vanquished from this space, replaced with radiant light. Seeing that the enchantment was a success, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't too difficult after all. Even with a leaking pail, as long as one's influx of water was fast enough, it was still possible to fill it fully. After mastering the 8-star Heaven's Path spirit enchantment art, the speed at which he could enchant artifacts had become much faster than before. He was able to easily exceed the speed that the golem was undoing his enchantment at. Turning his head to look at Zhang Feng, he saw that the latter was just about to finish as well. With a light chuckle, he snapped his finger, and a sliver of his consciousness flew over. Right after he was done making preparations, he heard a voice beside him. "Elder, I am done." After which, a primordial spirit slipped out from the golem and floated in midair with a look of agitation and excitement on its face. "Good. Make it move and we'll count how many steps it can take. Let's see if we can break your previous record." One of the elders nodded. "Yes." Zhang Feng nodded as he gestured his hand forward grandly. Voila! The stationary golem abruptly opened its eyes, and amid a cacophony of noises, it stood up. Dong! 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 The golem began to walk forward, and each time its massive foot stepped down on the ground, the surrounding area would tremble under its sheer weight. With every step that it took, the spirit harnessed within the golem would dissipate considerably. Nevertheless, it still continued to make its way forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The elder in the sky counted as the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Dong, 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 dong. The golem continued forward, and soon it came to its 7th step. In the sky, agitation could be clearly seen on Zhang Feng's face, and his fists were tightly clenched together. He willed with all of his might for the golem to make the 7th step. Boom! Zhang Feng's golem lifted its leg with great difficulty and took a small step forward before finally losing consciousness with a resounding buzz, collapsing back to the ground. A triumphant look emerged on Zhang Feng's face as he turned to Xianxia with a gleeful smirk on his lips. "The golem I enchanted has managed to take 7.5 steps in total. It's your turn." "All right," Xianxia replied casually before snapping his fingers. Voila! His golem stood up, but despite moving its arms here and there, it did not advance forward at all. "Your golem hasn't moved a step at all, so I'm afraid that we'll have to consider this your..." One of the elders began announcing with a frown. However, before he could finish his words, another elder beside him exclaimed with a shrill voice tinged with disbelief. "It's not that his golem isn't moving. It's dancing." "Dancing?" Astonished, the other 2 elders quickly took a closer look, and indeed, the movements of the golem had a unique rhythm to it, as if it was doing some kind of exercise. They quickly turned their sights to the young man and saw that he had stood up at some point in time as well. His hands were placed behind his back, and he seemed to be muttering something beneath his breath. Chest expansion exercise. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 2 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 3 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 4 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 Hip twisting exercise. 1 2 3 4 Side stretch exercise. Toe touch exercise. The 3 elders looked at one another as they felt their mouths dry up. It took a long while before one of them managed to find his voice. "Rather than dancing, it seems like the golem is doing warm-ups?" "That does seem to be the case." The other 2 elders nodded stiffly. They could not help but wonder if their eyes were playing tricks on them. It was simply too difficult to enchant the guardian golems, such that even those who succeeded would only be able to get it to move a few steps. Yet, after enchanting the golem, the young man actually made it do warm-ups instead of moving forward? "Are you messing with us?" Not only were the 3 elders frenzied by what they saw, even Zhang Feng was so dumbfounded that he forgot to return his primordial spirit back to his body. Instead, his primordial spirit trembled so intensely that it seemed like it would succumb to shock very soon and dissipate. He had nearly died from exhaustion just by having his golem move 7 steps. But that fellow was actually making the golem do warm-ups. "Aren't you way too arrogant?" Seeing the frenzied crowd clutching their hair in the air, Xianxia shook his head in disapproval. Just one look, and I know all of you lack basic understanding about exercising. These golems have been stationary for far too long. If they get up without doing a short warm-up, they could be easily injured. Did your physical education teachers not teach you to first warm up your body first before exercising? That's elementary knowledge, you know? Even little children know that they have to warm up prior to exercising, and yet these elders and geniuses actually still made the golem proceed without warming up. Honestly, where did their common sense go? As he criticized the crowd internally, Xianxia continued instructing the golem. Alright, warm-up is over. Now 2 sets of high knees. Go! Pung 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 pung. The golem raised its knees up to chest height one at a time, causing endless tremors to ripple through the ground as a result of its movement. It felt as if it would soon create a massive basin in the area. Seeing that the golem's form was perfect, Xianxia nodded in approval before issuing another instruction. Good. 2 sets of frog leaps, go! Pung 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 pung. This time, the tremors on the ground was even worse. Under the relentless shaking, those buildings that had barely managed to survive the previous calamity eventually caved in and collapsed to the ground, raising a dust storm. Even the library, which had been completely intact a moment ago, also collapsed under the intense shaking of the ground. Alright, warm-up is over. We shall start running around the Spirit Awakener Hall. You are only allowed to stop when I tell you to. Got it. Xianxia said in an imposing voice reminiscent of a strict instructor. Puha! 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 The golem nodded excitedly as it began running. Every step it took felt as if a new comet had just crashed down onto the world, causing the earth to cave in and mountains to shake. More and more buildings fell victim to this bizarre sports meet. The minds of the 3 elders and Zhang Feng had completely turned blank from shock. They could hardly process what was going on at all. Ever since the founding of this Spirit Awakener Hall, even the most talented of Spirit Awakeners had only been able to allow the golem to move a few steps. Yet, not only did this fellow make it complete an entire set of warm-up exercises, he even made it sprint laps around the Spirit Awakener Hall. Is this considered my victory? While the crowd was still at a loss as to what to make of the situation, the young man's calm voice suddenly rang out. Oh, of course. Swallowing their saliva, the 3 elders nodded with uncanny harmony, almost a little like little chicks pecking on rice. The golem had already completed quite a few laps, and the buildings of the Spirit Awakener Hall had already collapsed to the point where there was nothing left to collapse. If this still could not be considered his victory, what else could? So, am I the new inceptive sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall now? Xianxia asked. Yes, of course. The elders nodded once more. Good. I hope that you don't have any qualms about me settling my own private grudges then, Xianxia said. Then, he turned his gaze away from the 3 elders over toward Zhang Feng and said, Since you have a foul mouth, let's start with 100 slaps for your mouth. Make sure to use your full strength for that. Hearing the order from Xianxia, Zhang Feng was appalled. He quickly turned his sights over to the netherworld azure dragon beast, and to his relief, the latter was not moving at all. Just when he was about to retort, he suddenly heard a series of pa-pa-pa noises. Lowering his head, he saw that his physical body had stood up at some point in time, and his hands were striking his face forcefully one after another at a certain tempo. In just a few moments, there was already a long stream of blood flowing down his chin, and a couple of his teeth had been knocked out as well. You! Zhang Feng widened his eyes in shock, and he bellowed with a hint of fear in his voice. What kind of sorcery did you use on me? Why is my body obeying your orders? Considering that his primordial spirit was still up in the sky, his body should have been completely unconscious, reminiscent of a corpse. Why would his hands suddenly start slapping his face? Well, I had some free time after enchanting the golem, so I enchanted your body while I was at it, Xianxia said leisurely before turning his gaze back toward Zhang Feng's body to instruct. Yes, that's good. That posture is perfect. Don't stop. Harder, harder. Pa 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 pa. The slaps grew even sharper. You enchanted my body? Zhang Feng's primordial spirit jolted upon hearing those words, and he nearly lost his sanity in that instant. He was not even dead yet, and that fellow actually successfully enchanted his body. Just how did he manage to do it? My body! Unable to watch on any longer, Zhang Feng rushed back toward his body and began wresting control over his body from the spirit Zhang Xian had enchanted into it. However, the spirit that Zhang Xian had enchanted was simply too powerful. While he was still in the midst of fighting for control over his body, the spirit finished the 100 slaps, and after that was done, it maneuvered his body to lie on the floor, allowing the sprinting guardian golem to step on it every now and then. An hour later, Zhang Feng had finally wrestled back control over his body. But for some reason, cactuses and flowers had started sprouting on his head. At the same time, his body was also in a tattered state after all of the horrors it had been through. Most of the bones in his ribcage were shattered, and his face was swollen to twice of its previous size. Even his own brother would have to stare intently at his face before finding any traces of the previous him at all. All right, I am done settling my grudge. Farewell. After teaching Zhang Feng a lesson, Zhang Xian placed the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast back into the myriad anthive nest with a wave of his hand before leaping into the sky, heading off in the direction in which Luo Shenqing had left. Most likely, Luo Shenqing must have headed back to his clan in order to check on Luo Ruoxin. However, with how long he had been gone for, Zhang Xian could not help but worry that something might have happened to Luo Ruoxin. Zhang Shi. Upon seeing that Zhang Xian was going to leave, the three elders hurriedly rushed forward to stop him. While young man before them was busy settling his grudge with Zhang Feng, they had managed to gather some information on his background. It had only been 6 hours or so since he had cleared the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination, and he already wielded the ability to make the Guardian Golem run laps around the Spirit Awakener Hall. His talent in spirit enchantment had really reached a level far beyond their imagination. It was not easy for them to stumble by such a talented Spirit Awakener, so how could they allow him to leave so easily? Seeing that the crowd was blocking his path, Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. What? Are you all planning on exacting vengeance for Zhang Feng? Of course not, of course not. It is Zhang Feng's own fault for having such a foul mouth. He deserves to be punished for that, an elder hurriedly said with a smile. Spirit Awakeners were not as particular about rules and conventions as master teachers. While Zhang Feng was a formidable genius as well, he was lacking compared to the young man standing before them. Naturally, they knew full well whom they should side with. Then, hearing that they did not stop him for Zhang Feng, Zhang Xian frowned in confusion. It's like this. In 3 months, there will be a selection in the Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters for the selection of our next Hall Master. Our Sanctum of Sages initially intended to dispatch Zhang Feng, but since you possess such astounding mastery in enchantment, we would like to send you there instead, one of the elders said. Selection for the next Hall Master? Zhang Xian frowned. That's right. The 3 elders hurriedly nodded in unison. The Spirit Awakener Hall in the Sanctum of Sages could be considered a branch of the Spirit Awakener Guild as well. If the person they dispatched became the next Hall Master, they would stand to benefit greatly as well. Not only would there be a massive boost to their reputations, they would stand to earn handsome rewards. It was for this reason that they had been determined to protect Zhang Feng regardless of the cost. However, after witnessing Zhang Xian's unbelievable mastery in spirit enchantment, they swiftly redirected their high expectations from Zhang Feng to him. 3 months? I'll give it some thought, Zhang Xian replied, neither accepting nor rejecting the offer. It was the 10th month at the moment, and 3 months from now would be the 1st month. There was still some time before the agreed marriage date between Luo Ruoxin and the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. If he could pay a visit to the Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters, he would be able to meet Wang Ying. He hadn't heard anything from that lass ever since she left with the envoy from the Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters, so he had no idea how she was doing at the moment. Hopefully, the Spirit Awakener Guild was treating her well. Otherwise, he did not mind enchanting everything there was in the headquarters and tearing everything down. Do give the matter serious consideration. This is a very good opportunity for you. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Han Fu, and this is my communication jade token. I'll check up with you some time later to hear your decision. one of the elders said as he passed a jade token over. Xianxia took it and threw it into his storage ring before hurrying away. Luo Xianqing had left roughly an hour ago, and his trail had mostly vanished. On top of that, he had intentionally concealed his trail, making it difficult to track him down. Even when using his eye of insight, his trail was extremely faint, abruptly vanishing at some points. It took Xianxia some fumbling around before he was able to find where the trail reappeared. The Sanctum of Sages covered an area far greater than the Qingyuan-conferred empire. Even with the considerable rise in his cultivation over the past few months, it still took him quite a while before he was finally out of its perimeters. 10 minutes later, he arrived before a mountain range. It was a true sight of devastation before him. As if someone had torched the area with flames, black patches of charred land and billowing white smoke could be seen here and there. A battle broke out here not too long ago, Xianxia thought grimly as he scanned the wreckage around him. Judging from the various marks, it should not have been more than 15 minutes since the battle ended. Considering how Luo Xianqing had been heading in this direction, could the damage have been left behind by him? But Luo Xianqing had left in order to find Ruoxin and his own clan. So who could he have been fighting against? Eye of insight. Xianxia examined the marks carefully, and a moment later, a grim look appeared on his face. These marks are indeed from Luo Xianqing. Through analyzing the various marks around in detail, he could tell that some of the marks had been caused by Luo Xianqing's abilities. The opponent he had crossed blows with seemed to be rather powerful as well, a Saint 8 Dan expert at the very least. Can't be that something has happened to Ruoxin, right? Such a thought surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind, and it immediately sent him into a state of anxiety. Just as he was about to quickly follow the trail ahead, he suddenly noticed a huge ominous cloud looming over a valley not too far away. Countless streaks of lightning crackled frighteningly, ready to unleash their devastating might on the world. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in alarm. That's a lightning tribulation. Having just cleared one himself not too long ago, he was extremely familiar with it. Turning his gaze to the storm clouds, Zhang Xian swiftly saw a familiar figure. Is that Luo Xianqing? But he hasn't finished reinforcing his cultivation yet. Could it be that he has encountered something that left him with no choice but to call forth his dimension-sundering ordeal prematurely? In any case, this doesn't seem good. The other party was currently standing at the very center of the storm, and countless streaks of lightning raged around him, threatening to reduce him to ashes. Luo Xianqing was going to face his dimension-sundering ordeal. The dimension-sundering ordeal was incomparably dangerous. Luo Xianqing had intended to challenge it in the Sanctum of Sages, where he would be protected by Kong Shi's will, thus making him less susceptible to inner demons. However, he had ended up calling the lightning tribulation in the middle of this mountain range instead. Without a doubt, something unexpected must have happened, leaving him with no choice but to face his dimension-sundering ordeal prematurely. After making sense of the situation, Zhang Xian did not rush forward to assist Luo Xianqing. Instead, he activated his eye of insight and assessed the surrounding area, and a moment later, a frown surfaced on his forehead. There was no one in the surroundings at all. Was he mistaken? Or did the person Luo Xianqing was fighting with previously flee in fear upon seeing the arrival of the lightning tribulation? Seeing that there was no one in the area, Zhang Xian quickly turned his sight back to the young man standing amid the sea of lightning. Forget it, there's no time to think about that now. Luo Xianqing has a rather irritable temper, which makes him very prone to the assault of inner demons. Facing the dimension-sundering ordeal without ample preparation could be extremely dangerous to him. The dimension-sundering ordeal was dangerous not just because of the lightning tribulation but also because of the transformations in the surrounding space and the inner demons. Even he would have some trouble clearing it. At this moment, Luo Xianqing's eyes were already crimson, and it was apparent to anyone looking at him that he was not in the right state of mind. Forcefully challenging the dimension-sundering ordeal in his current condition could very well spell failure and even death. I have to save him. Without any time to hesitate, Zhang Xian rushed straight toward the lightning. Shortly after he flew into the area of the lightning tribulation, just 300 meters away from where he had been standing before, two figures slowly materialized into existence. It felt as if they were non-existent beings that were squeezed out of the void. Not even sweeping across them with one's spiritual perception would allow one to perceive their presence. One of them was an elder dressed in a golden robe. Looking at Xianxia's disappearing back with a tight frown, he asked, "Who is he?" The other elder standing behind him clasped his fist and explained, "Elder, that young man is Xianxia, a friend whom young Master Xianqing recently got acquainted with. The both of them have set out to find the Dongshu gourd together, and that's what allowed young Master Xianqing to successfully make a breakthrough to half-dimension sundering realm." "Xianxia? The Zhang clan?" the golden-robed elder asked. "According to our investigations, he isn't from the Zhang clan but an orphan from an unranked kingdom. It's said that he's Yang Shi's direct disciple," the second elder replied. "Yang Xian? That fellow has started taking in disciples too." The golden-robed elder was slightly surprised to hear those words. A moment later, he shook his head in incomprehension and said, "Since that young man is Yang Xian's disciple, he should know better than to charge right into the lightning tribulation. Did he think that he would be of any help to Xianqing with his leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivation? A cultivator had to clear their ordeals with their own strength. Help from others would only cause the lightning tribulation to grow larger and larger, possibly causing the situation to run out of control. While it was true that the young man would not make much difference to the might of the dimension-sundering ordeal considering how weak he was, charging in recklessly was just plain suicidal. Just what in the world was he thinking? Based on the rumors, this Zhang Xian is a rather hot-tempered person who causes destruction wherever he goes. It might be due to their similar personalities that they forged a tight bond. Thus, when he saw that young Master Xianqing was facing the lightning tribulation, he couldn't help but leap in to offer his help, the second elder explained. "Couldn't help but leap in?" The golden-robed elder harumphed coldly. "Courageous but lacks wit. Tell Xianqing to steer clear from such reckless individuals after he clears his dimension-sundering ordeal." In the first place, he was already extremely displeased by how Luo Xianqing was causing destruction everywhere he went. Naturally, hearing that he was friends with someone of a similar nature, his anger only intensified further. "Yes," the second elder nodded. Oblivious to the two figures who had escaped the detection of his eye of insight and materialized behind him, Zhang Xian had already arrived at a location not too far away from Luo Xianqing. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Luo Xianqing anxiously bellowed, "What are you doing here? You won't be able to clear the dimension-sundering ordeal in the current state you are in." "I'm here to help you," Zhang Xian explained. "Help me? This is my lightning tribulation. What can you possibly do to help me?" Luo Xianqing shook his head. "Get out of here fast. I'm not even certain if I can withstand the lightning that is gathering above, much less protect you." Before Luo Xianqing could finish his words, the lightning bolt in the sky had finally finished charging up its power, and it abruptly bolted down with imposing momentum. Kacha! Kacha! A 10-meter-wide streak of lightning tore open a black gorge through space as it fell straight for Luo Xianqing. "Don't even think about it." Luo Xianqing hurriedly gathered immense might in his palms and thrust them upward to fend off the lightning strike. The overwhelming might he wielded as a half-dimension sundering realm expert collided head-on with the lightning, causing the surrounding space to crumble layer by layer. Kacha! Even though he managed to ward off most of the energy harnessed within the lightning bolt, there were still some remnants that breached his defense and struck his head, causing his hair to stand up and his body to be charred black. The dimension-sundering ordeal was many times stronger than the leaving aperture ordeal that Zhang Xian had summoned previously. Even with his recent breakthrough to half-dimension sundering realm, he still felt a numbing sensation rippling through his body, and the Jinqi within his body nearly dissipated under the zap. "Hurry up and leave the area. I really won't be able to withstand this lightning tribulation." Luo Xianqing panted rapidly as he howled with reddened eyes. He had spent nearly half of his entire capacity of Jinqi just to fend off that single streak of lightning, and the zap of lightning that struck him caused a feeling of weakness to spread throughout his body, making him feel as if there was lead in his arms and legs. There was a total of 6 lightning streaks that one had to face in the dimension-sundering ordeal, and every single streak was more formidable than the last. Even the first one had left him nearly incapacitated, so he did not know how he could persevere through the remaining 5. You don't need to worry about me. I'll just head up to take a swift look. Paying no heed to Luo Xuanqing's words, Xianxia suddenly leaped up, diving straight toward the storm clouds. You! Not expecting the other party to leap into the most dangerous region of the lightning tribulation just to save him, Luo Xuanqing could not help but feel a little touched inside. Really, it was only in a life-and-death situation that a person would be able to tell their true friends apart from their fair-weather friends. In fact, putting aside friends, most cultivator couples would also choose to abandon their companion in times of danger. The fact that the other party was willing to dive deep into danger in order to save him at this crucial moment truly meant a lot to him. Xianxia was a person who was truly loyal to his friends. Wait a moment. A thought suddenly came into Luo Xuanqing's mind, and he shuddered. Could it be that he likes me? Looking back, it really felt like Xianxia had treated him exceptionally well, to a point that was already beyond the normal relationship between friends. Could it be that he harbors lustful thoughts toward me? Regardless of what he's thinking of, there's no way I'll submit to him, not even at the cost of my life. Humph! Luo Xuanqing quickly shook away the thoughts in his mind as he swallowed a pill and quickly replenished the jinqi that he had lost. He had to prepare himself to face the second streak of lightning. Is that fellow insane? Not only was Luo Xuanqing taken aback by Xianxia's actions, the 2 elders spectating outside were dumbfounded as well. They had seen cultivators dashing into their lovers' lightning tribulation to shoulder the suffering together, and they had also seen those who stood resiliently in the face of the lightning, determined to protect their loved one, even if it meant death. But not once had they seen anyone charging straight into the storm clouds to seek death. How in the world did a master teacher as formidable as Xianxia end up with such a crack-brained disciple? Not even Saint 8 Dan experts would dare dive into the midst of the storm clouds of a dimension-sundering ordeal. For a mere Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Cultivator to dive right in, that's practically suicide. The golden-robed elder shook his head. Forget it. Let's collect his corpse later on and bury him well. This was the first time he had seen such an irrational individual. This was no longer saving others but leaping to one's death. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Unaware of the frenzy he had induced among the crowd, an excited gleam surfaced in Xianxia's eyes as soon as he dived into the clouds. Little tribulation, Big Brother Xianxia is here. Xianxia's voice quivered in excitement as he opened all of his acupoints and began taking everything around him in. It had taken them 5 to 6 days to find the Dongshu gourd, but the return trip had taken them 10 days in total. It had taken him only a couple of hours to help Bai Hongyin and the others achieve a breakthrough, and he did not waste the remaining time either. He had been using the Dongshu gourd to expand his dantian, creating a looped space. Hard work never fails. He did manage to succeed with the construction of the looped space prior to returning to the Sanctum of Sages, but a new problem had swiftly arisen. The creation of the looped space increased the capacity of his dantian more than tenfold, and all in all, his jinqi was only sufficient to fill 1/10 of it. Just as he was racking his brain to find a way to fill it up, this lightning tribulation came his way. How could he possibly not be excited? With this, he would be able to fill his jinqi right to the brim. Tzzzzzzzz. The lightning that seeped into his body was swiftly converted into lightning jinqi before being deposited into his dantian. Sensing the sudden influx of power, the lazily lying Dongshu gourd jolted upward, and it swiftly leaped out of his body. What are you going to do? The sudden appearance of the Dongshu gourd immediately left Xianxia feeling wary. Nothing good seemed to happen whenever it appeared. Paying no heed to Xianxia's question, the gourd let loose a joyful exclamation as it began to circle around the area. Along with its circular motion, the surrounding lightning was swiftly drawn toward it, and as if falling into a black hole, the lightning disappeared from the world. The heck? Slow down. You are just a mere gourd. Do you really need that much energy? It was his clone the last around, and now even a mere gourd was stealing the lightning tribulation from him. What the heck is this? It wasn't easy for me to bump into Luo Xuanqing's lightning tribulation. You know? There's still a huge vacuum within my dantian that I haven't filled up. Don't you feel ashamed profiting off my hard work? As an artifact, shouldn't you learn to respect your master's will? Xianxia soon realized that there was no way he would be able to stop the Dongshu gourd. So he eventually gave up on talking to it and focused back on absorbing as much lightning energy as he could. But soon, he suddenly felt a rapid decline in the concentration of lightning around him. Turning his head, he saw another vortex forming within the storm cloud. At some point in time, the vine that he had stored inside his storage ring had flown out, and it was gobbling down the lightning energy at an insane rate as well. Screw this. All this lightning is mine, mine. Xianxia was on the verge of going insane. All of you are really too shameless. How can you snatch my stuff publicly? While Xianxia's face was still twitching from rage, his clone suddenly popped out beside him, and after directing a cold harumph toward Xianxia, as if blaming him for not inviting him to the party, he dashed to the center of the lightning tribulation and began absorbing the lightning energy too. You! Seeing how each of these fellows was absorbing at a rate far quicker than him, Xianxia knew that it would be foolish to waste his time getting angry. He could always berate them afterward. Thus, gritting his teeth, he drew out his primordial spirit and began absorbing the surrounding lightning energy furiously in unison with his body. Xianxia was swiftly deposited into his dantian, filling up the void in his body. But barely after he had filled up a third of his capacity, he sensed that the surrounding lightning had already grown pathetically thin. Taking a swift look around him, he saw that the rate at which the gourd, the vine, and his clone were devouring the surrounding lightning was increasing, causing the initially concentrated sea of lightning to turn so thin that it looked like a thin layer of mist instead. You bastards! The more he thought about it, the more furious Xianxia felt. Gritting his teeth, he hastened his rate of absorption as well. And while he was on the verge of exploding of anger, Luo Xianqing, who had spent his time desperately replenishing his energy, finally heralded the arrival of the second lightning streak. Pai! A sound reminiscent of flatulence echoed in the air, and a finger-thick streak of lightning weakly fell upon his head. Puha! With a might that was probably insufficient to snap a branch, it dissipated after finishing its job. Luo Xianqing. The two elders. What happened? It took a while before the two elders finally recovered from their shocked states. Nevertheless, the disbelief in their eyes remained apparent for all to see. Having lived for several centuries, they had witnessed plenty of lightning tribulations, and they had undergone quite a few themselves too. Each time it appeared, they still couldn't help but tremble slightly in trepidation before its overwhelming might. But what the heck was the fart-like thing they had just seen? Could it be that the lightning tribulation has a problem releasing the energy it has charged up? The second elder couldn't help but ask. Are you trying to tell me that the lightning tribulation is constipating? The golden-robed elder glanced at the second elder sharply. Lightning tribulation was the retribution that the heavens brought upon those who stepped beyond their own boundary. The purpose was to establish its authority and instill fear into all life forms. The immense energy it had charged up would eventually be channeled into a devastating streak of lightning to strike down the offender who dared to overstep his boundaries. And Luo Xuanqing's lightning tribulation had been charging up for quite some time already. Yet, the eventual lightning streak released ended up being so unimpressive. Most likely, the earlier streak of lightning is just a starter. It should be releasing a much stronger streak very soon. What's going on? In the midst of analyzing the situation, the golden-robed elder suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had just seen the impossible being realized. The second elder hurriedly turned his gaze toward the sky too, and he saw the storm clouds covering several dozen li of the surrounding sky billowing furiously all of a sudden, as if an ill patient coughing violently. This coughing continued for quite a while before it abruptly jolted forward, and a figure was puked out of the clouds. It was the same young man who had dived into its midst earlier. Seemingly enraged at being coughed out, the young man bellowed furiously as he wagged his finger threateningly at the storm clouds. You rascal, you sure have grown arrogant. How dare you puke me out? While saying those words, the young man dashed back toward the storm clouds. But before he could even come close to it, the fear-inducing storm cloud suddenly trembled intensely, as if falling into a state of panic. Following which, Tizila, it whizzed off into the distance, vanishing from view in the blink of an eye. He actually made the lightning tribulation flee in fear? The two elders glanced at one another, and the overwhelming shock coursing through their minds nearly caused them to lose control of their strength and appear from their invisible state. All this while, they had thought that the young man was doomed to die after diving into the midst of the storm clouds. Yet, when the young man placed his hand on his hip and berated with lightning tribulation with a wagging finger, not only did the latter dare not to retaliate, it even fled frantically as if a terrified ostrich. This sight made them realize that it wasn't that there was a problem with Luo Xuanqing's lightning tribulation, but that this seemingly ordinary young man wasn't as ordinary as they thought him out to be. That fellow is a true talent. No matter what, we must pull him over to our Luo clan's side, the golden-robed elder said resolutely. As unbelievable as the matter may seem to him, the Sanctum of Sages was still a place where geniuses all over the master-teacher continent gathered. It wasn't completely impossible for a person who possessed the unique ability to deal with heavenly tribulations to appear here. No matter the cost, they had to bring this talent over to their Luo clan so that they could study the secrets behind his means. But he's Xianxia's disciple. It won't be easy for us to pull him over to our side. The second elder shook his head. Xianxia was one of the grand elders of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and naturally, his student was bound to enter the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters. There was no reason for the young man to join their Luo clan at all. That's true. The golden-robed elder sighed in pity. As much as they wanted the young man to join their clan, they dared not to vie with the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and they didn't have the ability to do so either. After some thought, the golden-robed elder was still unable to think of any viable solution to the matter at the moment. So he waved his hand and said, "It'll do to just report this matter to the clan head. Yusin should have been escorted back at the clan by now, so we should be hurrying back too so as to not hold up the elders' conference." The second elder nodded. With a slight wave of his hand, something similar to a massive teleportation formation appeared before the duo, and stepping into it, they vanished from the spot, as if they had never been there before. Xianxia cursed and cursed, but the rage in his heart couldn't be quelled. However, there was nothing he could do about it either. With the size of the lightning tribulation, it should have been more than enough to fill up his dantian fully. However, due to the Dongshu gourd, the vine, and his clone messing around, he only managed to fill up half of it. The more he thought, the more stifled he felt. It seemed like he would just have to rely on Luo Shenqing and Zhang Chun's yet-to-arrive pinnacle spirit stones for that then. It was only the filling up of his dantian for the first time that would require the purest of energies. For subsequent times, there was no need to go through so much trouble anymore. To make an analogy, this was similar to expanding one's territory and developing new grounds. It was only the first time that would require an immense inflow of resources. Subsequently, once the foundation was laid, one would only have to put in minimal resources in order to maintain it. It was for this reason that he had to use resources harnessing spiritual energy far more concentrated than concentrated spiritual energy for the first charge up, and subsequently, even absorbing the spiritual energy from ordinary spirit veins would suffice to replenish his jinqi. Sighing deeply, Xianxia lowered his head and saw the Dongshu gourd lying gleefully in his dantian, shaking its bottom from time to time, as if challenging him. At the same time, his clone had also returned back to the folded space, lying contentedly on the ground and letting loose a majestic burp. As for the vine, its reaction was a little more normal. It lay motionlessly in his storage ring, seemingly still trying to assimilate the energy it had just taken in. These bastards! Xianxia couldn't help but curse beneath his breath as he shook his head helplessly. If any cultivator wielded the power to absorb the energy harnessed within lightning tribulations, they would surely be the envy of others. And yet, even just the artifacts he carried was capable of doing that, and on top of that, it turned out that he was the weakest of them all in contrast. Deep indignance filled Xianxia's mind. Just when could he be more awe-inspiring? Hi! It seems like I'm too ordinary after all. Xianxia sighed deeply. It was one thing for him to lose out to his clone girlfriend and clone, but now even a clone and vine that he had picked up on a whim turned out to be so formidable too. If not for his resilient mental fortitude, he would have killed himself out of embarrassment by now. Xianxia. Just as Xianxia was feeling deeply stifled inside, a voice suddenly sounded not too far away. Turning his head over, he saw Luo Xianqing staring at him with his mouth agape. All this while, Luo Xianqing thought that Xianxia only wielded the ability to scare away his own lightning tribulation. But to think that he had the ability to do the same to others too. Didn't this mean that if he were to look for Xianxia each time he was to face a lightning tribulation, he would be able to clear it without any danger? Brother Luo. Seeing through Luo Xuanqing's thoughts, Xianxia's reddened face quickly turned slightly pale, and his legs trembled feebly beneath him. I hope that you won't speak of this matter to others. I had to use a secret art earlier, and similar to the side effects from the activation of your unique bloodline, this secret art carries severe side effects too, so it would be unsafe for me to use it recklessly. Luo Xuanqing's cheeks twitched wildly. Do you think that I'm blind? Putting aside how superficial your acting is, the very least you could do is to put up the act right from the start, not when I approached you. However, seeing how the young man before him was unwilling to talk about the matter, Luo Xianqing inwardly gave the latter a thumbs up for being as humble as him before dropping the matter from his mind. Xianxia, you have my deepest gratitude. If not for your help, I could have very well lost my life to the lightning tribulation. Luo Xianqing clasped his fist and said. At the same time, a shudder ran through his heart and he imagined what would have happened if the young man hadn't been here. It was out of a moment of anxiety that he triggered the dimension-sundering ordeal, paying no heeds to the consequences at all then. It was only when the lightning tribulation appeared did he realize what kind of frightening force he was going against. If the young man had been any later, he could have very well been electrocuted to death. Not even his bloodline ability would have been able to save him. Brother Luo, weren't you intending to challenge your dimension-sundering ordeal back at the Sanctum of Sages? Why would you? What happened? Xianxia asked with a deep frown. I came here to look for my younger sister, wanting to ask her if what Zhang Feng said was true. Halfway through his words, Luo Xianqing couldn't help but shake his head glumly. Forget it. There's no point talking about it. The little princess, is she? Seeing how Luo Xianqing stopped halfway through his words, Xianxia couldn't help but panic a little. Is she injured? Where is she? Injured? Luo Xianqing shook his head. How can that be? My younger sister has assimilated the dimension silencer. If she were to tap into its full prowess, not even our father will be able to do anything to her. It's no exaggeration to say that no one in the Luo clan is able to hurt her even in the slightest. Then, a thought suddenly came to Luo Xuanqing's mind, and he raised his head and glared at the young man before him warily. Why are you asking me this? Xianxia was caught off guard by Luo Xuanqing's sudden question. I'm warning you right now. Even though I think of you as a brother, you better not dream of touching my younger sister. May I ask the reason for that? Unable to take it anymore, Xianxia asked with a frown. You know that she's unwilling to marry the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, so why would you still go along with that? I know that she's unwilling to do that too, but being born in the Luo clan means that there are responsibilities that she cannot shirk off. There's simply no other way around it. Luo Xianqing shook his head. Let's drop this matter here. I don't want to talk about it anymore. But, Xianxia exclaimed anxiously. There are no buts. Speaking of which, I happen to have a matter which I have to trouble you for. Luo Xianqing raised his head and said. Xianxia was still a little reluctant to drop the matter with the answer he had been searching for dangling just ahead of him. But seeing the stern look on Luo Xuanqing's face, he could only give up on it. Brother Luo, feel free to speak. As long as it's within my means, I'll definitely accomplish it. I want you to help me find the person whom my younger sister insists to be with even at the defiance of the entire clan. Luo Xianqing said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Xianxia's lips twitched. He hesitated for a brief moment before probing carefully. What do you intend to do after finding him? What do I intend to do? Luo Xianqing gnashed his teeth together as he spat. If I don't break his third leg, my surname won't be Luo. Veins popped up all over Xianxian's temples. What's wrong? Noticing the bizarre expression on Xianxian's face, Luo Xianqing asked doubtfully. It's nothing much. I'm just a little curious. Considering how much you dote on your younger sister, why would you want to beat up the person whom your younger sister loves? Zhang Xian asked. As a legitimate siscon, Luo Xianqing should wish for his younger sister's happiness. So why would he make a move on his younger sister's boyfriend then? Isn't the reason obvious? It's because he's unworthy of my younger sister. Luo Xianqing harumphed. Unworthy? You haven't even met him before. How would you know that he's worthy of your younger sister? Zhang Xian replied indignantly. It was understandable how the likes of Zhang Chun and the others were unworthy of his younger sister, but surely he should be able to meet the mark. He might still be a little weak at the moment, but with sufficient time, he would become the next sanctum head and rise to the very top of the master-teacher continent. Humph! The man who is worthy of my younger sister hasn't been born in this world yet. Luo Xianqing replied adamantly. But surely your younger sister has to marry someone eventually? You can't possibly stay by her side for life, right? Zhang Xian questioned on. That's for the future. In any case, I just don't think that there's anyone in this world who is worthy of her. Not to mention, according to what I heard, the person whom she likes isn't too strong either. Luo Xianqing said. Isn't too strong? Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat as he asked carefully. Did she say who the person she likes is? Of course she did. Luo Xianqing suddenly turned his head to Zhang Xian as killing intent flared from his body. She said it? Zhang Xian cowered his neck back as a prickling sensation broke out all over his scalp. He hurriedly drove his Jinqi furiously, ready to escape immediately should the other party charge at him. This future brother-in-law of his could be rather unreasonable at times, and Zhang Xian had no intention of getting pummeled for no good reason either. Naturally, the wisest course of action was to flee first and return to communicate only after the latter had calmed down. Indeed, Luo Xianqing waved his hand in irritation. Seeing that Luo Xianqing didn't make a move on him, Zhang Xian hesitated for a brief moment before asking warily, Then, who is he? I don't exactly know who it is, but it's a person that she met in the period that she left home. According to her, he's a master teacher who has a heart vast enough to embrace the entire world, never hesitating to help those who are in need. Despite his low cultivation, his character is nothing short of perfection. On top of that, his mastery in pill forging is unrivaled in the world, unprecedented even in history. The more he spoke, the more furious Luo Xianqing became. In the end, he swung his sleeves backward angrily as he exclaimed, But she refused to reveal his name. So, I have no idea who he is either. She didn't reveal his name? Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel deeply touched inside. He would have never thought that he would appear to be so perfect in Luo Ruoxin's heart. As expected of his soulmate, she was able to discover the goodness in him. Harboring such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian turned to look at Luo Xianqing once more and said, Since the little princess has described that person to be so perfect, what else do you have to worry about? It was incomprehensible to him why this future brother-in-law would reject such a perfect man. It would be impossible to find another person as outstanding as that out there in the world. If Luo Xianqing was going to reject such a guy, just who in the world could catch his eye then? Perfect? Humph. The more she says such words, the more apparent that she has been scammed by that fellow. How can there be any perfect man in the world other than me? Luo Xianqing waved his hand indignantly. Cough, cough. Zhang Xian's eyebrows twitched upon hearing those words, and he nearly choked to death on his saliva. He didn't think that this future brother-in-law of his would be so narcissistic. Perfect? A person who wreaked havoc across all halls in the Sanctum of Sages. becoming a figure whom the entire school has picked up their pitchforks against. Is that your definition of perfect? Do you really have no idea what other people think of you? With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head and say, when it comes to perfection, I'm afraid that you still have much to work on. Perhaps only I have come the closest to it. You? Those words immediately induced Luo Shenqing to send a disdainful glance over. Stop daydreaming over here. I admit you do possess incredible means, commanding formidable capability in formation, beast taming, and dealing with lightning tribulations. However, with your eccentricity and lack of common sense dealing with situations, your lack of thought before speaking, and your pathetically weak social awareness, I really have no idea how you can the cheek to call yourself perfect. In fact, I doubt whether there would ever be a girl in the world who would be interested in you. Even if there is one, she must most definitely be blind. Even though he had only known this young man for roughly 20 days, he had already gained a deep understanding of the other party from the time they had spent together. Poor social awareness, lack of sensitivity to his surroundings, often choking others with his words, and not to mention, a complete lack of response that an ordinary man should have when facing the ladies. This had led Luo Shenqing to deeply suspect if the young man had some kind of weird interests. If anyone could fall in love with such a person, she must be blind. You! Black lines streaked across Zhang Xian's face. Speak for yourself. Aren't you very much single? Given your hot-tempered personality, it would take a miracle for any girl to be interested in you. I only speak to you politely out of respect for you as my future brother-in-law. But how can you say that there's no one in the world who would like me and even claim that your own younger sister is blind? The one who is blind is you. The same bloodline, the same clan, and the same parents. How could there be such a huge difference between the both of them? It is no wonder why you are still single despite already treading into your 30s. You? Bullshit. It's not that I can't find a girlfriend, but that those who get close to me are usually due to my identity as the young master of the Luo clan. Luo Shenqing bellowed with eyes bulging in agitation. Stop finding excuses for yourself. There's just no one who is interested in you as a person. That's all there is to it. Zhang Xian harumphed. You! So furious that his lips were quivering non-stop, Luo Shenqing was on the verge of erupting. Just like that, the two men glared at one another angrily with a fiery inferno blazing in their eyes, seemingly wanting to tear the other party apart. Sometime later, Zhang Xian waved his hands and harumphed coldly. To tell you the truth, I have a girlfriend, and my girlfriend loves me a lot. Ha ha! Luo Shenqing. What I'm saying is true. My girlfriend is really pretty, and she's strong at that. Zhang Xian continued. Ha ha! Luo Shenqing. Are you doubting me? Just think about it. How can someone as outstanding as me possibly not have a girlfriend? Black lines were starting to emerge on Zhang Xian's forehead. Ha ha! Luo Shenqing. Zhang Xian. A while later, to tell you the truth, I have a girlfriend too, Luo Shenqing said. Ha ha! Zhang Xian. She's extremely pretty, and she possesses great strength on top of that, Luo Shenqing said. Ha ha! Zhang Xian. You! Luo Shenqing gritted his teeth furiously. Just like that, the duo glared at one another furiously once more. The standstill continued for quite a while before Luo Shenqing finally waved his hand and said, I won't waste my breath with you anymore. Anyway, help me look into the person whom my younger sister likes. This was the matter which he wanted to entrust to Zhang Xian. You want me to help you look into the matter? Zhang Xian frowned. As the young master of the Luo clan, you possess a much wider information network than I do. Why would you want to go through me instead? Even though Luo Shenqing appeared to be extremely reckless, often acting without much thought, through the matter with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, Zhang Xian knew that that was only how he appeared on the exterior. In truth, he was a rather meticulous person on the inside. I have already promised my younger sister not to investigate that man. However, it can't really be helped if you were to investigate the matter and unwittingly speak of it before me, and I accidentally overhear that man's background, right? Luo Shenqing said. It was not that he didn't want to look into this matter himself, but that his younger sister had pleaded with him not to disturb the man whom she loved. He was unwilling to accept her request initially, but looking into her sorrowful eyes, he still eventually succumbed to her request. But still, he couldn't let this matter go just like that. If he were to go through another person instead, that wouldn't be considered as breaking his promise, right? Xianxia fell into deep contemplation. Most likely, Ruoxin knew that it would be impossible for him to stand against Luo Xianqing and the entire Luo clan with his current strength. So she chose to keep his identity hidden so as to prevent him from being harassed and hurt. Hi! Xianxia sighed deeply. He felt like he really owed the other party far too much. All right, I'll help you find the other party. However, do you have any clues? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before nodding. By agreeing to the other party, he would be able to forge a long-term connection with Luo Xianqing, possibly allowing him to inquire into Luo Ruoxin's current situation at any moment. At the same time, he would also be able to control the flow of information that got to Luo Xianqing, thus placing him in a safer position. The clues are, as I have told you before, the person she likes is a master teacher, and it seems like he's of good personality and his looks are fairly decent too. As for where she has been to during that period of time, I'm not too sure yet. I'll get to you if I manage to hear anything about that. Luo Xianqing paused for a moment before saying. His younger sister had concealed herself so well that there was completely no news about her during the period of time she left home. As such, not even he was aware of her whereabouts then. Perhaps there might someone in the clan who was aware of the matter, but he would have to ask around. All right, I'll be waiting for your news then. Seeing that Luo Xianqing didn't know much about the matter, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that there was still some time for him to bring up his cultivation before his relationship with Ruoxin got out. He wasn't ready to appear before the Luo clan as Ruoxin's boyfriend yet. At the very least, he would have to clear the 8-star master teacher examination and officially become the sanctum head before then. Only then would he be qualified to stand beside Luo Ruoxin and stand against the will of the two sage clans. I have just achieved a breakthrough, so I need some time to reinforce my cultivation. Here is the pinnacle spirit stone I have promised you a while back. Luo Xianqing flicked his hand and passed a jade container over. It seemed like he had met his clan members earlier and received the pinnacle spirit stone from them. Thank you. As this was what they had agreed on earlier, Xianxia didn't hesitate to take it. As soon as he placed his hand on the jade container, he immediately felt a pure surge of spiritual energy flowing into his meridians, and the heavens path Xianxia in his body began to tremble in excitement. As expected of a pinnacle spirit stone, it could induce such a reaction in him even without opening the jade container. There was truly a vast difference between it and concentrated high-tier spirit stones. I'll find you after reinforcing my cultivation. After saying those words, Luo Xianqing activated a formation plate before sitting down to cultivate. Since he had survived his lightning tribulation, it meant that he had already successfully achieved a breakthrough to Dimension Sundering Realm. Seeing that Luo Xianqing had already made preparation measures, Xianxia decisively left the area and returned in the direction where he came from. Returning back to his living quarters, he was just about to use his pinnacle spirit stones to replenish his Jinqi when he saw Sun Chong rushing over. Young master, someone has been waiting for you here for quite a few days. Waiting for me? Xianxia frowned. He had been too busy ever since he enrolled into the Sanctum of Sages, such that he hadn't even returned to his residence for quite some day already, let alone getting to know others here. Just in the world was looking for him? Not to mention to be so determined as to wait day after day for him? That's right. Sun Chong nodded. Who is it? From what power? Xianxia asked. He's a young man in his 20s. I'm not too sure what power he's from, but he did mention his name. At this point, Sun Chong pondered for a moment. I think his name, Feng Zi. Feng Zi? Isn't that Yang Shi's real student? Getting. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Feng Zi was the top ranker of the Mountain Gate examination, outdoing even Zhang Yu of the Zhang clan. Zhang Xian had met him once during the gathering of their elite division class prior to being abruptly taken away by Luo Shenqing. Previously, he had only known Feng Zi to be the direct disciple of a grand elder from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, but during the journey to obtain the Dongshu Gourd, he learned from Yuan Shao and the others that he was actually the real Yang Xian's direct disciple. In other words, the real counterpart to the fake persona he had come up with. And for the other party to have waited for him here for several days. It couldn't be that the other party had found out about him faking his identity and came over here to apprehend him? Did he mention the reason why he's looking for me? Zhang Xian asked anxiously. It would still be fine if it was just Feng Zi, but if Yang Xian were to find out as well, he will. It was one thing for a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Cultivator to be able to call forth strength that was on par with a Phantasmal Space Realm primary stage expert like him, but more importantly than that, the timing and positioning of the other party's fist was indescribably ingenious. It was timed right in the lapse between the dissipation of his previous surge of might and the regathering of his strength. In other words, the other parties had managed to see through the flaws in his fighting style despite only having exchanged a single blow. One must know that the cultivation technique and battle techniques he practiced were no weaker than the top-notch techniques that the core members of the Zhang clan and Luo clan practiced. It would be impossible for even Fei Shi to see through such profound battle techniques and cultivation techniques in such a short period of time. And yet, the young man before him was already able to find their flaws and exploit them even. But if you think that you can defeat me just like that, you are being far too optimistic. Feng Zi's shock only remained for less than a tenth of a breath before a sharp glint surfaced in his eyes. He tilted his body slightly sideways in order to bring forth sufficient power to return a fist of his own toward Zhang Xian. His fist was directed straight toward the other party's chest, and the latter's punch was directed toward his chest too. He was aiming for a direct showdown. Let's see how formidable your defense is. A hint of callousness flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes when he saw Feng Zi's response. Without bothering to even change his positions, he drove the Heaven's Path golden body, and a slight golden shimmer flowed across the surface of his body. Pong! Zhang Xian's fist smashed into the other party's chest, and in that instant, he felt as if he was punching a boulder. A numbing sensation swiftly crawled from his fingers up his arm. At the same time, Feng Zi's fist also smashed into his body, and a stifled feeling welled up in his chest, forcing him to retreat several steps. Your physical body. Zhang Xian was astonished. It was due to cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body that the resilience of his physical body was on par with half-saint high-tier artifacts. But to his astonishment, the resilience of the other party's physical body was actually on par with him. Even though it seemed like their direct confrontation had ended in a draw, the truth was that he had lost out a little due to his limited cultivation. Ha ha ha, wonderful! Feng Zi roared in laughter. Even in a clash of brute strength, the young man before him was actually able to stand toe-to-toe with him. He flexed his arms a little, and as if someone had blown air into his muscles, his body began bulging out, filling his loose robe. It seemed as if he had just eaten some kind of incredible tonic that transformed his slender body into that of a bulked-up, brawny man in an instant. Pong! Taking a step forward, he immediately felt immense pressure weighing down on him. In just a short instant, Feng Zi's aura and strength had actually surged to twofold. What kind of secret art is that? Zhang Xian clenched his fist tightly in astonishment. In his past year of journey through the Master-Teacher continent, he had seen plenty of secret arts that gave one an explosive boost of strength, but he had never seen one which allowed an individual to enhance his muscle mass without any side effects at all. However, he knew that he didn't have the luxury of allowing his thoughts to wander in this moment either. Driving his Heaven's Path golden body to its limits, he sent another punch over. Pong 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 pong. In just the blink of an eye, the two of them had already traded more than 10 blows. A deafening gale raged within the hall, threatening to tear the entire building down. At this point, Sun Chong and Zhang Juxiao had already backed out of the hall. Nevertheless, even the lingering air current that escaped from the hall was sufficient to leave them with a stinging sensation all over their body, as if a fearsome inferno was blazing on them. It wasn't too long ago that my strength was still on par with Zhang Shi, But in just a few months, such a huge gap has been pulled between us. Zhang Juxiao was shocked. Zhang Jiuxiao hairan. He could still clearly remember the days back in Qingyuan City when they were still an equal match for one another, and there was hardly any disparity in their strength at all. It was in remembrance of those days that he worked exceptionally hard during this period of time, hoping that he would be able to catch up with the other party. Yet, who could have thought that despite all the effort he had put in, the gap between the both of them only grew larger. With the other party's current strength, even a punch from afar was sufficient to smash him into a lump of meat. The difference between the both of them was already immeasurable at this point. Hula! At this point, Feng Zi suddenly flicked his wrist and drew a sword. He slashed it lightly in the air, and the air in the room seemed to flow naturally along with the movements of his sword. Why don't we move on to a weaponry battle instead? Sure, why not? Zhang Xian casually tapped his finger forward, and in the next moment, more than 100 swords suddenly materialized floating around him. What are you doing? Feng Zi narrowed his eyes in astonishment, and before he could finish his words, what that could only be described as an entire sea of sword chi suddenly crushed down on him. Pong! Pong! He was immediately sent flying by the immense force, and his back crashed right through a wall of the residence. An instant later, the wall was reduced into dust under the furious assault of the sword chi too. Feng Zi flew back for roughly 700 to 800 meters before the force pushing him back finally alleviated enough for him to regain his balance. At this point, his face was completely pale, and his hands were shaking non-stop. The web in between his thumb and forefinger felt as if it would tear apart at any moment. He had to take quite a few huge mouthfuls of air before he finally managed to catch a breather and calm down his billowing Xianxia. He turned his gaze toward Zhang Xian with a look of disbelief and said, Jay, just what kind of move is that? He was a Saint 7 Dan Phantasmal Space Realm primary stage expert, whereas the other party was merely a Saint 5 Dan Pinnacle expert. Yet, despite their vast disparity in cultivation, the other party was still able to render him helpless with just this single move. Just what technique was it for it to be so formidable? It's the old sword maestro's severing sword. Zhang Xian replied calmly. There was no reason for him to hide this matter. Considering how famous the old sword maestro was, as long as Feng Zi were to do some digging up, he should be able to uncover this easily. Impossible! Feng Zi immediately exclaimed. Putting aside severing sword, not even the heaven desecration sword wields that much strength. The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters possessed a vast collection of battle techniques manuals from all over the continent. While the old sword maestro's 3 swords of Lingshu wasn't passed down, there was still some brief information regarding it in the library. Through analyzing the old sword maestro's history and sword style, it wasn't too difficult for those who had comprehended an offensive-type sword quintessence to make a rough deduction of the prowess of the 3 swords of Lingshu. Putting aside severing sword, not even the strongest sword move of the 3 swords of Lingshu Heaven Desecration Sword was able to command such explosive power. It's true that the old sword maestro's original sword art didn't wield such power. However, I did some modification to it, Zhang Xian explained. To be fair, the old sword maestro's version of severing sword wasn't weak, but without a doubt, it paled far in comparison to the current version of it he was using. The main reason why his severing sword was so powerful, allowing him to even send Jian Qinxing flying back then, was because he had managed to resolve the hulking number of flaws it was plagued with, thus forming a perfect Heaven's Path sword art. You did some modification to it? Feng Zi widened his eyes in utter shock. He could believe it if it was his teacher who had modified the old sword maestro's sword art to such an extent, but the young man before him was only a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivator. Was it really possible for him to alter the severing sword to this level? Indeed. Without altering it, how could I possibly send you flying using just a third of its strength? Zhang Xian explained with a smile. A third of its strength? Feng Zi's cheeks twitched uncontrollably upon hearing those words. He had to use his strongest means just to fend against the sword art the other party had executed earlier, but even so, he was still sent flying several hundred meters away. He thought that this was already very exaggerated, but this turned out to just be a third of its strength. Suppressing the urge to spurt blood, Feng Zi turned his gaze over to Xianxia and said, "Considering the imposing might that your sword art harnesses, there's no way it could only be a third of its original strength. Considering what a close match they were earlier, to be more exact, he was even slightly in the upper hand then. How could the other party possibly be able to suppress him using just a third of his strength just after wielding a sword? Could this be psychological warfare from the other party in order to crush his confidence? This? How embarrassing. I didn't think that you would be able to see through it. Well, I am actually quite a humble person, so I thought that it wouldn't be good for me to brag too much. But since you have seen through my lie, I guess it would be rude for me to continue deceiving you. Actually, I have only used a sixth of my true strength in the earlier attack." Zhang Xian scratched his head as he revealed awkwardly. After all, Feng Zi was Yangshi's direct disciple, so he had made sure to hold back a little while making his move. Thus, he only used a sixth of his original strength in the earlier attack. He was hoping not to shatter the other party's confidence by being a little humbler, but he ended up being exposed instead. Since that was the case, as embarrassing as it was, he could only admit to it. On the other hand, upon hearing those words, Feng Zi nearly fainted on the spot. What he meant was that the other party had used his full strength but attempted to pass it off as just a third of his full prowess so as to strike a blow to his morale. But who could have thought that the other party would claim that the inaccuracy was a result of his humility instead? Since that's the case, I want you to launch an attack of full might against me. I want to see just how powerful that sword art of yours is in its most powerful form. Feng Zi harumphed with gritted teeth. He didn't believe that it was possible for the young man before him to actually be so powerful. You want me to launch an attack of full might against you? Zhang Xian frowned. I'm afraid that a lapse in control might result in your death instead. Part of the reasons why he didn't dare to use his full strength was because the other party was Yangshi's direct disciple. But more importantly than that, if he were to devote his full strength to executing the sea-severing sword, he would have to expend all of his jinqi before the sword art could be stopped. It was one thing when his jinqi capacity was still lower, but after the alteration he had made to his dantian through the Dongshu gourd, the amount of jinqi he had in his dantian rose to fivefold of what it previously had. If he were to lose control of the sword art once more, a huge problem could very well occur. Lose control. Hearing those words, Feng Zi gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, I am a phantasmal space realm expert. I possess many means, such that even if you were to lose control of your attack, it won't be that easy for you to hurt me." This, Zhang Xian was still a little hesitant. "I do acknowledge your strength, but we are currently surrounded by the freshman residences. If I were to let loose here, I fear that I would accidentally destroy the buildings in the area." It had barely been half a day since he returned from outside, but he had already brought down the Spirit Awakener Hall and the Shrine of Seers. If he were to destroy the freshman residences as well, he might very well end up giving away the Pinnacle Spirit Stone in his hand as compensation. This, Feng Zi took a look at his surroundings. Zhang Xian's residence had become rather tattered due to the battle they had earlier. Considering how the defense formation cast over each residence wasn't too strong, they really just might cause huge destruction if they were to continue fighting like that. Since that's the case, let's head to the Hall of Propriety then. It happens that Fei Shi has brought the students from the elite division there to conduct mock battles today. Do you dare to have a duel with me there? Feng Zi pondered for a moment before proposing. Hall of Propriety? Very well then. Zhang Xian nodded. The Hall of Propriety was the place where students would fight against one another. There were top-notch defensive formations there in order to minimize the destruction resulting from any battle, and there were even spectator stands and mechanisms to analyze one's stats. Not only was there no need to fear causing unnecessary damage, more important, one would be able to gain an insight into one's current strength and flaws and grow stronger through working on them. Let's go. Seeing that other party had agreed to it too, Feng Zi turned around and headed straight for the Hall of Propriety. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian quickly followed along too. So far, of the 5 halls, Zhang Xian had been to the Hall of Erudition, Hall of Attainment, and Hall of Solidarity, but he hadn't been to the Hall of Propriety yet. If the place was really as sturdy as the rumors put it out to be, he would be able to head there often to try out his skills. In contrast to the bleak emptiness of the other halls, there was a huge flow of crowd in and out of the Hall of Propriety. Cultivators were everywhere the eye could see. Even though there were many esteemed occupations in the master-teacher continent, it still didn't change the fact that fighting prowess was still the most vital foundation to a cultivator. For this reason, battling was an integral part of any cultivator's life, and the Hall of Propriety served as a location for that purpose. Each day, it would attract countless students who sought to raise their fighting prowess and cultivation through practical battles. Following behind Feng Zi, it didn't take long for them to arrive at an independent hall. The vast hall was divided into countless dueling rings, each of which was covered in a transparent barrier a little reminiscent of a glass enclosure. Fei Shi and the others are over there. Feng Zi pointed forward. Turning his gaze over, Zhang Xian saw Fei Shi, Zhang Yu, and the other students of the elite division standing before a dueling ring. Walking closer, he noted that there were two figures battling in a nearby dueling ring, and upon a closer look, a smile crept onto his lips. The two fighting individuals happened to be familiar faces. Chun Liao and Zhang Zhua. The previous time Zhang Zhua fought with Chun Liao, he suffered a humiliating defeat, being slapped publicly and even knocked out shortly after. He had been resting over the past few days, and not only did he manage to recover fully from the injuries he had sustained, his strength had also risen to greater heights. Unable to hold himself back anymore, he immediately challenged Chun Liao to a duel, hoping to avenge himself. Powerful surges of Jinqi flew here and there within the dueling ring as the two fighters utilized their means one after another, but surprisingly, they were actually equally matched with one another for the time being. Not bad. Upon seeing the sight, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Chun Liao had achieved a breakthrough to Grand Dominion realm under his guidance 20 days ago, so he thought that her cultivation would still be a little shaky. Contrary to his expectations, she had already successfully reinforced it, allowing her to stand against Zhang Zhua on equal grounds. It seemed like she hadn't been slacking off for the past 20 days. She had already managed to assimilate everything he had taught her. Zhang Shi, who do you think will be able to achieve victory? All of a sudden, a voice sounded by the side. Turning his head over, Zhang Xian saw the second ranker of the elite division looking his way, Zhang Yu. Previously, Zhang Yu didn't think much of Zhang Xian, feeling that a person who had barely met the mark to enrolling into the elite division wasn't worthy of his attention. However, after seeing how the latter was able to guide Chun Liao into making a breakthrough, he swiftly realized that the latter actually possessed extraordinary strength and eye of discernment, so thoughts of winning the latter over to his side began formulating in his mind. Zhang Xian was just about to answer the question when his eyebrows shot up slightly in surprise. He turned to Zhang Yu once more and asked, "You offered some pointers to Zhang Zhua?" He had seen the extent of Zhang Zhua's prowess with his eyes in the battle 20 years ago. While his cultivation was not too bad, his combat skills were still sorely lacking. It was due to that Chun Liao was able to easily defeat him under his guidance. Had he been as skilled as Feng Zi instead, things would have never proceeded so smoothly then. Yet, in this very moment, Zhang Zhua was managing to fend off most of Chun Liao's move. A huge contrast from the incompetent fighter he was before. Most likely, this matter had a lot to do with Zhang Yu. I gave him 5 minutes of my time. Zhang Yu placed his hands behind his back and said in composure. However, the glee and pride in his eyes couldn't be concealed. The young man before him managed to induce Chun Liao to achieve a breakthrough within 5 minutes and defeat Zhang Zhua. So he decided to offer 5 minutes worth of pointers to Zhang Zhua and have him defeat Chun Liao. His purpose was simple. He just wanted to prove that he was stronger than the young man before him, and his eye of discernment was far superior as well. It's indeed rather impressive that you can induce such improvement in Zhang Zhua in just 5 minutes. Zhang Xian nodded, as expected of the man who was second only to Feng Zi in the Mountain Gate examination. It seemed like Zhang Yu was no simple character either. The talent and eye of discernment he had shown were already on par with Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng. He only lost out to those two in terms of time and accumulation. It was no wonder why the Zhang clan was publicly recognized to be the #1 sage clan in the master-teacher continent. As much as Zhang Xian was unwilling to recognize it, there was no denying that they had many talents amongst their ranks. What do you think of the situation? Who do you think will emerge victorious? Zhang Yu glanced at Zhang Xian and asked once more. Zhang Zhua did improve by quite a bit within this period of time, but Chun Liao hasn't been slacking off either. I'd say that since Chun Liao has won the battle 20 dates ago, she should be able to do so this time around too. Zhang Xian replied with a light chuckle. Back then, when he was offering pointers to Chun Liao in order to deal with Zhang Zhua, he had brought up many of the latter's flaws. While the latter did make substantial advancement in his combat skills within this period of time, it was still impossible for him to shake off all of those bad fighting habits that had already been lodged deep into his bones within such a short period of time. As long Chun Liao was no fool, she should be able to uncover quite a few of them easily, exploit them, and achieve the final victory. It was luck the previous time around, and luck won't favor you every single time. Zhang Yu remarked casually with a slight smirk, and he watched the duel with his hands behind his back. In his view, the reason why Chun Liao was able to achieve victory the last time around was because the young man before him had made a thorough investigation into Zhang Zhua's profile, thus winning the battle of preparations. So, he made sure to look into Chun Liao carefully and offered Zhang Zhua very specific pointers in dealing with her. With this, there was just no way on earth that Chun Liao would stand a chance against Zhang Zhua. On the other hand, noting Zhang Yu's response, Zhang Xian shook his head. In truth, it mattered not to him whether who won or lost the duel. Sometimes, the loser could stand to earn much more out of a duel as compared to the winner. Just take him for an example. He had won so many battles everything was starting to feel meaningless. In the deepest region of his heart, he deeply craved a defeat from a cultivator of the same cultivation realm. But it was a pity that this simple request of him was never meant to be. No one in this world could give him what he wanted, so this wish was doomed to remain unfulfilled for the rest of his entire life. Kacha! Kacha! While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, in the dueling ring, Zhang Zhua seemed to have suddenly activated some kind of secret art, causing his aura to intensify all of a sudden. This abrupt change caught Chun Liao off guard. She was still able to stand toe-to-toe with Zhang Zhua straight on previously, but in this moment, even dodging was starting to get real difficult for her. She was forced to retreat time and time again, and it didn't take long before she was forced to the corner of the dueling ring. For the looks of it, it seemed her loss was sealed. There's no need to watch any longer. The conclusion is clear. Seeing how Chun Liao was trapped, completely losing control of the momentum of battle, Zhang Yu's lips curled up in delight. Indeed, the conclusion is clear. Zhang Xian nodded. What he saw was a completely different image from Zhang Yu. Even though Chun Liao was indeed forced to the corner of the dueling ring, every single step that she moved was very steady, seemingly intentional actions to lure the opponent in. On the other hand, even though Zhang Zhua appeared to hold the upper hand, being in the offensive position, the truth was that he had already lost all composure due to the time limit resulting from the activation of his secret art. Looking at the situation from this perspective, it was clear that who was the one that truly wielded the upper hand in this battle. It must be said that Chun Liao had really been working hard during this period of time. She had managed to internalize all of his teachings to heart and even achieved an even deeper level of comprehension to them. It was heartening to see that his efforts were not wasted. Just as the conclusion of the duel was just around the corner, a voice suddenly sounded, "Zhang Shi, there's no need to worry about causing any accidental damage here. This way, please." Feng Zi had already gotten up to another dueling ring with a sword in his hand, and he was looking at Zhang Xian with fighting will burning in his eyes. Feng Zi wants to challenge Zhang Xian? But Zhang Shi is ranked at the very bottom of the elite division. Even though he possesses an exceptional eye of discernment and outstanding ability to guide others, his cultivation is only at leaving aperture realm. There's no way he could be a match for Feng Zi. Isn't Feng Zi going a little too far by challenging him? Indeed. What's going on? A huge commotion broke out amidst the crowd. Without a doubt, Feng Zi was the most prominent figure in their batch, and most viewed him as their goal. They hoped that they would be able to surpass him one day, but naturally, they also understood how slim the possibility was. Considering how powerful Fengzi was, if he was going to challenge anyone, it should be Zhang Yu or the others who were ranked in the top few in the Mountain Gate examination. Why was he challenging the last person in the elite division instead? Even if he won the battle, his victory would only be frowned upon by others. After all, what kind of glory could one earn from defeating the weak? Brother Feng, I can be your opponent instead if you need a sparring partner. Zhang Yu stepped forward and said with a frown. However, Fengzi simply waved his hands and said, "You aren't a match for me." Those words immediately caused Zhang Yu's eyes to turn cold. He leaped onto the dueling ring and harumphed frostily. How would you know without a fight? In the first place, he was already displeased at being outdone by Fengzi back at the Mountain Gate examination. He was willing to concede that Fengzi was a formidable adversary, but he couldn't accept being told by the latter to his face that he wasn't a match for him. Instead of challenging me, the second ranker of the Mountain Gate examination, you chose to challenge the 50th place candidate instead. Since you dare to snub me, I'll just have to show you what I'm worth then. Hong Long. While Zhang Yu was still in the midst of his leap toward the dueling ring, he had already gathered strength in his palm and forcefully pushed it down upon the figure who stood at the middle of the dueling ring beneath him. He was afraid that Fengzi would reject his battle, so he used the most powerful capability he had at his disposal right from the start, not holding back at all. Not bad. Zhang Xian nodded upon seeing the might of Zhang Yu's move. It seemed not Fengzi wasn't the only one who had grown substantially during his absence. Clearly, Zhang Yu hadn't been slacking off either. He had already reached Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle, just a step away from reaching Phantasmal Space Realm. As expected of the most talented genius of the Zhang clan in this intake. Regardless of which aspect one assessed him from, he was indubitably a formidable figure. Like I have said, you aren't a match for me. Standing in the face of Zhang Yu's attack, Fengzi didn't even lift his eyelid. Instead, he tilted his body and thrust his palm up in a leisurely motion. Stop being so full of yourself. You might be a talented individual, but I'm also a one-in-a-million genius as well. You never know who will be the one standing at the very end of this battle. Hearing the haughty words coming out of Fengzi's mouth, Zhang Yu felt so furious that it almost seemed as if he would erupt like a volcano. As he roared furiously, he drove the Jinqi in his body to its limits and channeled it all toward his palm, as if he wouldn't be content unless he reduced the entire dueling ring into dust. However, before this surge of strength could even strike Fengzi, Zhang Yu suddenly felt the might of the other party's palm piercing right through his attack and striking his chest squarely. Pong! With a look of disbelief on his face, Zhang Yu was sent flying into the sky before being planted into the ground not too far away. In the view of others, he was sent flying as if he was a mere pesky fly before he could even leap onto the dueling ring. There was probably no better way to highlight the huge disparity in strength between the both of them. A one-in-a-million genius? Fengzi shook his head with a trace of mockery on his lips. He gazed down derisively at Zhang Yu as he said, "Perhaps it's about time for you to wake up from your delusions. You." Not expecting that he would be knocked down by a single slap from Fengzi despite using his full strength, Zhang Yu forcefully pulled his head out from the ground and glared at Fengzi with frenzied eyes. He was a person blessed by the heavens. Even within the powerful Zhang clan, he was known as an invincible existence to those around his age. He thought that even if he wasn't a match for Fengzi, he would at least be able to put up a good fight. Yet, who could have thought that he would be knocked down before he could even get onto the dueling ring? And most importantly of all, he was even viewed in such disdain. The sheer humiliation he felt from Fengzi's actions left him feeling a crazed inside. But as angry as he was, he also swiftly realized that Fengzi had managed to enter Phantasmal Space Realm a step earlier than him. It might only be a small step of difference between the two of them, but this small rift simply unbreachable. Forcing himself to calm down, several doubts began surfacing in Zhang Yu's mind. If he has already reached Phantasmal Space Realm, why does he still want to challenge Xianxia? If Xianxia's strength was around their level, it could still be understandable that Feng Zi could feel threatened by his existence and wanted to challenge him in order to establish his dominance. However, with his breakthrough to phantasmal space realm, the latter would be considered to have reached the higher echelons of the Sanctum of Sages, such that even some of the senior students wouldn't be a match for him at all. It simply didn't seem logical that Feng Zi would still be so caught up with a mere freshman despite his immense strength. Pang! While Zhang Yu was still in a state of confusion, a dull thud suddenly echoed, and a figure suddenly flew over in his direction and landed right beside him. It was Zhang Zhua, whom he had thought would win without any trouble earlier. In this moment, Zhang Zhua's face was swollen like a pig's head, an indescribably wretched sight. The ferocious aura that he commanded previously had vanished without a trace, and he was lying with a rather bizarre posture on the ground. Zhang Yu's eyebrows immediately shot up in disbelief. He hurriedly turned to the stage and saw Chun Liao walking down the dueling ring with a slightly pale face, but there was an exhilarated gleam in her eyes. She headed straight toward Zhang Xian's direction before clasping her fist and bowing deeply. Impossible! This is impossible! How can she win against Zhang Zhua? It was understandable why he would be sent flying by Feng Zi in a single slap. After all, the latter had already reached phantasmal space realm, but Zhang Zhua wielded the absolute advantage in the earlier battle. It was irrational for it to end in such an outcome. It could be said that Zhang Zhua's loss was even more inconceivable than his own loss. Impossible! Hearing those words, Chun Liao puffed up her chest angrily and harumphed. If I can't even defeat Zhang Zhua after Zhang Shi's guidance, wouldn't that mean that I am regressing as time passes by? Zhang Shi's guidance isn't something that just anyone can learn. Zhang Xian was their young court chief's teacher, and it was a huge insult to compare the guidance from such an esteemed elder to that of an insignificant figure like Zhang Yu. But Zhang Yu clenched his fists tightly in indignation. It was one thing for him to lose to the phantasmal space realm Feng Zi, but to lose to a mere leaving aperture realm fellow as well. He couldn't accept this. He just couldn't accept this. This won't do. Others will eventually find out that I have offered pointers to Zhang Zhua. What will become of my honor if I were to be found losing to someone as weak as Zhang Xian? Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes menacingly. Should I just challenge him to a battle? If I subdue him with absolute strength, I should be able to suppress with those rumors. At this moment, Feng Zi's voice suddenly sounded from the dueling ring once more. Zhang Shi, show me if your full strength is really as formidable as you have put it out to be. As you wish. Seeing that the other party was determined to try him out, Zhang Xian unhesitatingly leaped up to the dueling ring and tapped his finger forward. Woo 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 woo. Over 100 swords immediately materialized all around Zhang Xian. Every single one of them was pointed toward Feng Zi, each of them carrying a solemn aura. Good. Having tasted how powerful the sword art was earlier, Feng Zi dared not to take it lightly. He immediately drew out a semicircle with the sword in his hand and used it as a medium to channel his sword chi together, thus forming something reminiscent of a light barrier. Is that the Master Teacher Pavilion Headquarters Descending Cotton Sword Art? Zhang Yu exclaimed grimly. Descending Cotton Sword Art? A bewildered individual amidst the crowd asked. It's a Saint high-tier battle technique created by a master teacher in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, while observing the drifting cotton in the air. In terms of defensive ability, it's only second to the flowing water swordsmanship of the Third Sanctum head. Once executed, a world full of flying cotton would drift around reminiscent of falling flowers, creating an effect similar to that of the ultimate technique of the Yin court, the fallen snow sword. Zhang Yu explained. At this moment, he finally realized just how powerful Feng Zi was. Even without using his prowess as a phantasmal space realm expert, it would be nigh impossible for him to defeat the latter once the descending cotton sword art was activated. Unless he activated the ability of his unique bloodline. But unless in a life and death situation, it would be best for him not to tap into that power, or else he would only be depleting himself needlessly. Even though he commanded quite a high standing in the Zhang clan, which granted him access to a lot of resources, recovering from the side effects of activating his bloodline would still be extremely troublesome. Despite his deep understanding of swordsmanship, he still chose to take a defensive stance right at the start of the battle. Does this mean that Xianxia really wields the strength to stand against Fengzi? Amidst his shock, Zhang Yu also seemed to have dawned upon something as he turned his gaze to the young man standing opposite to Fengzi with a look of intrigue. If even someone as powerful as Fengzi opted to take a defensive stance right at the start of the battle, wouldn't that mean that Zhang Xian was even more powerful than him? But no matter how powerful Zhang Xian could be, he's only a mere leaving aperture realm cultivator. There's bound to be a limit to how powerful he is. Zhang Yu shook his head as he turned his gaze back to the dueling ring, not wanting to miss anything of the duel. He saw Fengzi tapping his left hand forward, and Wang, along with a surge of Jinqi, another layer of light barrier was formed in front of him. That's the Big Dipper origin Aegis. Zhang Yu's lips twitched in disbelief. If Fengzi's execution of the descending cotton sword art had already left him deeply bewildered, the activation of this light barrier had left him disconcerted. The Big Dipper origin Aegis was a secret art which a 9-star master teacher from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters came up with while observing the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. This technique was known for its impenetrable defense to those of the same cultivation realm. But to execute this technique on top of the defensive descending cotton sword art, just what in the world was Fengzi trying to guard against? Hula. However, that wasn't the end of his shock yet. Fengzi flicked his finger and crushed a jade token which materialized from his storage ring. Wang. A layer of light purple shimmer swiftly covered him. That's a protective amulet forged by a phantasmal space realm expert. Even though it's not as powerful as the Grand Cosmos Protective Amulet, it's still more than enough to guard against the attack of any Saint 7 Dan expert. Zhang Yu's lips twitched once more. Aren't the two of you going to fight with one another? Why is Fengzi throwing out so many defensive measures then, even activating an invaluable protective amulet for it? Just what in the world is Zhang Xian capable of that is able to instill such deep fear in him? Kacha! Kacha! While Zhang Yu still in a state of absolute bafflement, Fengzi's body began bulging once more, and in the blink of an eye, he made the transformation into a muscular, brawny man. Wait a moment, isn't that the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters Golden Toad metamorphosis? It's said to be created by a master teacher while observing the cultivation method of the golden toad. This technique will cloak one in a thick layer of scales, granting one unparalleled defense and strength. Zhang Yu tore his hair in frenzy. Just what the hell is he guarding against? The first thing every cultivator would learn was how to defend. Only when one was capable of protecting himself would he be able to slay his opponent. Understanding this logic, Zhang Yu often spent his time studying the various defensive techniques out there in the world, so he was extremely knowledgeable about the subject. But, to activate so many formidable defensive means at once, had Fengzi gone insane or was Zhang Xian really worthy of him setting up so many defensive measures for? Are you ready? Paying no heed to the completely flabbergasted crowd below, Zhang Xian asked with a smile. I'm ready. You can start now. Fengzi took in a deep breath before nodding. While he thought that it was very likely that Zhang Xian was bragging just to be safe, he still chose to utilize every single defensive mean at his disposal. Very well. Brace yourself. Saying these words, Zhang Xian tapped his finger ahead. The Jinqi in his body was immediately infused into the swords in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the swords had already whizzed forward, forming a massive sea of sword qi, drowning Fengzi within it. This, Zhang Yu's face turned aghast at the sight, and he subconsciously retreated 8 steps as cold sweat rained down his head. He had just made a quick calculation and found that even if he were to devote his full strength into defense, he would still stand no chance at withstanding that attack. Wasn't Zhang Xian just a leaving aperture realm cultivator? How could he possess such astounding offensive prowess? Zhang Yu felt his throat turning hoarse from sheer fear. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Fei Shi staring into the dueling ring with his mouth agape, and as if someone was gripping onto his throat, his body trembled uncontrollably. Astonished by Fei Shi's reaction, Zhang Yu turned his gaze over and asked, Fei Shi, you aren't able to withstand that sword art either? Fei Shi slowly closed his eyes before shaking his head. Suppressing the horror he felt within, he replied with a bitter smile, "I'm afraid so. If he were to execute it against me in a real battle, there's a fair chance that I might lose my life." "It's that powerful?" Zhang Yu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. It was fortunate that he didn't challenge Zhang Xian earlier on, or else he could have very well landed himself in a far worse state than Zhang Zhuo was in. No wonder why he's able to make Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng submit to him. I didn't think that I would fail to see through him as well. Without a doubt, he's the most terrifying individual in your batch, Fei Shi exclaimed. What? Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng submitted to him? Zhang Yu felt as if a lightning bolt had just fallen upon him. He had been too busy cultivating over the past few days that he wasn't aware of the most recent happenings in the Sanctum of Sages. Indeed, Zhang Chun came to look for me yesterday to obtain Zhang Xian's profile, saying that he has been beaten up by the latter and wanted to exact vengeance. And from the looks of it, it seems like he hasn't fully recovered from his injuries yet, Fei Shi said with a nod. Zhang Xian was a freshman, and Fei Shi was the person in charge of this new batch of students. Naturally, if Zhang Chun wanted to uncover anything concerning Zhang Xian, the best way was to go through him. It was due to this that he found out about the matter of Zhang Xian beating up Zhang Chun. Even though Zhang Chun refused to elaborate on the matter, the tragic state he was in was more than sufficient for Fei Shi to fathom a good guess about what had happened. As for Zhang Feng, I just heard news that Zhang Shi had just challenged the Spirit Awakener Hall and became its Inceptive Sage. The first thing he did after becoming the Inceptive Sage was to enchant Zhang Feng's body and commanded it to hit itself hard. Fei Shi flicked his wrist and threw a communication jade token over. Considering the huge ruckus that his student had caused, naturally, as the person in charge, he had already received the relevant news. He became the Inceptive Sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall, and he enchanted the physical body of a living human. Zhang Yu's lips twitched, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. All along, he thought that the only one who was worthy of his attention in this batch of freshmen was Feng Zi. But who could have thought that there would be a true monster lurking in their midst? Others might not be familiar with them, but he knew the Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng brothers very well. They were top geniuses in the Zhang clan, his idol for a period of time. And yet, they actually were defeated by a freshman. If these words hadn't come directly from Fei Shi, he wouldn't have dared believe such a thing to be true. Given his strength and capability, why is he only ranked in the 50th place in the entrance examination? A question suddenly surfaced in Zhang Yu's mind, and he asked. Since even he was able to clinch the second place, Zhang Xian should be able to take the first place easily with just the swordsmanship he was executing. It's probably because he has a humble personality and wishes to maintain a low profile. Otherwise, isn't it too much of a coincidence for him to be exactly in the 50th place, no more no less? Recalling what had happened back then during the entrance examination, Fei Shi said, "It was only in the last 3 minutes that Zhang Xian shot up to the 50th place, not showing any hints of his astounding talent prior to that. Very clearly, he had been holding himself back throughout the examination." "You're right." Having heard of that incident as well, Zhang Yu nodded in realization as admiration seeped into his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, "He really is too low profile." In order to increase their chances of eventually becoming Inceptive Sages in the Sanctum of Sages, every single one of them pushed themselves to perform to the best of their abilities during the entrance examination. Just take him for example, he didn't sleep a wink for the 3 days of the examination, fearing that a moment of slack could mean a loss in opportunity for him. On the other hand, the young man was content with just enrolling into the elite division. Ranking and the sort didn't mean a thing to him at all. In fact, even when he was doubted by so many people, he didn't even bother to speak up against them. As tranquil as a still lake, achieving a state of perfect inner peace. This must be what true experts, true talent, and true humility truly were. Indeed, if not for Feng Zi's challenge, I would have never known that there would be such a formidable figure in this batch of freshmen. Fei Shi remarked as well. He was just about to continue showering praises on Zhang Xian when a student suddenly rushed over to him and whispered a few words in his ears. His eyebrows suddenly shot up, and he quickly turned around. "Elder Han Fu, what brings you here today?" Fei Shi asked with utmost politeness. Zhang Yu also quickly turned around, and he saw an old man with snowy white hair and beard standing before him. This old man seemed to exude a transcendental aura, similar to a deity from the heavens. "Elder Han Fu?" Zhang Yu quickly recounted everything relating to the sanctum of sages he had seen in the Zhang clan, and his face swiftly turned grim. The first elder of the Sanctum of Sages Spirit Awakener Guild, a Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle expert, Zhang Yu noted in shock. He hurriedly clasped his fist and bowed. "Zhang clan's Zhang Yu pays respects to Elder Han. There's no need to stand on ceremony." Elder Han casually waved his hand before turning his gaze to the dueling ring anxiously. "When will Xianxia be done with his battles? May I know the reason why Elder Han is looking for Xianxia? If it's an urgent matter, I can help you stop the duel," Fei Shi said. The other party was the strongest expert of the Sanctum of Sages Spirit Awakener Hall. Even if Xianxia had become the inceptive sage, it still shouldn't warrant the other party coming down here personally to look for him. "I don't know how I should speak of this." Hearing Fei Shi's question, Elder Han's face turned scarlet in embarrassment. "Actually, I just want to ask him when the guardian golem he has enchanted earlier will finish its run. Due to its increasing speed, it has already knocked down the halls of 4 other guilds in the vicinity of the Spirit Awakener Hall. If it doesn't stop soon, I'm afraid that our Spirit Awakener Hall will become a public enemy in the Sanctum of Sages. Just by having the guardian golem walk 7 steps, one would have already broken the record for the Spirit Awakener Hall for the past 3,000 years. Yet, not only did the young man make the guardian golem do warm-ups, he even made it run non-stop. It had already been a few hours now, but it was still sprinting relentlessly, refusing to stop. He had tried to stop it only to be knocked over every single time. He was completely helpless against it. And honestly speaking, it would still be fine if the guardian golem were to obediently run its lap. Due to the unique nature of the material used to craft the golems, it was only a matter of time before it came to a halt. But the golem just had to do frog leaps, push-ups, squats, leg raises, sprints, fast sprints, front rows, back flips, and somersaults on top of that. And that wasn't the worst of it yet. The lap it was running was growing bigger and bigger, such that it was beginning to expand its running course through the various guilds situated in vicinity to the Spirit Awakener Hall, crashing down everything that stood in the way of its run. If it didn't stop soon, the other guilds might just destroy their guardian golem out of rage, and that would be truly problematic. The guardian golem of the Spirit Awakener Hall is running non-stop? It has knocked down quite a few guilds already? Fei Shi and Zhang Yu staggered on the spot. Also, when I came over, I saw that the Shrine of Seers had been reduced to rubble. According to what I have heard, it seems to be related to him too. So, I was a little worried that they might attempt to cause him trouble. Elder Han said, "The Shrine of Seers has been reduced to rubble?" Fei Shi and Zhang Yu looked at one another with twitching lips. What happened to being low profile? These were matters that no low-profile individual could possibly pull off. Unable to take it any longer, they raised their gazes toward the dueling ring. And what they saw was Feng Zi being pressed against the transparent glass-like barrier around the dueling ring. His face warped like a fried dough twist. Sword Chi continued assaulting him relentlessly from behind, and his eyes seemed to have lost all light, as if he had lost all hope for life. Too powerful. The 4 barriers which Feng Zi had prepared in advance had all shattered, and his entire body was filled with sword slashes. At this moment, he appeared no different from a miserable beggar. Seeing this sight, the 2 of them couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. For the might of the sword Chi to remain so powerful even after tearing down so many defensive barriers. This level of offensive power was something which not even Fei Shi was capable of. "Xianxia, I would like to ask when will." Seeing that the barrage of sword Chi was still pushing forward relentlessly, showing no signs no stopping at all, Fei Shi shouted. However, before he could finish his words, Feng Zi's furious bellows echoed in the air. "You liar! Liar! You said that you only used a sixth of your full strength, but you only used a tenth earlier. The direct disciple of Xianxia was already on the verge of going insane. When the other party first said that he had only used a third of his strength, he immediately thought that it was a lie. Then, when the other party said that it was actually a sixth instead, he became even more convinced of his prior assumption, which was also the reason why he proposed coming over here to see for himself whether the other party's words were true. But in the end, a sixth did turn out to be a lie as well, because it wasn't a sixth but a tenth. If it's a tenth, just say that it is a tenth. Why in the world would you say that it's a sixth? Because of that, I didn't put up sufficient defensive measures, and I nearly got beaten to death. Do you know that your humility nearly cost my life? Hong long long. Hong long long. It was only when the Jinqi in Zhang Xian's body was drained of its final drop did the sea-severing sword finally came to an end. While gasping for air, a look of helplessness could be seen on his face. Even if the massive increment in his Jinqi capacity to fivefold of its original amount and the recent breakthrough of his cultivation from leaving Aperture Realm primary stage to Pinnacle, he was still unable to fully control the sea-severing sword yet. Once executed, he would have to deplete his Jinqi dry before he could stop. In the past, due to his lacking Jinqi, the sea-severing sword would stop after a few breaths. This time around, however, the barrage of sword chi lasted for a whole 10 minutes before finally fading to an end. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian retracted his swords from the dueling ring before raising his head. The first thing he saw was Feng Zi being pressed against the transparent barrier of the dueling ring in a very weird position. Nearly all of his clothes had been ripped at this point, and while he still had breath remaining in him, he had sustained severe injuries. I didn't lie to you. While I was executing my sword art, new inspiration suddenly came to me, allowing me to raise its prowess by a little bit more. Zhang Xian quickly rushed over to help Feng Zi down from the protective barrier while explaining in a slightly awkward tone. This time around, it really wasn't his fault. He hadn't lied to the other party at all. It was simply because he had never executed the sea-severing sword with such might before, so there was plenty of time for him to experiment with new things in the midst of its execution. Through trial and error, he managed to gradually refine the might of the sea-severing sword, thus resulting in its offensive might growing stronger and stronger. While there were already no flaws in the sea-severing sword at this point, the might of his attack was still affected by how well he could coordinate his spirit and his movements together. Naturally, the more in harmony he was with his swordplay, the stronger his swordsmanship would be. You are able to raise the might of your sword art by such a huge proportion in the midst of its execution? Feng Zi spurted blood. It is already such a powerful sword art, and you were still able to enhance its prowess in matters of minutes. All those who called themselves swordmasters would really have to lower their heads in embarrassment before you. It took a long while before Feng Zi finally recovered from his distraught state. He glared at Zhang Xian furiously and said, "You are indeed formidable, but as master teachers, our core responsibility lies not in combat but teaching. So, I would like to challenge you to a duel of impartation." At this moment, Zhang Xian had already finished instructing Elder Han Fu how he could control the guardian golem. Hearing that Feng Zi still wanted to continue on with the duel, he couldn't help but say, "Why don't we just forget it? I'm afraid that you'll be traumatized by it." He had no idea why the other party was so insistent on challenging him, but if they were to really compete in the duel of impartation, there was really a good chance that the other party might just succumb to his mental trauma and go insane. There's nothing for me to be traumatized over. My teacher has told me that I'll be his only direct disciple, but all of a sudden, you appeared as well. I would like to see just how formidable of a person you are that he would make an exception and take you in as well. Feng Zi harumphed. Make an exception? Those 3 words made Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Judging from those words, it seemed like the other party still hadn't realized that he was a fake yet. The other party thought that Xianxia had secretly accepted another student behind his back, so he came over to confront him out of jealousy. And of course, the other party hadn't expected to suffer such a tragic defeat as well. There are some formidable master teachers in the world who would leave their acceptance of students up to fate. As a result, other than he himself, Not even his own students might necessarily know of each other's existence. Having read quite a few books, Xianxia was aware of some of the eccentric quirks of master teachers. Take him for example. If he were to take in another student right now, Xiaoya, Wangying, Yuan Tao, and the others would definitely be unaware of the existence of their new junior. It's only out of sheer luck that I managed to win teacher's favor. Seeing that Feng Zi really wasn't intending to expose his fake identity, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the other party with an expectant look and asked, I haven't met teacher for quite a long time now. May I know where he is at the moment? I have lost contact with teacher 2 years ago, so I'm not too sure of his whereabouts at the moment either. I have tried to reach him through a communication jade token, but it doesn't seem like he's able to receive my message. Feng Zi shook his head. That's a relief. Zhang Xian nearly leaped up in joy upon hearing those words. All this while, his heart had been leaping in trepidation, fearing that the other party would tell on him. However, since the other party was unable to contact Xianxia, that would mean that he was at least safe for the moment. As long as he became the sanctum head before Xianxia returned, with his newfound esteemed standing, no one would dare to challenge him even if his lie were to be exposed then. In other words, time was vital to him at the moment. He would really have to make haste or else everything could just blow up on him. That's a relief? Feng Zi's eyebrows shot up. Shouldn't you be disappointed that I am unable to contact our teacher? Why are you getting so excited instead? I misspoke. What I meant to say is, that's a bummer. Realizing that he had accidentally spoken his thoughts out loud, Zhang Xian quickly changed his words. Your words don't seem to match your attitude. Feng Zi eyed Zhang Xian in skepticism for a moment before asking, So, how is it? Will you accept my challenge? Junior Z, you aren't a match for me, so why don't we just drop the matter? Since we are both Xianxia students, I don't want to traumatize you unnecessarily. Zhang Xian waved his hand casually. Junior Z? Feng Zi nearly exploded on the spot. I have been with teacher since I was 7, and I'm older than you too. You should be addressing me as senior instead. Isn't there the saying that it's the proficient one who should be viewed in esteem? I'm stronger than you, so it should go without saying that I'm your senior. If you can defeat me any day, I'll be more than happy to call you senior. Zhang Xian replied leisurely. Since Feng Zi was unaware of his lies, he could make use of him as a shield in order to verify his identity as Xianxia's student. You! Feng Zi's face turned scarlet as words choked up his throat. Despite possessing cultivation far beneath his, it was a fact that the other party's fighting prowess was way greater than him. Just on the sword art executed earlier, had the other party not redirected the might of the sword art elsewhere to reduce the impact on him, there was no way he would have still been alive right now. Considering that they were both direct disciples and that their teacher hadn't explicitly stated their seniority, the convention was to view the stronger disciple as the senior. And given that he was unable to defeat the other party, there was indeed no convincing reason why he should be the senior. We'll decide that after the duel of impartation. If you can defeat me once more, I'll willingly acknowledge you as my senior. Feng Zi flung his sleeves and harumphed coldly. Seeing that Feng Zi was reluctant to give up on the idea, Zhang Xian frowned. Just as he was about to speak up, a young man suddenly rushed into the hall with a peculiar look on his face. Fei Shi, Elder Liao of the Corridor of Puppets, is waiting outside. He says that he wishes to acknowledge Zhang Xian as his teacher. Elder Liao wishes to acknowledge Zhang Xian as his teacher. Whoosh! Deathly silence devoured the entire hall. Even though Elder Liao was just a bottom-level managerial elder, his cultivation had already reached Saint Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm. For such an expert to run over and acknowledge a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator as his teacher, was there not something really wrong? The group of elite division students shot horrified glances at one another. Feng Zi felt a stinging sensation on his face, and he felt so stifled that he could have spurted blood. It was just a moment ago that he had insisted on challenging the other party to a duel of impartation when an elder possessing far higher cultivation than him came over to acknowledge the other party as his teacher. It was as if he had lost the battle even before it was even fought. That face slap had simply come too quickly. On the other hand, Xianxia felt completely crazed. For even an elder to acknowledge him as a teacher, how was that low profile? Elder Liao from the corridor of puppets? Xianxia was also taken aback for quite a moment before realization struck him. More than 20 days ago, while he was challenging the corridor of puppets, he had failed to rein in his strength and accidentally destroyed the entire corridor. Feeling deeply guilty of his actions, he had decided to offer some pointers to Elder Liao, advising him against practicing the Hyamal formula. Back then, the other party did not seem to have paid much mind to his advice. However, the fact that he had rushed over to acknowledge him as his teacher meant that something must have gone wrong. Upon making sense of the situation, Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Let him in." "Yes." The student shot a glance at Fei Shi, and upon receiving the latter's approval, he quickly backed out of the room. Not too long later, two students walked into the hall with a stretcher. There was a frail-looking old man lying on the stretcher, and he looked as if he would lose consciousness at any moment. Standing by the side of a stretcher was an elder with a flowing white beard. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, reflecting a grim expression. Feng Zi's eyebrows shot up upon seeing the elder, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Divine healer by you! By you!" Xianxia turned his gaze over to the elder as well. Even though it had been more than 20 days since he enrolled into the Sanctum of Sages, he had spent a huge portion of his time outside, so he was unfamiliar with most of the elders and experts there. "He's the person in charge of the Physician Guild in our Sanctum of Sages. His medicinal skills are said to have reached an unfathomable level, to the point that he's said to be able to breathe life back into any dying patient. Due to that, others respectfully address him as the Divine Healer," Feng Zi explained. In terms of fighting prowess, Divine Healer by you was nowhere near the top, but without a doubt, he was one of the most esteemed figures in the Sanctum of Sages. Countless experts were indebted to him, and they would rally upon his call. As such, he commanded great prestige and fame. Xianxia nodded in response to Feng Zi's words. To have to be brought in on a stretcher with the Divine Healer following beside him. Did Elder Liao ignore my advice and continued practicing the Hyamal formula? Xianxia frowned in disapproval. He had specially warned the other party against cultivating the technique, but the other party still landed himself in such a state. It was almost as if the other party was toying with his own life. Physician Baiyu stepped forward and asked, "Are you Xianxia?" On the stretcher, Elder Liao exclaimed, "Yes, he's Xianxia. Xianxia, please save me." In this moment, his face was completely pale, and it seemed as if there was a layer of frost atop his skin. His body was trembling non-stop, and before Xianxia could even respond, he was already struggling to push himself upright. "What happened?" Xianxia asked Elder Liao with a grim voice. To be honest, the reason he did not deal with the problem regarding Elder Liao on the spot back then was not only because the latter had a lack of trust in him. Even if the elder continued practicing the Hyamal formula, it should not have caused too much of a problem in the short run. His warning should have led to the latter taking preventive measures as soon as he realized that something was amiss, so how did the latter end up in such a state still? "Quiet down, or else no one will be able to save you." Divine Healer Baiyu tapped Elder Liao back onto the stretcher before turning to look at Xianxia. "Are you the one who told him to stop practicing the Hyamal formula a while ago?" "I did," Xianxia replied. "Utter nonsense." Divine Healer Baiyu waved his hand angrily as he glared at Xianxia coldly. "Have you tried to fully understand the complexity of his physical condition before offering such advice? Do you know how severe a consequence you have caused by running your ignorant mouth?" "What do you mean by that?" Xianxia asked with a deep frown, not expecting to be bellowed at by the other party. In order to compensate Elder Liao for the damage he had caused, he had used the Library of Heaven's Path to check on the other party's condition. The other party was suffering from some kind of trauma, which would only be further aggravated by the cultivation of the Hyamal formula. The continued cultivation of the technique would bring greater strain to his body, so he had decided to offer a word of advice to the other party. Yet, Why was this divine healer by you making it seem as if Elder Liao's current condition was caused by the advice he had offered? Taking a step back, even if he was wrong, surely a Saint Seven Dan Elder would not be so obedient as to stop cultivating the Hyamline formula altogether, especially if it would cause huge problems to his body. What do I mean by that? Placing his hands behind his back, divine healer by you sneered coldly. Liao Xian was afflicted with fire poison while fighting with others a long time ago, so he requires the Hyamline formula in order to suppress it. Yet, you advised him against cultivating it, resulting in the fire poison to relapse. Are you going to deny that this is your fault? If you don't know the slightest thing about medicine, you should never diagnose others on a whim. If you are a physician, that makes it even worse. Did your teacher not teach you never to jump to a conclusion without analyzing the patient's physical condition carefully? A misdiagnosis can easily cost a person's life. Divine Healer roared vehemently in anger. He had a close relationship with Elder Liao, and he did not think that he would find the latter on the verge of death just after a few days of absence. How could he possibly not be angry? If not for the latter listening to the atrocious advice of this young man, such a thing would never have happened. Are you trying to tell me that his condition is a result of the fire poison acting up? Xianxia asked with a deep frown. A body coated with a layer of frost, and you are telling me that it's the working of a fire poison. Are you messing with me? Indeed, what he's afflicted with is the boreal fire poison. Once it acts up, the surface of his body will become as cold as ice, but his innards will burn as if the magma underground. Before long, his Jinshi will be burned dry, and his Dantian could very well be crippled. That's the reason he has to practice the Hyamline formula in order to keep the fire poison under control. Physician Baiyu harumphed coldly. Boreal fire poison? While Xianxia did not think much of the term, Fei Shi trembled in horror upon hearing those words, and his face paled conspicuously. Physician Bai, are you referring to the boreal fire poison that is found in Hanchi Subterranean Gallery? Hanchi Subterranean Gallery? Of the many subterranean galleries that link the Master-Teacher continent to the otherworldly battlefields, there are 7 that are known to be extraordinarily dangerous, and the 7th on the list is the Hanchi Subterranean Gallery. I have heard of it, too. The most frightening aspect of the Hanchi Subterranean Gallery is this boreal fire poison. Despite being a flame, it harnesses all of the attributes of frost as well, commanding both the powers of heat and cold. Even a Saint high-tier artifact would find itself melting instantaneously into liquid in its face. Such hushed discussion could be heard from the crowd in the surroundings. Most of the students in the Sanctum of Sages were top geniuses coming from all kinds of major powers and clans, so they had some knowledge of the various subterranean galleries even though it was classified information. Indeed, it's the boreal fire poison. Back then, in order to prevent the otherworldly demons from reaching the Master-Teacher continent, he bravely dived into the midst of flames to fend them off. While he managed to survive the ordeal by sheer luck, he was unfortunately afflicted with fire poison as a result. Physician Baiyu sighed with a shake of his head. I have tried all kinds of means in order to treat him, even blood and bone switching, but none of them worked. In the end, I could only make him practice the Hyamline formula in order to suppress it temporarily. The reason I left a while ago was to seek the Nymphia Tetragona, hoping that it could resolve his problems once and for all. Yet, who would have thought that a freshman like you would actually convince him against cultivating the Hyamline formula, causing the fire poison to relapse and even assault the depths of his soul? Even I am completely helpless before such a situation. Hearing Divine Healer Baiyu's words, everyone subconsciously turned their gazes to Xianxia. Even Fei Shi had a deep frown on his face. Physicians carried a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. As the saying went, an incompetent doctor kills. As such, if a physician was uncertain about a patient's condition, it would be best for him not to treat the patient. Otherwise, he would only be harming himself and others. Physician Bai, I know that you are worried about me, but that isn't entirely the case. The reason I stopped practicing the Hyamline formula is because I could feel problems cropping up in my cultivation. Xianxia really doesn't have any blame in this matter, Elder Liao said feebly. Even after what he has done to you, you are still speaking up for him? Divine Healer Bai harumphed coldly in response to Elder Liao's words. He was able to tell that I practiced the Hyameline formula with just a look, so I found his words credible, Elder Liao said weakly. The Hyameline formula was one of the rare cultivation techniques that would not manifest its properties in one's Xianxia, making it extremely hard to discern. Yet, the young man was still able to recognize it with just a single glance. He had been overwhelmed by shock at that moment, and after returning back to his residence, he had given the matter much thought and felt that the young man's words made perfect sense. Thus, he had eventually decided to reduce his cultivation of the technique. Initially, he could feel himself getting better and better, but who knew that the fire poison would suddenly act up 3 days ago, placing him in the current condition he was in? Even Divine Healer Bai found himself completely helpless before his condition. With no other choice, he had suddenly recalled the words of this young man. So he had decided to seek him out. Considering how the young man was able to see through his Hyameline formula and wield such astounding strength despite his young age, achieving feats that even the little princess of the Luo clan failed to achieve, he thought that the other party just might have a way to resolve his current condition. And that was what led to the previous declaration that he wanted to acknowledge the young man as his teacher. As long as his affliction could be resolved, what qualms did he have with taking the young man as his teacher? Not to mention, if the young man was really able to cure the boreal fire poison, it would mean that his medicinal skills had reached a level that even the higher elders of the Sanctum of Sages would be deeply impressed by. Credible? If he's really credible, do you think that you'd be reduced to such a state? Divine Healer Bai was so angry that he could have exploded on the spot. He really could not understand the mindset of this old friend of his. He was the divine healer of the Sanctum of Sages, but instead of believing him, his old friend chose to trust a mere student who had cleared the entrance examination just a couple of days ago. Enough! Let me take a look at his condition. Seeing how the duo was still arguing with one another at this point, Xianxia walked toward Elder Liao. He had checked on Elder Liao's condition using the Library of Heaven's Path, and given the state he was in then, there would be no problem with him stopping the Hyameline formula altogether. So why would the fire poison suddenly relapse? You want to take a look at his condition? Do you even know medicine? Divine Healer Bai sneered coldly. In response to that, Xianxia casually flicked his wrist and threw an emblem over. Catching it, Divine Healer Bai lowered his head to take a look, and a slight hint of astonishment flickered across his eyes. It was a physician emblem with 7 glistening stars on it. As a 7-star physician, even if the young man's medicinal skill was far beneath his, he should not be someone who would take a patient's condition lightly and spout nonsense. Knowing that the young man was not just fooling around, Divine Healer Bai's hostility alleviated slightly, and he said with a wave of his hand, "Fine. Take a look then. I hope that you can give me a satisfactory answer today." Fei Shi and the others also looked on the situation intently, curious about what the young man would do. Xianxia had displayed amazing prowess in swordsmanship earlier, and his ability to guide others on their cultivation was also extraordinary. Not to mention, he had also managed to become the inceptive sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall. If he was proficient in the way of medicine too, that would truly be incredible. Paying no heed to the crowd, Xianxia walked up to Elder Liao and placed his fingers lightly on the latter's pulse. A moment later, he shook his head. Seeing that there was something wrong with the young man's expression, Elder Liao asked with a deeply apprehensive tone, "What's wrong?" "This." Xianxia was silent for quite a while before saying hesitantly, "Elder Liao, I would like to discuss something important with you." "Xianxia, feel free to speak. As long as I can be freed from my pain, I won't turn down any request that you have," Elder Liao replied in a feeble tone, reminiscent of an old man on his deathbed. "That's good." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With an earnest look, he said, "I would like to knock you out for a moment." "Knock me out?" "That's right. If it's not convenient for me to do it, you can also faint by yourself. In any case, as long as you're out, I'll be able to discern the root of your illness and treat you." Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly. Elder Liao. Physician Bai. Given Elder Liao's current condition, it was clearly infeasible to have him stand up and execute a punching routine. The fastest way was to knock the other party and analyze him through the Library of Heaven's Path as an artifact. Previously, he could still rely on medicinal herbs to knock others out, but that would not work on a Saint Seven Dan expert like Elder Liao. Utter nonsense! Before Elder Liao could say a word, Divine Healer Baiyu had already lashed out furiously. As the head of the Sanctum of Sages Physician Guild, he had a deep understanding of the various diagnosis methods out there, and this was inclusive of those eccentric and unorthodox ones. But one that required the patient to be knocked out. Pardon his ignorance, but he had really never heard of something like that. Once a person was knocked out, there would be some deviation in their metabolism and other internal functions. While it was still possible to examine external injuries, it would be hard to analyze the internal traumas that the patient was afflicted with in such a state. So, for the young man to ask to knock Elder Liao out right from the start, just what the heck was he up to? How about it? Will you knock yourself out? Or should I do it instead? Paying completely no heed to the raging divine healer Baiyu, Xianxia looked at Elder Liao with a compassionate smile. Elder Liao also doubted the existence of such a diagnosis method in the world, so he instinctively turned to divine healer Baiyu with a confused gaze to seek confirmation. Forget it. I'll just do it myself then. Noticing Elder Liao's hesitation, Xianxia decisively raised his hand and chopped down toward the top of Elder Liao's head. Hoo-la! The surrounding air swiftly compressed together, making breathing highly difficult. Just as Xianxia's chop was about to reach the other party's forehead, he abruptly pulled his hand back. Poof! A short but resounding sonic boom echoed, and Elder Liao immediately fainted. That is the air compression spirit clearing art? The secret art that not even 8-star physicians are capable of pulling off. Divine Healer Baiyu's eyes narrowed in shock. Air compression spirit clearing art? Fei Shi asked in incomprehension. There are some injuries and illnesses that the treatment process is simply too difficult for those lacking in mental fortitude to bear. Thus, in order to prevent any unnecessary complications during the treatment, it would be best for the patient to be knocked out. However, regardless of whether it's the use of anesthesia or any other means, it would leave a certain degree of damage to the patient's body. This air compression spirit clearing art makes use of a sonic boom resulting from the movement of one's palm to stimulate one's primordial spirit, forcing one to lose consciousness temporarily. It goes without saying that the ability to knock out a patient without causing any damage to his physical state can make a huge difference to patients who are already in a critical state and cannot take any more trauma. For this reason, most physicians would seek to learn it even though it's a demonic tune in the strictest of sense. But unfortunately, it's an extremely difficult skill to master. Even I am still unable of performing it. But who would have thought that that fellow over there would be able to pull it off? At this point, a hint of doubtfulness surfaced in the eyes of Divine Healer Baiyu as he asked, could it be that he's a highly skilled demonic tunist too? On the other hand, seeing that Elder Liao has been knocked out, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He placed his fingers on the other party's pulse once more. Wang! A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path, and he quickly flipped it open. With just a look, his eyebrows immediately began twitching wildly. He turned to the elder behind him and lashed out furiously. You incompetent physician, will you only be happy after you treat Elder Liao to his death? What did you say? Divine Healer Baiyu's face darkened upon hearing those words. Hailed as the Divine Healer in the Sanctum of Sages, putting aside managerial elders, even the top elders would have to address him respectfully. Yet, this fellow actually dared call him an incompetent physician? The burning rage within him nearly caused him to blow up on the spot. Hong Long, unable to control his temper, a terrifying aura immediately gushed forth from him, plunging the surroundings into the midst of winter. Everyone's body immediately stiffened. Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle, an expert of this caliber, could already be considered one of the top figures in the master-teacher continent. Unfazed by the pressure from Baiyu's aura, Xianxia bellowed, are you really unaware of what I am saying? If you don't know how to treat Elder Liao, just keep your hands off him. To think that you would call yourself divine healer. More like goodbye healer. You. Seeing the deep disdain in the young man's eyes, divine healer by you felt a feeling so suffocating in his chest that it felt as if he would explode. He had never been humiliated in such a way. He glared coldly at Xianxia before forcefully reining his power back in. Flinging his sleeves coldly, he said, "No matter what your background is, if you can't give me an explanation that I am happy with today, don't blame me for getting physical on you." Those who were qualified to enroll in the Sanctum of Sages usually came from illustrious backgrounds. As angry as divine healer Baiyu was, he still did not dare make a move recklessly. "You still want me to explain to you?" Xianxia shook his head and snorted. He turned his gaze to the fainted elder Liao and abruptly raised his leg and kicked the latter's head. "What are you doing?" Divine healer Baiyu roared in shock. Given how the strength and speed behind Xianxia's kick, if it were to hit, elder Liao's face would explode on the spot. "Are you insane? You are here to treat, but first you knocked out your patient, then you went ahead to berate me, and now you are even attempting to murder your patient. You really need to get your head treated." "Hoo-la!" Divine healer Baiyu rushed forward and flicked his hand, creating a ripple through space with his power of dimension sundering, thus successfully deflecting Xianxia's attack. "Get this hindrance out of the way." In the face of divine healer Baiyu's impediment, Xianxia raised his eyebrows and flicked his wrist. Divine healer Baiyu was slightly startled by Xianxia's words, and before he could even process what was being said, his heart suddenly jolted in fear. "Hoo-la!" A netherworld azure dragon beast suddenly materialized right before everyone's eyes, and a thick tail swept right in divine healer Baiyu's direction. "You!" Before divine healer Baiyu could even react, he was struck squarely in his shoulder. An intense pain assaulted him as he was sent flying backward. He was in the same cultivation realm as the netherworld azure dragon beast, but the latter was still more powerful than him due to its innate dragon bloodline. On top of that, its appearance was too sudden, so he was caught off guard, causing him to suffer a setback right from the start. "You bastard!" Divine healer Baiyu snarled with a livid expression. He immediately prepared himself to dash forward once more, but before he could make a move, the netherworld azure dragon beast was already before him. Despite its massive physique, the movement of the netherworld azure dragon beast was as swift as a bolt of lightning. Its enormous claws tore sharply through space, falling down upon him. Given the speed at which the claws were moving, divine healer Baiyu knew that he would not be able to evade on time, so he clenched his fists tightly to face the attack. Hong long long. The collision between the two experts caused a turbulent shockwave to ripple into the surroundings. The transparent barriers that shielded the individual dueling rings from the surroundings wavered non-stop, flickering in and out of existence, as if they would succumb to the pressure and shatter. At the same time, conspicuous spatial ripples could be seen spreading outward, forcefully pushing the crowd back. What is happening? Why did that saint beast suddenly appear out of nowhere? Fei Shi, Feng Zi, and the others were dumbstruck. Were they not in the midst of treating Elder Liao? Why would they suddenly start fighting one another? Furthermore, the netherworld azure dragon beast was obeying Xianxia's command, so it should be his tamed beast, right? But how in the world did he manage to tame a Saint 8-den beast in the first place? A tamed beast can be considered a beast tamer's strength as well. If I had really challenged Xianxia earlier, I would have been tragically defeated. Zhang Yu felt cold sweat pouring down his back. At this moment, he felt deeply thankful that Feng Zi had spoken up before he did. Otherwise, just a claw from the netherworld azure dragon beast would have been sufficient to spell his death. The inceptive sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall, pummeling Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng, subduing Feng Zi with a single sword art, berating divine healer Baiyu without any hesitation, and bringing out such a powerful saint beast in public. Previously, Zhang Yu had thought that Xianxia was an extremely low-profile person, but from the looks of it now, it seemed that he just did not know the latter well enough. There was probably no one as high-profile as him. In fact, even most high-profile individuals would only cause a commotion every now and then. But this fellow was inciting incidents one after another, as if he would not be content until he was constantly at the forefront of everyone's mind. To think that he had even thought that that fellow was unworthy of his notice at one point in time. Even if he had viewed that fellow as his rival, that fellow might not even think that he was worthy of his attention. The gap between the both of them was simply too great. Shaking his head helplessly, he turned his gaze to the young man not too far away once more, only to see that the latter was not paying any attention to the battle in the sky. Instead, he was looking at Elder Liao with a hint of viciousness in his deep, black eyes. "Time to begin," the young man muttered. "Hoo-la!" He raised his leg once more and aimed it right toward Elder Liao's head. Pong! It landed on the latter's head, and in an unconscious state, the latter did not have the slightest ability to retaliate at all. He was sent flying right off the stretcher, smashing right through one of the walls of the dueling rings. This? Zhang Yu's lips twitched. Just what kind of grudge did he have with Elder Liao? Or rather, what in the world was Xianxia up to? He should have known that he would never get out of the sanctum of sages alive if he killed Elder Liao. While overwhelmed with shock, Zhang Yu saw Xianxia rushing over in Elder Liao's direction, and before the latter could even land on the floor from the previous kick, his leg whipped forth once more. Pong! As if a football, Elder Liao flew into the air once more. It was hard to tell whether it was an intentional action or not, but the direction that Elder Liao was flying toward happened to be where Physician Bai and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was clashing. Both parties were pitting their full might against one another, causing an insane amount of power to ripple into the surroundings. Even ordinary half-Saint 9 Dan experts would not dare get close, let alone the unconscious, Saint 7 Dan Elder Liao. Before he could even come close, the might was already beginning to ravage his body, threatening to tear him to shreds. "It's over." Fei Shi nearly collapsed to the ground from the sheer horror of what he was seeing. Given how intensely the two experts were clashing with one another, unless a Saint 9 Dan expert were to intervene in the battle, it would be impossible to stop them. Fei Shi knew that even he would lose his life if he got involved at this point, much less the unconscious Elder Liao. Liao Xian, not expecting Xianxia to make such a move either, Divine Healer Bai Yu was appalled. However, he had already released his full might, and it was too late to retract it now. No matter how he shouted, it would not make a difference. Wang! Just as everyone thought that Elder Liao was doomed to die, a light buzz suddenly sounded from his body, and the frost shrouding his body abruptly expanded outward, forming a sphere of mist that extended for a radius of 3 meters. After which, the sphere began to surge upward, forming something that was reminiscent of a giant lotus flower. The overwhelming power between the clash of might of Divine Healer Bai Yu and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast struck the lotus squarely, and astonishingly, even though it wavered slightly, it was not destroyed at all. As such, the unconscious Elder Liao did not sustain any damage. It seemed like the lotus had saved his life in this desperate moment. Upon seeing that, Divine Healer Bai Yu and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast were startled for an instant. The clash of their strengths was strong enough to cause even the massive protective formation cast over the Hall of Propriety to waver, and yet, a mere lotus that sprouted from Elder Liao was actually able to neutralize their attack entirely. Just what in the world was it? Now! As if having expected this situation, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out the pinnacle spirit stone that Luo Shenqing had given him previously. Holding it tightly in his left hand, he began furiously absorbing its energy. Hong long long. Concentrated spiritual energy surged into his body, swiftly filling up the depletion he had sustained previously. Then he lifted his right hand and tapped forward. Sila! The Lingshu sword abruptly burst forth to strike down upon Elder Liao. In the midst of its movement, the sword chi imbued within the Lingshu sword extended to over several dozen meters, as if attempting to sever the world into two. Puha! The sword cut down on the lotus shrouding Elder Liao, and shockingly, the seemingly invincible lotus actually began shattering like a mirror. How is this possible? Divine Healer Bai Yu was stunned. Even the combined might between him and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was insufficient to destroy the lotus, and yet, the other party managed to cut it apart with just a surge of sword chi. Could it be that the young man was even stronger than him? Perhaps even reaching Saint Nine Dan? After a moment of shock, Divine Healer Baiyu swiftly came to a realization. It was not that the young man was far stronger than him or anything else. Rather, the lotus was already left on the verge of shattering after the combined attack between him and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. And the young man had aimed his attack at the very opening of the lotus. Because of that, he was able to destroy the lotus with a single strike. Nevertheless, it was still an extremely formidable feat. Even he had not managed to find the opening of the lotus that had appeared out of nowhere yet, but the young man was able to see right through it, even accurately striking down on it from afar with his sword chi to destroy the lotus, not harming Elder Liao in the slightest. It had to be said that his eye of discernment and control over his strength had reached an astonishing level. While Divine Healer Baiyu was feeling deeply impressed by the young man's feat, he lowered his head to look at the young man, only to see that the latter did not show the slightest hint of joy at having sliced apart the lotus. Instead, there was a tight knot between his eyebrows, and his face was slightly pale. What's going on? There's something bizarre about the lotus. Just as Divine Healer Baiyu was just about to ask what was wrong, he suddenly heard shocked voices from the crowd below. He immediately turned to look in Elder Liao's direction and saw that the scattered mist of the shattered lotus had attempted to dive into Elder Liao's body once more, as if it had a life of its own. Humph, don't you dare! With a cold harumph, Xianxia flicked out several dozen silver needles and flung them in Elder Liao's direction. Whoa! The silver needles fell right on the various acupoints all over Elder Liao's body, impeding the mist from delving back into his body. As if meeting its nemesis, the mist released a sizzling sound upon contact with the silver needles before dissipating. Hoo! Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia waved his hand and pulled Elder Liao back from the sky, gently placing his back onto the stretcher. Then, he tapped his finger lightly on the latter's glabella. Cough, cough! While violently coughing, Elder Liao opened his eyes once more and spurted out black blood, after which he sat up from the stretcher. Peepa! A resounding cracking sound reminiscent of snapping bamboo shoots sounded from within his body. This is... Divine Healer Baiyu widened his eyes in shock. He's making a breakthrough in his cultivation. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding his old friend. Under the assault of the fire poison, his friend's vitality had been waning constantly, putting him on the verge of death. Even with his superior medicinal skill as the divine healer, he was still unable to treat him. Who would have thought that with just a few needles and a simple tap on the forehead, the young man would actually be able to induce a breakthrough in his old friend? Could he be seeing things? Long. Before he could recover from his shock, more and more cracking sounds echoed from Elder Liao's body, following which his cultivation swiftly surged, rising from Saint Seven Dan intermediate stage to pinnacle within moments. Even so, the momentum in his surge of strength showed no sign of calming down. Elder Liao shattered his phantasmal space realm pinnacle bottleneck within 10 breaths, and a dominion tinged with the power of dimension sundering suddenly extended from his body. It was only then that the rise in his cultivation gradually slowed to a halt. Half-dimension sundering realm. To rise from phantasmal space realm intermediate stage to half-dimension sundering realm in a single shot, this rate of cultivation could be said to be unprecedented. Divine Healer Baiyu's lips twitched uncontrollably. The cultivation of his old friend had never risen ever since he was afflicted with the fire poison. For several centuries now, he had remained stagnant at phantasmal space realm intermediate stage. Who would have thought that he would suddenly experience such a tremendous surge in his cultivation, shattering all of the bottlenecks that lay in his path? Elder Liao was also shocked beyond words. Feeling the overflowing power harnessed within his body, he sat in a daze on the stretcher, wondering if he was in a dream. Before he was knocked out, his vitality had been swiftly dissipating, putting him on the verge of death. But when he opened his eyes, not only did he fully recover from his illness, his cultivation had also risen by leaps and bounds. At this point, he was deeply frightened that he would simply wake up and find that it was all a lie. Pa! He slapped his face, and to his relief, stinging pain assaulted his cheeks. I am still alive? The sudden realization of this fact made Elder Liao tremble in agitation, and even to his own surprise, tears began streaming down his cheeks. For how many years he had teetered on the edge of death. He had thought that his time had finally come, and death had descended upon him to claim his dues. Yet, at the very last moment, a savior appeared, and not only was his affliction cured, he even achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. He pushed himself up from the stretcher and walked up to Xianxia. Standing before the young man who had brought him out of his anguish, his knees fell to the ground. Xianxia, thank you for saving my life. Even though he had been unconscious and was oblivious to what had happened, he could tell that Xianxia had paid a heavy price for him just by looking at the latter's pale face and trembling body. There's no need to stand on ceremony. To be honest, I didn't have much confidence either, considering the critical state you were in. It's a huge relief that everything turned out fine, Xianxia replied with a forced smile. Puha! He suddenly collapsed to the ground. This time, his injuries were not faked. He had just depleted himself from executing the sea-severing sword when he had to deal with Elder Liao's fire poison. Even if he had a pinnacle spirit stone in hand to replenish his spiritual energy, the immense mental toll he had been put under still left him on the edge of fainting at any moment. Xianxia! Elder Liao hurriedly stood up to support Xianxia. Who? Divine Healer Bai Yu also quickly descended from the sky to examine Xianxia. Don't worry, he's just suffering from overexertion. With sufficient spiritual energy and time, he should be able to fully recover from his condition without any lingering trauma. The reason he wanted to make a move on Xianxia earlier was because he thought that the young man bore malicious intentions toward Elder Liao. But with all that had happened, it was apparent that he had misunderstood the young man's intentions. So all hostility he bore toward the young man had disappeared without a trace. More importantly, he had been looking into his old friend's condition for several centuries now, only to remain deeply helpless before it. Yet, in less than 3 minutes, not only did the young man manage to resolve his old friend's affliction, he even induced a breakthrough in the latter. On top of that, there was no medicine or any complex procedure to the treatment process at all. This left him feeling deeply perplexed. That's good. That's good. Hearing that Xianxia was fine, Elder Liao heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia, what is going on? Divine Healer Bai Yu asked. He had been a physician for many centuries now, but he had never seen any treatment method like this. And what was even more confounding was that it was actually extremely effective, vanquishing the affliction in just a few moments. Pardon me for my earlier insult. I had to provoke you in order to treat Elder Liao, so I hope that you won't take it to heart. Struggling up for a moment, Xianxia clasped his fist apologetically. Don't worry about that. I won't take it to heart. Divine Healer Bai Yu waved his hand. Putting aside being berated, even if he had been beaten up, he felt that it would have been well worth the price for his old friend to be treated. Not to mention, he had been able to witness such miraculous medical skills on top of that. This had deeply incited his curiosity as a physician. Divine Healer Bai Yu clasped his fist and requested with an earnest look in his eyes. Xianxia, I ask of you to answer my doubts. Hearing those words, Fei Shi, Feng Zi, Zhang Yu, and the others also quickly turned curious gazes over in their direction. If Elder Liao had ingested a pill and driven his zhenqi in certain circulation pathways in order to resolve the fire poison, it would have been understandable that he achieved a breakthrough. But what had happened earlier? Knocking out the patient, criticizing the principal physician, and pummeling the patient to the ground. How the heck did it turn out to be another treatment method? It was completely inconceivable to the crowd. If it was that easy to treat an affliction, there would not be so many patients who died of illnesses every single day in the world. Seeing Divine Healer Bai Yu's intent gaze, Xianxia said with a bitter smile, My apologies, but will you allow me to heal up a little before answering your doubts? He was feeling so feeble that he could faint at any moment now, let alone explain the situation to the other party. Of course. Please pardon my lack of consideration. Divine Healer Bai Yu quickly replied in embarrassment. He had been too focused on learning that he had forgotten the young man's current state. I have an energy repository pill here that can help you recover from your depletion. Divine Healer Bai Yu flicked his wrist and passed a jade bottle over. As the top physician of the Sanctum of Sages, there were countless patients who sought his treatment each year. As a result, he had plenty of good items on him. Xianxia took out the energy repository pill from the jade bottle, and after taking a look at it, he shook his head helplessly. The pill was of good quality, but to him it was not of much use anymore. Due to his Heaven's Path Xianxia, there was a strict requirement on the concentration of the spiritual energy he could absorb. The higher his cultivation became, the higher the requirement was. While the energy repository pill would be effective to even the average dimension sundering realm expert, it was no different from popping a sweet to him. Thank you, but I'm afraid that this pill is completely ineffective to me. Xianxia shook his head as he passed the pill back into Bai Yu's hands. It's ineffective? Bai Yu was taken aback. I still have a couple of them here if you need more. Physician Bai, I appreciate your goodwill, but I think I'll find a way myself. At which point, Xianxia hesitated for a brief moment, but he still could not bring himself to use his pinnacle spirit stone. So, he turned to the elder by the other side and said, Elder Liao, may I trouble you a little? Xianxia, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Feel free to say whatever you require. As long as it's within my means, consider it done. Elder Liao nodded. That's a relief. Xianxia nodded as a hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. Then, Elder Liao, I'd need to trouble you to achieve a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm. Achieve a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm? Elder Liao was stunned. Should the first instinct of a drained cultivator not be to look for spirit stones and pills to recover his vitality? Why was the young man asking Elder Liao to push for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm? It did not make sense at all. Furthermore, pushing for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm meant that Elder Liao would have to face a lightning tribulation. After years of turmoil from the fire poison, his body had already been emptied out. If he attempted to push for a breakthrough right now, it was likely that he would be zapped to death. Surely you aren't intending to send him to death's embrace shortly after pulling him back from the gates of hell? Elder Liao was completely dumbstruck as well. I'll need you push for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm in order for me to recover. The reason you were able to make a breakthrough so quickly is due to the energy you have accumulated over several centuries. If I'm not mistaken, you should have enough drive in you to push for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm, right? Xianxia asked feebly. The reason Elder Liao was able to achieve so many breakthroughs at once was not because of his exceptional talent or Xianxia's miraculous treatment, but because of the hard work he had put into cultivating over the past several centuries. Previously, his cultivation had stagnated mainly due to the fire poison, but once that had been resolved, the energy he had accumulated over this long period of time immediately burst forth, allowing his cultivation to soar. Considering how much he had accumulated over the years, Elder Liao should not have just stopped at half-dimension sundering realm. It would be sufficient for him to push to higher realms, just that he chose to suppress it forcefully out of fear for the dimension-sundering ordeal. But Elder Liao was conflicted. Don't worry, you will succeed, Xianxia told him with a resolute gaze. All right then. Seeing the deep desire in Xianxia's eyes, Elder Liao gritted his teeth and removed the limitation he had placed on his cultivation. Boom! As soon as the energy was released, the surrounding air began growing viscous. Following which, through their spiritual perception, the crowd realized that storm clouds were beginning to congregate above them. Don't challenge your dimension-sundering ordeal here, or else the formations could cause the lightning tribulation to run amok. Let's head out instead. Halfway through his words, Xianxia suddenly widened his eyes in realization and halted. On top of the defensive formations cast over the individual dueling rings, there were also aura-isolating formations that served to prevent anything within from getting out. As such, it was likely that the lightning tribulation would not be able to find its target and strike the area in frenzy instead, similar to what had happened when he challenged his leaving aperture ordeal. But while this might end in a tragedy to others, this was exactly what he was wishing for. The storm clouds would grow bigger as a result of being unable to find its target, thus providing a greater source of energy to him. Just thinking of how it would be bigger than Luo Xuanqing's, Xianxia could not help but tremble in agitation as he looked at Elder Liao with eyes filled with desire. "You're right, I'll go out." Elder Liao nodded. But just as he wanted to leave the main hall, the young man suddenly shook once more, and his body seemed to have become even feebler. "It's fine. You don't have to head out anymore. Doing it here is fine." Elder Liao blinked blankly. "It's just a moment ago that you told me to head out so that I don't destroy the Hall of Propriety accidentally. But all of a sudden, you are asking me to stay?" Xianxia turned around and instructed, "Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, you head out to attack the Lightning Tribulation first." "You want me to attack the Lightning Tribulation?" The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast cowered backward, and it nearly plummeted from the sky. It had been through the dimension sundering ordeal before, and it had nearly died from that darned Lightning Tribulation. Its fear toward the Lightning Tribulation was so great that it would be paralyzed in the face of it. And yet, to attack it straight on, it was still young, and it did not want to die yet. "Master, can I not go?" The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast looked at Xianxia with large, pleading eyes, which might have possibly looked like puppy eyes had its eyes not been as big as lanterns. "If you feel that I haven't done a good job beating up that Bai Yu guy earlier, I can continue hitting him till you are happy. Just don't make me face that Lightning Tribulation." Divine Healer Bai Yu's mouth quivered upon hearing those words. "Stop with your nonsense and hurry up and do it." Xianxia frowned in displeasure. "All right," grumbling beneath its breath. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast headed out with a despaired look on its face. Hong long long. A moment later, the ominous clouds grew even bigger. What had only covered the Hall of Propriety earlier expanded to encompass an area of over several hundred muon. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction before turning to Bai Yu. "Physician Bai, I'll need you to attack the Lightning Tribulation too." "Me too." Divine Healer Bai Yu's lips twitched upon hearing those words. "I'll be troubling you. Don't worry. There won't be any problem." Knowing what the other party was worried about, Xianxia replied earnestly, "I know what I'm doing." "You know what you're doing?" Bai Yu's body trembled upon hearing those words. "Is this what you mean by you know what you are doing?" "Your head. Isn't this obviously an attempt to murder Elder Liao?" Noting the other party's hesitation, Xianxia said, "Since I have a way to drag him back from the gates of hell, I hope that you can believe me when I say that I have a way to him help tide through the Lightning Tribulation too." "All right then." After a long moment of hesitation, Divine Healer Bai Yu looked at Xianxia's confident look and recalled the miracle that the young man had pulled off earlier. Thus, he gritted his teeth and dashed out. Seeing how Xianxia had instructed the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and Divine Healer Bai Yu to intercept Elder Liao's Lightning Tribulation, Fei Shi, Feng Zi, and the others were completely flabbergasted. They had never seen anyone committing suicide in such a manner. Just what in the world was the young man up to? In a certain room of the Hall of Propriety, several elders were seated in an oval. The green-robed old man sitting at the end of the oval was the person in charge of the Hall of Propriety, Elder Huqing. For those matters, they can be resolved in such a manner. Elder Huqing was in the midst of instructing the other elders when his eyebrows suddenly shot up, and he sprung to his feet. "What happened? Someone is undergoing their Lightning Tribulation? Who in the world is so inconsiderate as to face their dimension-sundering ordeal here? This is really bad. The entire Hall of Propriety could very well be destroyed." Sensing the congregating storm clouds and ferocious crackling of lightning in the sky, the other elders also swiftly noticed that something was amiss. If such powerful bolts of lightning really fell upon the Hall of Propriety, the entire place could very well be reduced to rubble. "Assemble all of the elders. We'll protect the Hall of Propriety," Huqing roared decisively before leaping up into the sky. Who? In the blink of an eye, another dozen managerial elders leaped up as well, and floating in the midst of the sky, they looked at the accumulation of lightning with awful looks on their faces. They had looked over the Hall of Propriety faithfully for many years. So how could they allow anything to undo their hard work? After seeing that all of the elders had gathered around, Hu Qing bellowed an instruction with gritted teeth. Elder Zhao, I need you to check who is undergoing the lightning tribulation here. Of all places that person could undergo their lightning tribulation, why did they have to choose there? In fact, there was a facility in the Hall of Integrity built solely for the purpose of assisting cultivators in facing their lightning tribulation through alleviating the effects of the inner demons. Yet, to choose to do it here instead, was he intending to bring the entire Hall of Propriety down with him? Yes, Elder Zhao quickly nodded. But just as he was about to head into the main hall, he suddenly saw a netherworld azure dragon beast rushing out with a sonic boom, and with a golden hue infused into its claws, it dashed straight toward the storm clouds. Kacha! Kacha! Having come under the assault of another party outside of the cultivator supposed to face the ordeal, the area of the storm clouds immediately expanded. What is that fellow trying to do? Is it attempting suicide? All of the elders were frenzied by what they saw. It isn't even your lightning tribulation, so why are you trying to attack it so desperately? Do you have a grudge with the person undergoing the ordeal? Hurry up and stop that fellow. Hu Qing immediately barked out an order. However, before any of the elders could move, the highly esteemed divine healer Baiyu suddenly flew out of the main hall as well. With a flick of his wrist, he channeled imposing might in his palm, and with a forceful thrust, he struck it out toward the storm clouds in the sky. Kacha! 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 The storm clouds immediately expanded to over 1,000 mu wide, covering the vast expanse of the entire Hall of Propriety. Baiyu, what are you doing? Hu Qing nearly went insane on the spot. Divine Healer Baiyu had a rather close relationship with the other elders in the Hall of Propriety, and they often went out for expeditions in seek of treasures and medicinal herbs together. Yet, in this crucial moment, despite seeing that someone was undergoing a lightning tribulation, not only was he refusing to help, he was even attacking it. This was no different from seeing a burning house and quickly grabbing a bottle of gasoline to pour on it. Are you trying to seal off all chances of the individual undergoing the dimension-sundering ordeal from surviving the lightning tribulation? Or are you uncertain whether the lightning tribulation was large enough to devastate the entire Hall of Propriety, so you chose to head out here to ensure it? Hong Long, paying no heed to Hu Qing, Baiyu channeled might into his palm once more and sent another strike toward the storm clouds. Kacha! Provoked by those who dared challenge its rules, the lightning tribulation sent down 2 thick streaks of lightning down upon the netherworld azure dragon beast and Baiyu. In just an instant, the bodies of the duo stiffened as their hair and dragon scales stood on end before plummeting from the sky. The authority of the heavens isn't to be challenged, Hu Qing remarked with a shake of his head, after which he raised his hand and roared. Activate the grand defensive formation of our Hall of Propriety to fend off the lightning tribulation. At the same time, dig out that fellow who is undergoing his dimension-sundering ordeal and have him sent off to the Hall of Integrity immediately. Yes, 2 elders quickly nodded, but just as they were about to dash into the main hall to grab the cultivator undergoing the dimension-sundering ordeal, the charred Baiyu and netherworld azure dragon beast suddenly flew up once more and sent a furious surge of power toward the storm clouds. Kacha! Kacha! The lightning grew even larger. Lightning sparks crackled imposingly amid the storm clouds, as if heralding an impending catastrophe. Divine Healer Baiyu and the netherworld azure dragon beast were both Saint 8 Dan pinnacle experts, so their provocation easily caused a massive intensification of the lightning tribulation. At this point, what was above them could no longer be considered a dimension-sundering ordeal anymore. Even a Saint 9 Dan expert would have a layer of skin torn off facing something of that caliber. How am I supposed to survive such a lightning tribulation? Elder Liao collapsed weakly to the ground, paralyzed on the spot. Just who in the world did he offend to warrant such a treatment? It was just a moment ago that he was dragged back from the gates of hell, rekindling hope more in him. However, in the blink of an eye, he was shoved down into the abyss of despair once more. Even though he had built up an extremely powerful foundation over the years, he knew very well that he would never survive even the first bolt of lightning from the billowing storm clouds above him. Calm down, everything will be fine. Just let those two make it a bit larger, and we'll be done. Noticing Elder Liao's panic, Xianxia patted his shoulder and reassured him. Elder Liao felt even more stifled on the inside. All right, I think it should be about time. Let's head out now. Seeing that the lightning tribulation had already congregated to its limit under the combined assault from the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and Baiyu, seemingly about to lose control at any moment, Xianxia shook his head slightly in pity before beckoning Elder Liao to follow. Theoretically speaking, it was possible for a lightning tribulation to grow stronger endlessly as long as it were to come under continual assault, but limited by its foundations, it would start crumbling apart once it grew beyond a certain size. It was just like an engineer trying to modify a simple bucket and a spade into a massive excavator. It was simply an impossible act because of how poor the foundations they were working on were. We'll die if we head out at this point, Elder Liao exclaimed with a pale face, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Even though he had been through many life and death situations, he still could not help but feel natural apprehension and fear toward the might of the heavens. Die? Don't worry. That won't happen under my watch. Knowing what Elder Liao was frightened of, Xianxia assured him with a radiant smile. I'll help you deal with your lightning tribulation later on. What you have to do is release your strength whenever you see that the lightning tribulation is getting smaller or on the verge of escaping. Got that? Lightning tribulation getting smaller? On the verge of escaping. Elder Liao was dumbstruck by those terms. He could understand those words individually, but it became incomprehensible to him when strung together in a sentence. Xianxia, can you phrase it clearer? I don't understand what you are saying. I really don't. The lightning tribulation was a natural force sworn to never rest until the individual facing it finally succumbed. But why did it somehow become an adorable entity when filtered through your mouth? What getting smaller and escaping? Do you take the lightning tribulation to be a pet in your house? It's fine that you don't get what I'm saying at this point. Just keep my instructions in mind and act accordingly later on. Knowing that it would be hard for him to explain this matter in a way that sounded convincing to Elder Liao, Xianxia did not bother to elaborate further on the matter. Instead, he flicked his wrist and took out various items to prepare as he began making his way out of the main hall. Seeing how confident Xianxia was, Elder Liao was a little lost for a moment. He briefly hesitated before he finally bucked up his courage and followed Xianxia with a severe look on his face, reminiscent of a soldier marching to his death. Zhang Yu gulped nervously before asking, Fei Shi, shall we head out to take a look too? Fei Shi nodded. Even though they were indoors, they could still somewhat sense the sheer size of the storm clouds through their spiritual perception. From how densely the lightning tribulation was gathered around them, they roughly estimated that it spanned over an area of 1,000 mu. If it were to descend on them, it was likely that none of them would be able to escape. But since Xianxia was so confident about the matter, it would be worth heading out to see how he intended to deal with this crisis they were in. Feng Zi quickly headed out as well, but barely after taking a few steps, he saw Zhang Yu stumbling over his own feet, nearly falling to the ground. He immediately frowned. What's wrong? As a genius of the Zhang clan, Zhang Yu should have been through plenty of huge affairs before. Surely, he need not be so frightened as to stumble over his own feet when they were not even completely out of the main hall yet, right? Completely oblivious to Feng Zi's question, Zhang Yu stared at the sky with widened eyes as he muttered in a daze beneath his breath. What the heck is Xianxia doing? Frowning, Feng Zi turned his gaze to the sky as well, and the sight that he saw left him frozen silly on the spot. In this very instant, Xianxia had whipped out a white cloth from somewhere and folded it neatly before his chest. He elegantly took out a cup of water and gargled his mouth, as if he was about to enjoy a sumptuous course in a top restaurant. Is he going to eat? Feng Zi scratched his head frenziedly at that sight. He had been with his teacher for many years, but he had never heard of anyone getting so excited before the deeply feared lightning tribulation before. Was that fellow here to challenge the lightning tribulation or dine on delicacies? Kacha! Kacha! In his moment of shock, he saw Xianxia and Elder Liao walking out of the main hall. As soon as the star of the show appeared, the storm clouds in the sky immediately began rumbling intensely, seemingly ready to fall at any moment. Xianxia, regardless of whether I am able to tide across this lightning tribulation or not, I would still like to thank you for saving my life. Elder Liao was still a little afraid prior to this, but upon seeing the vast expanse of storm clouds that plunged the entire world into darkness, he realized that there was no way he would be able to escape anymore. It was either do or die. Perhaps it was the realization that he was completely helpless in this situation that made him accept the position he was in instead. As someone who had bravely charged into the midst of the boreal fire poison in order to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe, Elder Liao was definitely no wimp, or else he would not have been promoted to become a managerial elder in the Sanctum of Sages in the first place. There's no need to waste your breath on such emotional words. Nothing will happen to you. Just stay right here and wait for me. I'll be right back. Zhang Xian interjected with a wave of his hand before decisively leaping into the midst of the sea of lightning above. He's dashing right into the storm clouds? But he'll die like that. Everyone was stunned. Even Hu Qing nearly fell from the sky upon seeing this sight. They had seen cultivators who turned around as fast as they could upon meeting lightning, and they had also seen those who would bury themselves as deep underground as they could to hide from the lightning. But this was the first time they had seen someone dashing right into the lightning tribulation. Xianxia, not expecting Zhang Xian to make such a move, Elder Liao's eyes reddened in agitation. The other party was dashing into the lightning tribulation all for him. Just as he was about to dash in as well to assist the young man in fending off the lightning tribulation, the storm clouds suddenly billowed, and oddly enough, just as the young man had told him earlier, the storm clouds seemed to have contracted considerably. Perplexed, Elder Liao was just wondering whether he should release his energy as the young man had instructed him to do earlier. But then the lightning tribulation suddenly turned around and fled as if it had met its own nemesis. Its speed was so fast that not even the fastest cultivator could possibly catch up with it. With the escape of the storm clouds, the sky swiftly cleared up, revealing Zhang Xian's profile in the sky. In this moment, the young man was looking at the escaped storm cloud with a helpless look on his face. Just as he was about to speak up, his chest suddenly puffed up. Perp! A resounding burp similar to the beating of a drum echoed crisp and clear. Did he really dive into the storm clouds to eat? But what's edible inside the storm clouds? Feng Zi, Zhang Yu, and the others looked at one another with utterly horrified expressions. That was a lightning tribulation, something that even the most powerful of cultivator would have a headache facing. Yet that fellow actually rushed right in to have a meal, even releasing a resounding burp right afterward. Do you need to be so arrogant? More importantly, you even scared the lightning tribulation away. It fled away so quickly that it almost felt as if a vicious dog was chasing after it. Unable to hold it back anymore, Fei Shi asked in agitation, Elder Liao, that's your dimension-sundering ordeal, right? What's going on? How am I supposed to know what's going on? Elder Liao was on the verge of insanity as well. True, that was indeed his lightning tribulation, but from the start to the end, it was as if it had nothing to do with him at all. While others had to struggle desperately to survive their lightning ordeal, he simply took a look at his lightning ordeal, and a few moments later it fled. To be honest, he was completely dumbfounded by the matter as well, and he did not know what to make of the situation. Try your cultivation. If you are able to tap into the power of dimension sundering, that means that you have successfully cleared the lightning tribulation. Feng Zi suddenly suggested. Elder Liao nodded as he took a look into his current condition with his spiritual perception. A moment later, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened. I made a breakthrough. Without even lifting a finger, he had already gone through his lightning tribulation. This had to have been the easiest breakthrough anyone had made in the entire history of the Master-Teacher continent. As expected, hearing Elder Liao's acknowledgement, Feng Zi's mouth twitched. He lifted his head once more to take a look and saw the young man who had dived into the storm clouds a moment earlier slowly descending with a look of pity and bitter regret on his face. Seeing the young man's state, Elder Liao hurried forward and asked worriedly, What's wrong? It's nothing much. Xianxia waved his hand. He had thought that with how much the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and Divine Healer by you had expanded the storm clouds, he would be able to make a full recovery. Yet, who could have known that the lightning tribulation had grown cunning after being absorbed twice, fleeing exceptionally decisively this time around. As soon as he dived into the storm cloud, he immediately began absorbing the lightning energy around him frenziedly, but barely after he recovered the Jinqi in the loop space of his dantian by 70%, the lightning tribulation had already noticed that something was amiss, and it unhesitatingly turned around and escaped. From the looks of it, I really should frequent the Hall of Integrity, since that's the place where students and elders of the Sanctum of Sages visit in order to aid them in achieving breakthroughs. There should be plenty of lightning tribulations there. Xianxia stroked his chin as he made up his mind. Attainment, solidarity, propriety, erudition, and integrity. Each of the 5 halls served their own purpose. Of them, the Hall of Integrity served to reinforce one's mental resilience, thus reducing one's vulnerability to inner demons when pushing for a breakthrough. For this reason, countless students would visit it each day. If there was really no way around it, he could consider camping at the Hall of Integrity to absorb the lightning tribulations that arrived there. He should be able to make substantial progress in his cultivation that way. Liao Xian, you managed to achieve a breakthrough? While Xianxia was in the midst of contemplating over his future plans, Divine Healer by you descended from the sky, and upon seeing the Dominion's sundering realm dominion extending from his old friend, a deep hint of astonishment surfaced on his face. He had thought that this breakthrough would surely be fraught with danger, but who would have thought that it would pass by so calmly, as if all of the build-up before was nothing but empty threats? In the midst of his shock, he directed a look of admiration toward the young man before him as well. Just, what's going on? Divine Healer by you could not help but ask once more. The matter concerning the lightning tribulation is a secret art imparted to me by my teacher, so I'm afraid that it'll be inconvenient for me to speak too much of it before others, Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. In any case, he already had a junior, Fengzi, to validate his identity, so he could still push everything that was inconceivable about him to his teacher. In any case, the current Xianxia was uncontactable anyway, so no one would be any the wiser. Then, what about the fire poison that Liao Xian was suffering from before? Seeing that the young man was unwilling to speak about the lightning tribulation, Divine Healer by you turned the topic to the fire poison, which he had been deeply intrigued about all this while. It's true that the boreal fire poison that Elder Liao was afflicted with could be suppressed using the Hyamal formula, but as time went by, it started to develop its own consciousness, Xianxia explained. Consciousness? You mean that a spirit developed within the boreal fire poison? Divine Healer by you pondered for a moment before nodding. There were indeed poisons in this world that possessed consciousness, granting them the ability to avoid danger. These were the poisons that usually left both patients and physicians helpless. Since it had developed its own consciousness, the boreal fire poison began to consciously avert the suppression of the Hyamal formula. As a result, the cultivation of the technique would not only be ineffective in suppressing the poison, it would cause his physical condition to further deteriorate as well. It's for that reason that I persuaded him to stop cultivating the Hyamal formula. Xianxia continued. He had gathered this through the Library of Heaven's Path earlier, which was also the reason he had offered Elder Liao the advice to stop practicing the Hyamal formula. Under normal circumstances, as long as Elder Liao stopped cultivating the technique, considering that the fire poison was under the control of a conscious spirit, it shouldn't have acted up in the short term. With ample preparation, it should have been possible to get rid of it once and for all in a single go. But you just had to bring in the Nymphia Tetragona at this moment. Recalling what he had just seen after knocking Elder Liao out a moment ago, he couldn't help but shake his head. The Nymphia Tetragona is indeed one of the nemeses of the boreal fire poison, and it would have worked had the fire poison not awoken its consciousness yet. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. When Elder Liao ingested the Nymphia Tetragona, it swiftly induced a violent response from the boreal fire poison. Under the conscious control of the boreal fire poison spirit, it managed to assimilate the power of the Nymphia Tetragona and further its prowess. In the first place, Elder Liao's vitality was already waning, and the strengthening of the fire poison further worsened his physical state. As a result, he rapidly succumbed to the onslaught of the poison, thus resulting in his frail state a while ago. Upon coming to realize what had happened, Divine Healer Bai Yu's face reddened in embarrassment. It was just a moment ago that he had felt indignant at the other party saying that he was an incompetent physician, but after hearing everything that Xianxia had said, what was he if not an incompetent physician? It was because of his careless prescription of the Nymphia tetragona that his old friend had nearly lost his life. There was a slight moment of silence from Divine Healer Bai Yu before he asked once more, "Then, how did you manage to resolve the fire poison?" Even though the other party had resolved the poison right before his eyes, he was still unable to make sense of how it had been done. It's actually rather simple. The birth of a spirit in the boreal fire poison does make it a far more fearsome adversary, but at the same time, its possession of consciousness meant that the boreal fire poison would have a goal and thus could be manipulated. The goal of the fire poison was actually rather simple. It simply wanted to absorb more energy and grow as fast as possible. In a sense, the boreal fire poison could be viewed as a parasite, and it had a somewhat symbiotic relationship with its host. Or to put it in simpler terms, it was against its interests to allow its host to die quickly or else it would lose its source of nutrients. That's also why I intentionally provoked you and had you clash with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. By having the both of you execute your strongest moves and placing Elder Liao in the midst of your clash, the boreal fire poison would feel deeply threatened. In order to sustain Elder Liao's life, it would have to morph into a lotus and protect him from your attacks. While it did succeed in protecting Elder Liao, your attacks were so powerful that it suffered tremendous damage, placing it on the verge of dissipation. In this timely moment, I used my sword to strike down on its opening, causing it to be unable to hold its form anymore and dissipate. However, this didn't mean that the threat of the fire poison was over. In its severely injured state, the remnants of the boreal fire poison sought to delve back into Elder Liao's body, where it would slowly bide its time and recover, but it ended up being halted by my silver needles, thus eventually resulting in its complete dissipation. And without the fire poison suppressing his cultivation, the energy that Elder Liao had accumulated over many years swiftly burst forth, allowing him to achieve successive breakthroughs. And as for the happenings afterward, it's exactly as you have seen. So I'll just stop here, Xianxia said with a smile. Actually, the entire matter was not that complex at all. The main issue only lay in the boreal fire poison within Elder Liao's body developing as spirit. To think that the consciousness of a poison could actually be used against it in such a manner. Divine Healer Bai Yu remarked in awe as he nodded in realization. It was a well-known fact among high-rank physicians that lethal poisons that had developed their own spirits were the most difficult to deal with. But who knew that it was possible to resolve the complicated issue with such a simple solution? Indeed, Xianxia said with a nod. He was just about to continue on when his eyes suddenly lit up in excitement. The innate fetal poison within me is also a poison that possesses a spirit. Is it possible for me to use the same method to deal with it? Xianxia took a look into his body, and eventually he shook his head helplessly. All it took was one glance to tell that the innate fetal poison was not as compassionate as the boreal fire poison. Putting aside saving its life, it would already be a great blessing if it did not backstab him when he was in serious danger. It would be better for him not to take the risk. It was one thing if he failed to resolve the innate fetal poison, but if he were to lose his life a result of it as well, it would really be a huge tragedy. After all, he did not possess vicious ability to revive from scraps. Young master, speak of the devil. As soon as he thought of vicious, the latter's voice immediately sounded in his ears. Yes, Xianxia asked with a frown. As the sanctum of sages was filled with innumerable experts, vicious would usually avoid communicating him unless there was something truly important. Under the onslaught of the lightning earlier, Kong Shi's will that permeates the entire sanctum of sages dulled slightly, and for a moment, I felt the presence of my skeletal frame. Vicious' voice was filled with agitation and excitement, and the entire book of Heaven's Path seemed to be trembling in resonance to his emotions. Skeletal frame? Which part? Xianxia asked. Vicious was simply too fragmented. If it was just a small bone or finger, it would make not much of a difference to his current fighting prowess. It's the skeletal frame of my entire upper body. I'm certain of it. It is definitely in the sanctum of sages, Vicious exclaimed excitedly. The skeletal frame of your entire upper body? Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. Just by fusing with a few bones, he already wielded strength on par with Saint Seven Dan experts. If he were to fuse together with his entire upper body, would he not be able to defeat even Saint Nine Dan experts easily? If Vicious were to really wield such power, he would have more cards to deal with the Zhang clan if the situation fell through. That's right, Vicious replied. It seemed like even he did not expect that a part of him would actually be sealed within the esteemed sanctum of sages. Can you sense the general direction of where it is? Xianxia asked. As long as Vicious could identify the exact location of it, he would be able to make some preparations to retrieve it. Of course, that would also depend on whether the skeletal frame had its own consciousness or not. If it did, the Vicious in the Book of Heaven's Path might just end up being assimilated into that Vicious instead. Kong Shi's will is simply too strong, so I can't sense its exact location anymore. Unless, at which point, Vicious hesitated for a moment before continuing. If a lightning tribulation as large as the previous one occurs, it should be able to suppress the aura temporarily, granting me sufficient time to determine the exact location of my skeletal frame. Due to the presence of Kong Shi's writing all over the place and the several dozen millenniums of respect and adulation from the student populace and elders, the entire sanctum of sages was permeated with his will and spirit, hindering Vicious perception. Only during a lightning tribulation, when the will was busy vying with the inner demons contained within the ordeal, would it thin a little. Another lightning tribulation as large as the previous one? Xianxia shook his head. The only reason the previous dimension-sundering ordeal had been so powerful was due to Elder Liao's massive accumulation and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and Divine Healer by you striking the ordeal simultaneously. Otherwise, there was no way the lightning from a dimension-sundering ordeal could possibly cover over 1,000 mu. I'll find a way for that. Just make sure to find your skeletal frame when the time comes, Xianxia instructed. It happened that he required lightning tribulations to replenish his strength and raise his cultivation too. Since he could achieve both goals at once, he was more than willing to do it. All right, Vicious replied before falling silent. As the both of them had communicated telepathically, the entire conversation only lasted roughly 2 breaths before Xianxia returned his attention to reality. In the next moment, he saw Divine Healer by you staring him in excitement, saying, Xianxia, since you know so much about medicine, are you interested in coming over to our physician guild to conduct a lecture? Conduct a lecture? That's right. It happens that our guild is currently studying a rather bizarre type of poison that we are still unable to remove even after 20 years of trying. We have invited many physicians over on many occasions to discuss the issue, but we still remain completely helpless before it. Since you were able to resolve the boreal fire poison in Elder Liao's body, it's apparent that you are a person of great ability. If you could just conduct a lecture in our physician guild, I believe that you would be able to provide many fresh perspectives that might just allow us to resolve the poison. Divine Healer by you exclaimed in agitation. This? Xianxia was slightly hesitant. I am just an ordinary 7-star physician, not even reaching 8-star yet. If I conduct a lecture, there's bound to be many who would doubt my words. The fastest way to gain respect in an occupation was to show sufficient strength and proficiency in it. While Xianxia had managed to resolve the boreal fire poison, he had relied heavily on the Library of Heaven's Path. He had not read any 8-star physician books yet, so his knowledge was still a little lacking to lecture in the physician guild. Considering how you were able to see through Liao Xian's affliction with a single glance and resolve it so easily, I'll report this matter to the headquarters and have an 8-star physician emblem applied for you this instant. Divine Healer by you said with a smile. Their physician guild branch had studied the condition of his old friend for many years now, but they had all been completely helpless before it. Just the fact that the young man was able to resolve it so easily bore testimony to his abilities. All right then. However, I'll have to take a trip to your library in order to brush up on my knowledge first, Xianxia said with a nod. It would be good if Divine Healer by you could apply for his emblem. He would be spared from taking the examination. That's simple. Follow me. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed to his request, Divine Healer by you heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly walked in front and led the way forward. Before leaving, Xianxia turned around to look at Fengzi and said, Junior Feng, is there anything else you wish to challenge me in? If there is, you can feel free to look for me anytime you want. Fengzi's lips twitched uncontrollably, unable to say a word at all. When he challenged the other party to a duel of fighting prowess, he ended up being pummeled pitifully despite possessing superior cultivation. When he challenged the other party to a duel of importation, Elder Liao suddenly rushed, crying for Xianxia to take him in as his student. Somehow, Xianxia suddenly felt like a towering mountain before him, one that he could not overcome or circumvent. While Xianxia was following Divine Healer by you to the Physician Guild, back in his residence, Sun Chong was looking at the nearby Zhang Jiuxiao with a look of bewilderment. They had not tagged along to watch Fengzi and Xianxia's duel, but instead found some craftsmen to repair the collapsed main hall. Young Master Jiuxiao, you said earlier that Fengzi and our young master are from the same lineage. Sun Chong could not help but ask, could Fengzi be our old master's student too? He had heard the other party saying those words as soon as young master walked in, but he simply found the matter a little unbelievable. No matter how he looked at Fengzi, the latter just looked weak and dim-witted. Why would his old master take in a person of that caliber as his student? Indeed, Fengzi is Yangshi's student as well. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded in admiration. If he could take Yangshi as his teacher as well, he would surely be regarded with the highest of esteem when he returned to the Zhang clan. He would not be just an ordinary member of the Side family without the slightest standing at all. Hearing Zhang Jiuxiao's confirmation, Sun Chong hesitantly asked, do you know what our old master's master-teacher rank is? All along, the old master's strength seemed to be growing along with the young master's cultivation, which made him suspect that the old master was actually not as powerful as he initially thought. Since Zhang Jiuxiao was aware of the old master's true identity, this would be a good opportunity to ask about it. If the old master was really that powerful, he would not have to lie low and hold himself humbly anymore. At the very least, he would not have to suffer the bad attitude from others when gathering intelligence in the Sanctum of Sages. I wasn't too aware of Yangshi's affairs previously, but after coming to know of Fengzi, I heard some of my clan members speaking of him. At this point, Zhang Jiuxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. He had first heard of Yangshi when he was in the Qingyuan Empire, but due to the latter being too high-ranking, he had no idea what the significance of the name was. It was only upon arriving in the Sanctum of Sages and hearing others speak of Fengzi that he finally realized just how high a standing and how great a power that man possessed. He's one of the Grand Elders of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, the man who wields the greatest power in the entire Master-Teacher Pavilion aside from the Pavilion Master himself. On top of that, he's a true 9-star Master-Teacher, wielding unfathomable strength in his hands that's on par with even the old ancestor of our Zhang clan. In fact, he's renowned to be one of the strongest experts in the world. The man who wields the greatest power in the entire Master-Teacher Pavilion other than the Pavilion Master himself? One of the strongest experts in the world. Sun Chong's body trembled in agitation. In the past, he had thought that it would have been great if their old master was an 8-star Master-Teacher. However, in the Sanctum of Sages, Master-Teachers of such a rank were aplenty. As such, he had been forced to lie low and remain humble at all times. But who would have thought that the old master was actually such a formidable figure? One of the Grand Elders of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, a 9-star Master-Teacher, and one of the strongest experts in the world. Just any one of those titles was sufficient to leave the entire Master-Teacher continent trembling at its core. To think that a mere realtor of second-hand houses in Tianshan Kingdom like him would actually catch the eye of such an incredible figure. In that moment, a feeling of pride sprouted in Sun Chong's heart. Considering the unfathomable eye of discernment that 9-star Master-Teachers possess, The fact that I was able to catch the eye of the old master might mean that I possess great talent that even I am unaware of. Sun Chong widened his eyes in realization. All along, he had thought that he was an ordinary person, far lacking compared to the many geniuses in the world. However, after learning that the old master was such a formidable expert, he came to realize that he had to be a 1-in-a-million expert as well. Otherwise, why would a 9-star master teacher treat him so well and even entrust him with the heavy responsibility of taking care of his direct disciple? It's Xianxia's fortune to have caught the eye of such a figure. But of course, I believe that Xianxia must be delighted to have taken in a student like Xianxia as well, Zhang Zhouxiao remarked. While others might think that Zhang Xian had to accrue several incarnations of luck in order to find a teacher like Yang Xian, he knew very well that as long as the young man revealed his identity as a celestial master teacher, there would be no master teacher in the world who would not be willing to take him in as their student. A moment later, Zhang Zhouxiao suddenly recalled the other party's previous question and frowned in doubt. You aren't aware of Yang Shi's true identity even though you are his butler? It was one thing for him to not know of Yang Shi's true identity, but Sun Chong was someone who had seen Yang Shi on multiple occasions, so how could he possibly not know of the matter? Our old master is a humble and low-profile person, and he dislikes being in the public eye or talking about himself. As such, I'm not too sure about his affairs either, Sun Chong replied. I see. I guess that's the attitude that master teachers should have, Zhang Zhouxiao said with a meaningful nod. True master teachers should never allow their reputation to weigh down upon them, and clearly Yang Shi was such a person. All right, the reparations for the residents are done. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. Farewell. After chatting for a while longer, Zhang Zhouxiao bade farewell before leaving. Watching as Zhang Zhouxiao's figure disappeared into the distance, Sun Chong thought about what they had discussed earlier, and a brilliant gleam twinkled into his eyes as he clenched his plump fists tightly together. Previously, when the young master tasked me with gathering some intelligence on the acquirement of pinnacle spirit stones, I wasn't able to get the job done properly due to the hesitation and fear from facing those experts. However, now that I know of the old master's identity, why should I have any fear? If anything, they should be the ones fearing me. Laughing heartily, Sun Chong stood up from the chair, flung his sleeves, and began walking out of the room with widened strides. As the butler of the #1 expert in the world and a 9-star master teacher, his standing should at least be on par with the sanctum head of the sanctum of sages. Surely it would be nothing much for him to inquire some information? Thus, he swiftly made his way over to the Hall of Integrity. On top of reinforcing one's mental fortitude and tempering one's character, the Hall of Integrity served as an information hub for important news. Most of the missions for the students of the Sanctum of Sages were allocated here. After taking a swift look around, Sun Chong was soon standing in front of a vast hall, and with deep confidence he strutted in. Seated in a corner of the room was a young man in his early 20s dressed in a black robe. He turned his gaze lazily toward Sun Chong and said, "Please take out your identity token." Sun Chong flicked his wrist and hand over the token that Zhang Xian had given him. A butler of a freshman? Upon taking a look at the token, the young man scoffed disdainfully before tossing the identity token back. Speak. What kind of information are you looking for? Is your young master looking for missions to participate in? From time to time, there would be young students who would purchase news concerning missions from him to complete. My young master isn't looking for missions to participate in. Sun Chong shook his head. I'm here to ask where I can exchange for pinnacle spirit stones or equivalent spirit essences and pills here in the Sanctum of Sages. Pinnacle spirit stones? A frown surfaced on the forehead of the young man, and he waved his hand perfunctorily. I don't have such news here. You should return. You don't have such news here? Sun Chong frowned in doubt. I have visited the other places in the Hall of Integrity, and all of them said that this is the only place with such news. How can you possibly not have such news? The reason he had headed there directly was because he had already gathered some news on the matter the previous time he was there. According to what the others said, this hall was the only place where one could exchange for pinnacle spirit stones. I told you that there's no such news here. Send our guest off. Just as the impatient young man was about to order the servants to drag this fatty out, an old man suddenly walked into the room. I need a pinnacle spirit stone to reinforce my cultivation. I'll have to trouble you to help me process the exchange. As he said those words, the old man took out a couple of rare ores and the hair of saint beasts and passed them over. With just a look, Sun Chong could tell that these were all good items. The hair and claws of powerful saint beasts could be used to make weapons or armor that were far stronger than the typical ones forged by blacksmiths, thus making them exceptionally valuable. Elder, please wait for a moment. Seemingly recognizing the identity of the elder, the young man hurriedly turned around and rushed into another room. Some time later, he returned with a jade container in hand. Prying it open lightly, overwhelming spiritual energy immediately poured into the surroundings. A spirit stone emanating a blinding radiance came into sight. You have my thanks. After confirming that it was a pinnacle spirit stone, the old man took the jade container and placed it into his storage ring before leaving the room. At the other party's departure, a look of displeasure surfaced on Sun Chong's face. Didn't you say that you have no news concerning pinnacle spirit stones? Why did you process the old man's exchange straight away then? That old man that you are speaking of is the Sanctum of Sages Elder Qian, an 8-star master teacher. Do you think that a mere freshman butler like you can be compared with him? Scram to the side. The young man scoffed as he waved his hand impatiently. What do you mean by that? Sun Chong's face turned cold. I might be a freshman butler, but it's not as if I'm asking you to give the pinnacle spirit stone to me for free. As valuable as a pinnacle spirit stone may be, I am still able to afford it at the very least. Afford it? The young man sneered coldly. Are you even qualified to buy it? Pinnacle spirit stones are an extremely rare and limited resource in the master-teacher continent. Every single one of them expended means that there's one less to go around. How in the world did a freshman butler gain the notion that you are qualified to command such a valuable resource? How ludicrous! Due to the limited quantity of pinnacle spirit stones, the Sanctum of Sages had a strict restriction on who was qualified to procure them. Those whose standing was beneath the necessary requirement would not be able to exchange for one. This was also the reason it was not used as a currency even in the Sanctum of Sages. You are saying that I'm unqualified to purchase the pinnacle spirit stones from you? Sun Chong's face darkened, and his eyes narrowed threateningly. Weren't my words clear enough? Hurry up and scram, or else I'll just have to find someone to toss you out. The young man bellowed impatiently. Toss me out. Sun Chong flung his sleeves furiously, and the air of an inviolable existence drifted off him. Audacious! Do you know who I am? Like I give a damn who you are, the young man snapped. A freshman butler like you should already be glad that you are allowed to walk around the Sanctum of Sages without obstruction. How dare you attempt to pull your weight here? Were this not a place where master teachers gathered, you would have been long thrown out for daring to speak so haughtily. Get out of here right now, otherwise I'll have no choice but to pass a restriction order on you, banning you from entering the Hall of Integrity for the rest of your life. The young man bellowed in irritation. Even the weakest of the butlers of top-notch powers would be at St. 6 Dan or 7 Dan at the minimum. On top of dealing with miscellaneous affairs, they would be able to protect their master too. On the other hand, the fellow before him was not even at Saint Realm. What the heck was he talking big for? To use such a weak butler, it could only mean that the so-called young master was from a humble background too. Yet, instead of feeling honored that he was willing to waste so many words on him, that fatty actually dared to speak to him so arrogantly. He really did not know what was the best for him. You are saying that you want to pass a restriction order on me? Hearing those words, Sun Chong was so furious that he started laughing instead. With a grand wave of his hand, he walked straight toward the main seat in the room and sat down. I'll sit down right here and wait for you to pass your restriction order. What are you waiting for? Go on. I really will look down on you if you don't pass it today. You? Not expecting the fatty to be so arrogant as to sit right down on his teacher's seat, the young man nearly erupted on the spot. Nevertheless, he still reined in his rage at the very last moment, and with narrowed eyes, he asked sharply, "Do you know what you are doing right now? For a fellow who hasn't even reached Saint Realm like you to act so arrogantly, not even putting a Saint 5 Dan expert like me in your eyes, aren't you being a little too brazen?" "Of course I do." Sun Chong sneered coldly with a voice filled with confidence. "Rather, do you know whom you are facing, speaking to me in such a manner?" With a deep frown, the young man took in a deep breath and asked lividly, "Who in the world are you?" Given how the other party dared to act so arrogantly before him, there could be a chance that the other party might really have strong backing. Having been in the sanctum of sages for so long, he never would have survived through the years if he was not discerning enough to differentiate the real from the fake. "You aren't worthy of knowing who I am. Get the elder managing your Hall of Integrity or the deputy sanctum head over here." Seated calmly on the spot, Sun Chong waved his hand imposingly with the air of a person in authority, reminiscent of a conqueror grasping innumerable lives in his hands. Had he known that the old master was so formidable, he would not have had to lie so low. This was the kind of attitude that someone of his standing should be taking, otherwise he would only be an embarrassment to the old master. "You want to speak to our elder or the deputy sanctum head directly?" The young man's lips twitched upon hearing those words. There were various differing tiers to the teachers and elders in the sanctum of sages. Those at the bottommost level of the staff were the managerial elders. They were usually positions taken up by Saint 7 Dan experts, such as Elder Liao, and they were in charge of resolving most miscellaneous affairs and overlooking the various examinations and trials in the sanctum of sages. Above that were the people in charge of the individual occupation branches in the sanctum of sages, such as Physician by You. This group of people were usually Saint 8 Dan experts. And on top of them were the 5 elders who governed the Hall of Attainment, Hall of Solidarity, Hall of Propriety, Hall of Erudition, and Hall of Integrity, such as Elder Hu Qing from the Hall of Propriety. Even the weakest of them possessed the might of half Saint 9 Dan. As for the deputy sanctum head, he was even stronger than that, possessing a cultivation of Saint 9 Dan. These figures were top-notch experts whom he would not even dare to breathe loudly before in their face. And yet, a butler who had not even reached the saint realm was demanding that they go to him, as if commanding a subordinate. Was it just empty confidence? Or did he really have something to back up his words? "Indeed, my initial intention was to lie low and maintain a low profile, but since this is the attitude you wish to take with me, I demand to meet them here today. No matter what, they have to offer me an explanation as to why a mere subordinate like you dares to speak to me in such a manner." Sun Chong uttered coldly. The more he spoke of the matter, the more furious he felt. "What the heck is this? Who am I? The butler of one of the strongest experts in the world. Putting aside you, even the deputy pavilion master of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would have to talk to me amicably, not daring to offend me. Yet, a mere Saint 5 Dan ant like you actually dared to snub me in such a manner. You must be out of your mind." This, in the face of the other party's imposing disposition, the young man was starting to doubt if the fatty seated before him really had an esteemed identity or not. Just as he was at a loss as to what he should do, an old man suddenly walked in, and his eyes immediately lit up. He quickly rushed forward and greeted, "Teacher!" The old man was his teacher, as well as the person in charge of the entire Hall of Integrity, Elder Guxiong. Since this matter was already beyond his jurisdiction, it would be best for him to leave it in the hands of his teacher instead. Perhaps, his teacher might recognize his fatty and know of the latter's background. If so, they would not have to take such a passive stance anymore. Seeing that someone was sitting on his seat, Elder Go asked with a frown, "What's going on? You are Guxiong?" Before the young man could even respond, Sun Chong had already spoken up with a face as cold as a winter's night. "You sure have taught your student well. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and offer your apologies to me." He had long heard of the person in charge of the Hall of Integrity, and he had seen the other party from afar once before. As such, he was able to recognize the other party with a single glance. "Offer my apologies?" Elder Go frowned. A weak cultivator who had not even reached the saint realm was taking up his seat and even demanding that a half-Saint 9 Dan expert like him apologized? Was he hearing things? Where did this imbecile pop out from? Indeed. Your student said that he would chase me out from the Hall of Integrity and even issue a restriction order against me. I never thought that I would hear something so insolent from the mouth of a junior. Apologizing is already the laxest punishment I can think of. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll have to find someone to replace you as the head of the Hall of Integrity. Sun Chong narrowed his eyes menacingly as he harumphed coldly. There are plenty of candidates in line to take over your position. Don't think that you're safe just because of the position you are in. Replace me. Completely speechless by what he was hearing, Elder Go turned to the young man beside him and asked, "Who in the world in this imbecile? Just who did that fatty think he was? Not even the deputy sanctum head had the right to remove him on a whim. To speak such arrogant words before him, was he tired of living? Teacher, you don't know him either?" the young man asked in surprise. He had thought that his teacher would surely know this person given how knowledgeable he was, but who would have thought that his teacher would be at a complete loss as to what was happening as well. I took a look at his identity token earlier, and he's the butler of a freshman who has just enrolled this year. The young man informed his teacher through Xianxia telepathy. He's the butler of a freshman? Dark streaks immediately filled Elder G's forehead. Were the butlers of the freshmen now also arrogant? Demanding for him to apologize and even threatening to find someone to replace him. If there's a problem with how I teach my student, the Sanctum of Sages will step in and correct me accordingly, so there's no need for you to worry about it. Rather, I would just like to ask, what right do you have to make a half-Saint Nine-Dan expert like me apologize to you? Elder Gu asked with a hint of displeasure in his voice. As a high-ranked master teacher, even though he was deeply infuriated by Sun Chong's insolence, he was still able to suppress his emotions and maintain his composure. Otherwise, he surely would have sent a slap right over to the other party. How could he possibly allow such a weak fellow to spout this bunch of nonsense before him? What rights do I have? Sun Chong stood up and placed his hands before his back. He slowly took a step at a time toward Elder Gu with a lofty air surrounding him. Since you have asked such a question, fine. I'll fulfill your curiosity. My young master is a student from the latest batch of freshmen, Xianxia. Xianxia. Elder Gu frowned. Even though Xianxia had caused a huge commotion in the other halls, his reputation had not reached the Hall of Integrity yet. That's right. Well, you might not have heard much about my young master, but I believe that the name of my old master should strike a chord in your mind. Harumphing coldly, Sun Chong tilted his chin upward with a proud look on his face. The Master Teacher Pavilion Headquarters, Xianxia. Xianxia? You are Xiangshi's butler. Elder Gu was stunned for an instant before his face abruptly warped in shock. As the number 1 Grand Elder in the Master Teacher Pavilion Headquarters, it went without saying that he had heard rumors about the other party. But who would have thought that this fatty standing before him would actually be that legendary man's butler? It was no wonder the other party was so arrogant and haughty. If he was truly the butler of the man who stood at the very peak of the master-teacher continent, then he definitely had the right to speak in such a manner to him. Indeed, a hint of majesty could be seen on Sun Chong's plump face as he took another step forward. After the initial shock, Elder Go grimly questioned, Xiangshi's whereabouts have been a mystery to even the Master Teacher Pavilion Headquarters. You claim that you are his butler, but do you have any evidence to prove that? Even if he was willing to believe the fatty's words, it simply did not make sense for Xianxia to take in such a weak butler. A powerful general had no feeble soldiers under his command. For a person who was not even at Saint Realm to claim that he was Xianxia's butler, this was simply too much of a stretch to be true. Ancient sage Qiu Wu was Kong Shi's servant as well, but he still managed to reach an unparalleled level of strength in the world. To take in such a person as his butler, it would be like a smudge on Xiangshi's name. After all, if Xiangxia really wanted a butler, not even 9-star master teachers would turn him down. Why would he choose a weakling who had not even reached Saint Realm yet? Not to mention, just by what he had seen so far, the other party was a dim-witted and crude individual. However, he could sense that the other party meant the words that he said. All of his vitals showed that he was not lying. and this was exactly what left Elder Gu feeling rather perplexed. Audacious! With a livid face, Sun Chong bellowed furiously. Are you doubting my words? Or are you doubting my old master's judgment? I wouldn't dare to doubt Xianxia's judgment. Elder Gu shook his head. However, as the butler of a 9-star master teacher, he should have imprinted his blessing within you. If it's convenient for you, I hope that you would allow me a look. Once I verify your blessing, I'll have my student apologize to you immediately. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to hold you liable for impersonating the butler of a 9-star master teacher and publicly humiliating the head of the Hall of Integrity. And the severity of these 2 sentences warrants the death penalty. Considering that the Sanctum of Sages was a subsidiary power to the Master Teacher Pavilion, naturally, Elder Gu dared not doubt the judgment of a Grand Elder from the headquarters. But so far, they had only heard empty claims from the fatty before him, so naturally, he held some reservations toward the matter. For a fellow whom even he would snub to be taken in as Xianxia's butler, this simply sounded too ridiculous to be true. Blessing. Sun Chong was slightly startled to hear that word. He had met the old master on many occasions, but he had never heard of such a thing before. Just a surge of Jinqi from someone of Xianxia's prowess can bring unimaginable benefits and strength to an individual. If you are truly his butler, he will have left a will or something similar within you. Otherwise, you could be killed very easily by enemies given your cultivation realm, and that would make it extremely difficult for you to work for him, don't you agree? Elder Gu explained. Since the butler was working for the master teacher, it was only natural for the master teacher to offer some degree of protection to the butler. Under normal circumstances, the subordinates of high-ranking master teachers would have some kind of blessing infused into them so as to ensure that their lives would not be threatened when facing an enemy. If the fatty before him was truly Xianxia's butler, he was bound to have a blessing or something similar within him. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on Xianxia if his butler was killed. Of course my old master has bestowed upon me his blessing. Sun Chong was trembling fearfully on the inside, but on the surface, he continued putting up a brave front and harumphed furiously. Just that, how can I possibly show his blessing to anyone else so easily? What if I scare you out of your wits? As far as he knew, the old master had not imprinted a blessing on him before. But it was already too late for him to back down at this point. Thus, he could only thicken his skin and push his way forward. In any case, as long as he refused to take out the blessing, the other party should not be able to do anything about it. Don't worry. It'll be all good as long as you have Xianxia's blessing. There's no need for you to take it out. Elder Gu replied with a smile. A master teacher of Xianxia's caliber is able to instill instinctive deference from other ordinary master teachers. As long as you follow me to the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall, we'll be able to discern if your words are true via the reflection of a unique formation. Teacher Acknowledgement Hall? Sun Chong's face twitched slightly upon hearing those words. Even though he was not a master teacher, he had been to all kinds of master teacher pavilions in his time with Xianxia. He knew the significance of the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall to master teachers and that the will of countless predecessors resided in there. There was no trickery nor falsehood that would be able to escape their eyes. The fact that he did not have the old master's blessing would be exposed in an instant if they headed there. Don't you think it's deeply disrespectful to trouble the wills of the predecessors over something as trivial as this? My old master has always preached that a person should always rely on himself as far as possible so as to not trouble others unnecessarily. Sun Chong replied haughtily without the slightest tinge of redness in his face. The days he had spent as a realtor back in the Tianxian kingdom had allowed him to refine his art of lying. It's not a trivial matter at all. This matter concerns the honor of a 9-star master teacher, so it's imperative that we take it with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, I will have to report this matter to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters and have them send an envoy to verify the matter. That truly would be troubling others. Elder Gu replied earnestly. The other party's firm confidence had left him a little doubtful earlier, but with the other party insistently refusing to verify his identity, he was starting to be more and more convinced that the other party was a fake. Without bothering to give Sun Chong any opportunity to argue, Elder Go turned around and instructed, "Escort Xianxia's butler to the teacher acknowledgement hall." "Yes," the young man replied. He stepped forward, and a burst of energy surged from his palm and wrapped around Sun Chong like iron chains, rendering the latter completely immobile. As one who had not even reached the Saint realm yet, his strength was nothing compared to the Saint 5 Dan young man. "Butler Sun, this way please." The young man gestured forward with a smile. "Aye." Not expecting to be treated in such a manner, Sun Chong's face reddened in rage. "How dare you bind the butler of a grand elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters? Will any of you be able to bear the consequences once my old master learns of the matter?" "Bind? We would not dare bind a person as esteemed as you. All we are doing is inviting you over to the teacher acknowledgement hall to verify your identity. As Xianxia's butler, you should be well aware of how important lineages are to master teachers. So even if Xianxia does learn of this matter, he will agree with our actions," Elder Go said as he walked out of the room. The young man quickly followed behind while dragging Sun Chong along with him. Not too long later, they arrived before a vast hall. Within the hall was a massive altar filled with innumerable tablets. These had been left behind by the generations of outstanding predecessors of the Sanctum of Sages. Erected at the very center of the room was Xianxia's sculpture, and he was looking at the sky with eyes filled with compassion for the entire world. By the side of the hall there was a row of smaller sculptures. The sculpture at the very forefront of the row was an old man whose eyes were tightly shut. He was the founder of the Sanctum of Sages, ancient sage Bo Shang. To the right of him was Sage Kuei, after which was the second sanctum head, the third sanctum head, and so on. The sculptures of these sanctum heads were significantly shorter than Xianxia, and it seemed as if they were listening to his teaching, comprehending the true nature of the world. "We have arrived at the teacher acknowledgement hall. If you really do possess the blessing of Xianxia, we should be able to tell easily here," Elder Go said with a smile before waving his hand grandly. Voila! Many rays of light shot forth from the tablets and the sculptures and fell upon Sun Chong, embracing his body. It seemed like they were trying to detect the presence of any blessing within him. "Who?" A moment later, the light shrouding Sun Chong dissipated into the surroundings. "You have no blessing imprinted on you at all. As expected, you have been lying all this time," the young man bellowed in agitation. "Preposterous! How can you even think of impersonating Xianxia's butler? You must really be tired of—" Elder Gu glanced at Sun Chong with eyes that looked ready to kill. "Kacha!" But before Elder Gu could finish his words, a resounding explosion suddenly echoed in the hall. One of the tablets had exploded, following which the other tablets swiftly followed suit, as if fearing that it would be considered an act of disrespect if they were to detonate themselves late. In just the blink of an eye, the room was filled with wooden shavings all around. The lower jaw of both Elder Gu and the young man fell to the ground, completely flabbergasted by what they were seeing. The situation had far exceeded their imagination. If Xianxia's blessing was imprinted within Sun Chong's body, all of the predecessors whose strength was beneath Xianxia's when they left behind their will would fall down as a sign of respect to him. And based off what they knew of Xianxia's strength, there were definitely not too many predecessors in the Sanctum of Sages who would be a match for him. If Sun Chong was truly Xianxia's butler, they estimated that roughly half of tablets would fall, leaving behind just a few incredible experts and the sanctum heads. But instead of falling, they ended up exploding. What the heck was going on? Elder Gu anxiously looked at the altar of tablets before him, but as if meeting with some kind of supernatural occurrence, they were exploding one after another with increasing frequency. In just a few breaths, they had all already been reduced to wooden shavings with none surviving the ordeal. "It's fortunate that the sculptures of the sanctum heads are still intact." Elder Gu heaved a sigh of relief. It was already bad enough for the tablets to be destroyed under his watch, so if anything had happened to Sage Kuei and other sculpture as well, he really would have been in deep trouble. But before he could finish his words, cracks began creeping across the sculpture of the 9th sanctum head, growing more and more numerous. Kacha! Kacha! A second later, it was nothing more than a pile of rubble on the ground. And as if a contagious disease, the same symptoms struck the 8th sanctum head, followed by the 7th sanctum head, then the 6th. Even ancient sage Bo Shang was not spared from this mysterious malady and split in two, leaving behind Kong Shi standing silently on the spot. At this point, Elder Gu and the young man's minds had gone completely blank. The sanctum head of each generation was an astounding genius, be it in terms of their fighting prowess or eye of discernment. They would not pale in comparison even against the grand elders of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. This was even more so for ancient sage Bo Shang. As one of Kong Shi's direct disciple, he had achieved a level of cultivation that not a single generation of deputy pavilion masters of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters were able to match up to. So why would they shatter all of a sudden while in the midst of recognizing Xianxia? Just when in the world did Xianxia reach such a level of power? If that was the case, as an elder of the Sanctum of Sages, Elder Gu should have heard of the joyous news by now. Those two were not the only ones who were taken aback by the happenings. Even the perpetrator of the entire affair, Sun Chong, was completely dumbstruck as well. He had thought that he would be exposed this time around, but who could have known that this would happen instead? While the old master had never imprinted a blessing on him, the young master did infuse several surges of Jinqi into his body before, saying that it would protect him in times of danger. It was out of a moment of desperation that he tried driving them earlier, but who would have thought that it would lead to the tablets exploding instead? It was as if they had met a being whom they dared not oppose. The whole debacle was too bizarre. You? Just as Sun Chong was deep in thought, he saw Elder Gu looking at him with a speechless expression on his face. Do you believe that I am Xianxia's butler now? Seeing that he was finally out of danger, Sun Chong heaved a sigh of relief on the inside while glancing down on Elder Gu imposingly, as if everything had been under his control all this while. Elder Gu was just about to nod when a resounding creak filled the room, and the next instant, Kong Shi's sculpture placed his hands together and bowed deeply, seemingly greeting a peer. Voila! Following which, cracks began surfaced on Kong Shi's sculpture as well, and it took just a few moments for it to explode into smithereens. And just as everyone thought that the worst was over, the entire teacher acknowledgement hall suddenly began shaking non-stop, and the roof began plummeting down on them one chunk at a time. Hong long long. In less than 2 breaths, the majestic building collapsed inward, becoming nothing more than a pile of rubble. Just what in the world is going on? Elder Gu and the young man looked at one another with frenzied expressions on their faces. They had been planning to bring that fellow over to verify if that fellow really had Xianxia's blessing imprinted on him or not. But who could have known that the entire teacher acknowledgement hall would end up collapsing instead? The teacher acknowledgement hall was a place where the wills of the predecessors were stored. Even if the otherworldly demonic tribe managed to destroy every single hall of the Sanctum of Sages, it would still be nigh impossible for them to tear down the teacher acknowledgement hall. Yet, the impregnable fortress was actually reduced to such a state. Are you an envoy sent by the god of destruction to bring ruination upon us? What happened? Barely after diving out of the rubble, they swiftly heard a voice in the sky. Looking up, they saw various silhouettes rushing over in their direction. The one taking the lead was an old man, and upon seeing the current state of the teacher acknowledgement hall, his lips began twitching uncontrollably, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. He was the incumbent deputy sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, Zhan Tiancheng. Xianxia. Seeing that the deputy sanctum head had come down personally, Elder Gu hurriedly clasped his fist and explained everything that had happened in detail. While verifying for the presence of a blessing, the tablets all shattered, and Kong Shi placed his hands together and bowed deeply. Upon hearing the story from Elder Gu, Xianxia and the other elders in the sky looked at one another with unbelievable expressions on their faces. For Kong Shi to actually bow to another man as his peer, what a joke! Who in the world could possibly be worthy of having the world's teacher bow down to them as a peer? What I'm saying is the absolute truth. If you don't believe me, you can have him try it again once the teacher acknowledgement hall is fixed. Elder Gu exclaimed in agitation, seeing the doubt in the other's eyes. The teacher acknowledgement hall harnesses the will of many predecessors. It'll take at least half a year in order to restore it to its previous state. Xianxia shook his head and frowned. Why don't we do this instead? We shall temporarily seal our cultivation and use our own perceiving methods to examine Butler Sun's condition so as to determine what's going on. Their strength was already no weaker than the predecessors, so they could use the same means to determine if there was truly a blessing in Sun Chang or not. At the same time, they would be able to find out what had happened earlier as well. Sounds good. Elder Gu nodded. Let's begin then, Xianxia instructed. The various elders quickly surrounded Sun Chang, and with a flick of their wrist, a ray of light burst forth from their hands. Hong Long. Just like before, the light congregated on Sun Chang, forming a sphere of light around him. They really won't learn, will they? Seeing that the crowd was still insisting on examining him, Sun Chang shook his head helplessly. He drove the Xianxia that the young master had infused into his body before turning to look at one of the elders. Pada! A slight jolt sounded, and the elder abruptly plummeted from the sky before lying in a daze on the ground, as if having encountered something terrifying. Then, Sun Chang turned his gaze to another one of the elders. Paji! That elder plummeted from the sky, too. Scratching his head, Sun Chang turned to the third elder. Hoo. Wherever Sun Chang's eyes fell, the elders in that direction would suddenly lose control of their strength and plummet to the ground. In just the blink of an eye, only Xianxia was left in the sky. You? Watching as Sun Chang slowly turned his head around, Xianxia could not help but shudder in fear. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a towering figure appearing right before his eyes. That figure was so big that he seemed to cover the entire world, or perhaps he was the world itself, a manifestation of the authority of the heavens. Pada! A jolt struck Xianxia's heart, and he suddenly found his Xianxia slowing to a halt. Just like that, he plummeted from the sky as well and struck the ground headfirst, dyeing his hair with dirt. Watching as the deputy sanctum head and other elders fell from the sky, Elder Ji's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. His teeth clattered together in fear as he looked at the fat silhouette before him with a hint of apprehension in his eyes. The young master's Xianxia is actually so useful? While the crowd was overwhelmed by shock and fear, Sun Chang was reveling in his newfound ability. He excitedly drove the Xianxia that the young master had infused into his body and swept his gaze across the crowd once more. In response to that, Xianxia and the others convulsed on the spot. Another sweeping gaze, and they convulsed on the spot once more. Sun Chang could not help but find the situation deeply interesting. It was some time later before Sun Chang reluctantly came to a halt. It was not that he did not want to continue playing with the various master teachers, but the Xianxia that the young master had left in his body was limited in the first place. He could not just waste it all on trivial playing. He had to keep some for times of danger as well. Hoo. With Sun Chang ceasing to abuse the Heaven's Path Xianxia, Xianxia and the others finally managed to rise back up into the sky. They instinctively turned their gazes toward the fatty beneath them. Fear and shock could be seen reflected in the depths of their eyes. The detection method required them to seal their cultivation so that they could better sense the presence of a master teacher's aura with their senses. Under normal circumstances, as long as the person who had left behind the blessing was not too much stronger than them, they would only feel a surge of respect and admiration for the individual. What that had happened earlier, the loss of ability to move their bodies, should have been impossible. There had never been such an incidence of something like that happening before. But the impossible had really come true this time around. One of the elders cowered back fearfully before turning his gaze over to the others and asking, "What did you all see?" "I saw a silhouette that towered even against the sky, an existence that seemed to encompass the entire world. It was almost as if that figure was the heavens themselves," an elder said. "That's exactly what I saw too. Could it be that Xianxia has already achieved that level of strength?" The crowd gulped before they gasped in shock. Just what kind of realm had Xianxia reached in order for the blessing he imprinted to harness such astounding power? Xianxia has close ties with the old ancestors of the three sage clans, especially with the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. In fact, He was the witness to the betrothal of the young prodigy and the little princess. He surpassed Saint Nine Dan many years ago, reaching an unfathomable level in his cultivation. Furthermore, he possesses exceptional sensitivity towards souls and bloodlines, such that it would be no exaggeration to say that he's the #1 expert in that field in the world. Xianxia said. Other than him, I can think of no one else who wields the power to reduce the teacher acknowledgement hall to such a state and render every single one of us completely powerless. While most elders in the Sanctum of Sages might not know much about the elusive Grand Elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, as the Deputy Sanctum head, Xianxia still knew a thing or two. And honestly, other than that legendary man, he could not think of anyone else who could make them plummet completely helplessly from the sky with just his aura. Does this mean that he's really Xianxia's butler? Elder Ji's body stiffened. That's most likely the case. Xianxia nodded. Then, he turned to Elder Gu and berated him in displeasure. As Xianxia's butler, it's natural for butler's son to put on airs, or else what would become of the strict hierarchy of order among the master teachers? Yet, you doubted him and forcefully dragged him over to the teacher acknowledgement hall to verify his identity. It's no wonder he was unhappy and reduced the entire place to such a state. Elder Gu, this is a mess that you caused. So you'd better put some thought into how you intend to resolve it. Would anyone in their right mind dare impersonate Xianxia's butler? Considering the heavy price that one would have to pay once caught, no sane person would attempt to impersonate as Xianxia's butler. Yet he just had to doubt butler's son. Look at the good work you have done. The teacher acknowledgement hall has collapsed, and the several dozen millenniums of pride and honor of the Sanctum of Sages has been completely ruined. Yes. Elder Gu nodded with a bitter smile on his face. Gritting his teeth, he slowly walked toward to Sun Chong. But before he could say a word, the latter had already put his hands behind his back once more and questioned with a haughty look on his face. How is it? Have you verified my identity? Of course. Elder Gu quickly nodded. Humph. Your student tried to throw me out of the Hall of Integrity and pass a restraint order on me, and you forcefully brought me to the Hall of Acknowledgement in order to verify my identity. How do you think we should resolve this matter? Sun Chong asked with an authoritative tone. It was really fortunate that the young master had left a surge of Jinqi in his body, or else things would have gotten really awkward. Of course, it was impossible for the young master's Jinqi to be so formidable by itself. In his view, the old master must have left behind some kind of means within him that even he was oblivious to. But thinking over the matter once more, despite being a butler of the #1 figure in the master-teacher continent, he had actually been messed around by a minor figure like that. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. Butler's son, Elder Gu was just ignorant of your identity, so if you could be so kind as to... Xianxia quickly stepped in and intervened. I told him who my old master is, but he chose to doubt my words instead. I, Sun Chong, have traveled here step by step from the Tianxian kingdom, and I have braved countless storms. But this is the first time I have seen someone that conceited. Sun Chong sneered coldly. If everyone were to behave in such a manner, what would become of Xianxia's authority? What would become of the Master-Teacher Pavilion's authority? This, Xianxia frowned in a dilemma. While humility was celebrated among the Master Teachers, there was still a need to regard the leaders of mankind with respect so as to not undermine their authority. If everyone disregarded the authority of those in power, it would be hard for the leaders of mankind to rally the populace together to fight against the otherworldly demonic tribe. Knowing that he was at fault for this incident, Elder Gu clenched his fists tightly and stepped forward. Butler's son, feel free to say what you want me to do. As long as it's within my means, consider it done. You are a master teacher whereas I am just a butler. I don't have the right to issue any punishment to you. Sun Chong shot a glance at Elder Gu. There was a short pause before he waved his hand and continued. However, if you wish to make reparations, it just happens that our young master is in dire need for pinnacle spirit stones. If you can bring some over, I think we can let this matter rest. Don't worry, I'll pay an equivalent price for the exchange. It's not my habit to blackmail or coerce others into things. Having followed Xianxia for quite some time, as he came into contact with higher-ranked master teachers, he began to gain a deeper understanding of the rules concerning master teachers. It was true that even 8-star master teachers would have to show him respect out of deference to the old master, but ultimately, he still was not a master teacher, so he was not qualified to pass judgment upon them. It would be a breach of etiquette. That's simple, consider it done. Hearing that the other party just wanted to exchange for pinnacle spirit stones, Elder Gu immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He flicked his wrist, and a jade container materialized in his hand. Here are 5 pinnacle spirit stones. Please consider them an apology for my undeserving disciple's insolent actions. If you wish to make any further exchange for pinnacle spirit stones, feel free to look for me. As long as it's not beyond 50 pinnacle spirit stones, I should be able to sort it for you. You are a wise man. Sun Chong nodded with a pleased smile on his face as he accepted the jade container. The very purpose of his visit was to acquire the pinnacle spirit stones, and not only did he gain 5 of them for free, he was even given the right to exchange for them whenever. This outcome was one that he was extremely content with. At the same time, he could not help but think how convenient it was when there was someone above that he could rely on. Had these master teachers not found the old master's blessing in him, putting aside earning these pinnacle spirit stones, he might not even have been allowed to walk out of there alive. Seeing that the conflict was resolved, Xianxia stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Butler's son, if I may, what level of cultivation has Xianxia reached, and where is he at the moment?" The imposing figure that he had seen earlier was simply too frightening, such that his heart was still beating in trepidation. Could Xianxia have really crossed that bottleneck and achieved that unfathomable realm? Our old master has always been a rather elusive figure, and even I don't have any means of contacting him. Usually, he's the one who looks for me instead. I'm also not too sure on the specifics regarding how powerful he is either, but I do know that the strength he wields has reached a level far beyond anyone's gauge, such that it's no exaggeration to say that he's unrivaled in this world. When speaking of Xianxia, a brilliant gleam lit up in Sun Chong's eyes, and his voice grew conspicuously agitated. Despite his overwhelming strength, the old master still remained amiable and compassionate, and this left him deeply in awe. Xianxia is truly a person worthy of respect. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, an elder beside him suddenly rushed up to him with a bizarre look on his face. "Xianxia, there's someone looking for you outside." "Looking for me?" Xianxia frowned. "Who is it?" As the deputy sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, a Saint Nindan expert, he was not a figure whom just anyone could meet. The elder shot a glance at Sun Chong, and his lips twitched slightly. Then, with a slightly awkward tone, he said, "That person claims that he is Xianxia's butler." "Xianxia's butler? Which Xianxia?" Xianxia was stunned by the elder's report. "It's Xianxia," the elder replied. Xianxia froze on the spot. They had finally recognized the plump man standing before them as Xianxia's butler when another one popped up all of a sudden. Was this some kind of elaborate prank working against them? When did the position of Xianxia's butler become so worthless that one could be found at every turn? What's going on? Xianxia sent a telepathic message privately to the elder. What the heck was this? This was the Sanctum of Sages, not some guess who Xianxia's real butler is event venue. For Xianxia's butlers to pop up one after another, were they trying to stress him to death? I have no idea. My student just sent me the message. At which the elder suddenly paused for a brief moment before continuing on. Furthermore, it seems like the person is someone whom you are acquainted with. Someone whom I am acquainted with? Xianxia was bewildered by those words. While he had heard of many affairs surrounding Xianxia, most of them were concerning official matters instead of the latter's private life. On top of that, he had not had the honor of meeting the latter in person. Thus, he was not familiar with the latter's personal relations. For example, he had not even heard of such butler son prior to this matter. So, it was really perplexing to him that another one of Xianxia's butlers would pop up and all of a sudden claim that he was acquainted with him. That's right. Do you still remember who Iwei? The elder replied telepathically. You are speaking of the Thousand Hands poison monarch Hu Yiwei? Xianxia subconsciously tightened his fists upon hearing that name. That's right. It's him. The elder nodded grimly. The top echelon of the Poison Hall headquarters is classified by the 2 guardians, 4 eminences, 12 poison kings, and 72 Tier 1 hall masters. As the left guardian of the Poison Hall, Hu Yiwei's name is often raised alongside right guardian Shinju, and he's known for his exceptional mastery of poison. Recalling the history surrounding Hu Yiwei, an involuntary shudder ran through Xianxia's body. It's said that his mastery of poison has already reached a level so high that he could even plant poison within an embryo through the mother's body without harming either of the two, cursing the child to a life of suffering. The poisons that he concocts are so potent and powerful that even 9-star physicians would find themselves completely helpless before them. Indeed, there was a period of time when he wreaked havoc in the Master-Teacher continent, poisoning every single person that he came by. Eventually, the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters were forced to dispatch their forces to surround and take him down. If I recall correctly, Xianxia, you were involved in that operation back then, right? The elder asked. That's right, I did participate in that operation. Combining the forces dispatched by the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, Sanctum of Sages, and Combat Master Hall, there was a total of 9 Saint Nine Dan experts in total. We managed to corner him at an ancient city, and we set up an unbreachable trap in order to force him to surrender. Yet, who could have thought that the fellow would actually manage to forcefully break out of our defenses through the sheer potency of his poison? 6 of the Saint Nine Dan experts died on the spot, and it's only by a stroke of luck that I managed to survive the ordeal. As Xianxia recalled the affairs that had happened back then, hostility rippled in his eyes, and he seemed to grow slightly agitated. It is due to that lethal poison that my cultivation hasn't progressed at all for the past 20 years, stagnating at Saint Nine Dan primary stage. After that matter, the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters organized a couple more operations, but the cunning Hu Yiwei managed to get away each time. However, all news surrounding him abruptly stopped 2 months afterward, and he has not been seen since then. There are rumors saying that he encountered Xianxia, and the latter subdued him and made him his subordinate, the elder said. Due to the vast implications of the matter, the operations conducted over the past 2 decades had been kept confidential among the top brass of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. As such, those who had not participated in those operations would never know of these matters. I have heard of that rumor, too. No matter how powerful Hu Yiwei is, there's no way he would stand a chance against the powerful Xianxia. If that man who is requesting to meet me is really Hu Yiwei, then there might just be some credibility to the rumors, Xianxia said. While he harbored deep anger toward the Hu Yiwei, if it was true that the latter had become Xianxia's subordinate, he would have no choice but to forsake all thoughts of exacting vengeance. It was true that the Thousand Hands poison monarch had erred greatly in the past, but if Xianxia could guarantee that the other party would use his powers to contribute to mankind in the future, that would surely be preferable to killing the other party. After all, Saint Nine Dan experts were not easy to come by, and mankind was in need of all the strength it could get in order to deal with the otherworldly demonic tribe. The rumors that Xianxia had subdued Hu Yiwei had spread like wildfire at one point in time, but there had been no concrete evidence then to determine the authenticity of the rumor. As such, they could only take the matter with a pinch of salt. But who would have thought that it would actually be real? You're right. The elder hesitated for a brief moment before asking, should we invite him in? Since he's Xianxia's butler, he should be acquainted with Butler's son over here. It would be good to allow them to interact with one another, and perhaps we just might be able to determine the cause of the peculiar situation earlier, Xianxia said. Only someone as powerful as Xianxia could have the strength to possibly make the vicious Hu Yiwei bow in submission. If the person requesting an audience with him was truly Hu Yiwei, there should be little doubt that he was really Xianxia's butler. After all, why else would someone as esteemed as the left guardian of the Poison Hall claim that he was the butler of a master teacher? That would only be lowering his standing. Considering how the plump man before him was Xianxia's butler as well, there was a good chance that the both of them knew one another. All right, the elder nodded before leaving the room. Some time later, he returned with a gray-robed elder behind him. This elder had particularly thick eyebrows, and there was a gloomy tone to his eyes, making it hard for one to read his emotions. His true cultivation was buried deep within his body, making it impossible for one to accurately gauge his strength. However, based on what Xianxia had said, he was likely to be a Saint Nindan expert at the very minimum. Hu Yiwei walked right up to Xianxia and said with a slight smile, "Zhan Tiancheng, we meet once more." "Indeed, we meet once more," Xianxia said with narrowed eyes as he tried his best to suppress his fury. "You need not get angry. I was the left guardian of the poison hall back then, so it's a given that we would attempt to kill one another. But since I have become Xiangshi's butler, we can be considered allies standing on the same front now. There's no reason for you to view me hostilely," Hu Yiwei said. "Indeed, there's no reason for that anymore." Xianxia shook his head. "May I know the reason behind your visit? If there's nothing much, why don't I show you the way out? Don't be so quick to send me off. Why don't you take a look at this first? Perhaps it might change your mind." Hu Yiwei flicked his finger, and a jade bottle flew over. Xianxia casually grabbed the jade bottle and pried it open. A moment later, his eyes narrowed. "Is this the antidote to the poison in my body?" Ever since becoming afflicted with the poison from the other party 20 years ago, he had sought out countless physicians, but none of them had been able to do anything about it. As a result of that, he had been unable to advance his cultivation. It was exactly for this reason that he was filled with rage for the other party. Yet, who would have thought that the other party would deliver the antidote right to him? "Indeed, my master wishes me to cure all those patients whom I have poisoned over the years. Even though the poison you were afflicted with wasn't too severe, it still must have caused you quite some suffering over the years. Thus, I hope to make it up to you one way or another," Hu Yiwei explained. "Help me relay my thanks to Xianxia." With Xianxia's eye of discernment, he was able to tell whether the antidote was real or not with just a single glance, and he could hardly control his excitement with the cure to his long-term affliction right in his hands. He hurriedly placed it into his storage ring before recalling the other matter he had in mind. So he gestured to Sun Chong and said, "Right, why don't I introduce the both of you to one another? This gentleman over here is also Xiangshi's butler, Sun Chong. Butler Sun, this elder over here is Hu Yiwei, Xiangshi's butler. Well, I guess the both of you should be acquainted with one another, right?" "Xiangshi's butler?" Hu Yiwei frowned in doubt. "I am the only butler that Xianxia has. How could there be another butler?" On the other hand, Sun Chong's eyebrows shot up upon hearing those words, and displeasure surfaced on his face. "Little Zhan, you said that he's the old master's butler too? You must be joking with me." After which, he turned his sights to Hu Yiwei and bellowed, "Preposterous! How dare you impersonate the old master's butler? Men, take him down." A wave of silence swept across the room. The teeth of every single elder in the room were clattering non-stop, and they looked at Sun Chong as if they were looking at a monster. The gray-robed elder wielded strength that even Xianxia could not match, and yet, that plump man actually said that the other party was preposterous and even commanded for others to take him down. Even if we want to take him down, we need the strength to do so first. If we really attempt to do so, every single one of us will probably be poisoned to the ground by the end of today. On the other hand, Hu Yiwei was taken aback for an instant before his eyes narrowed into thin slits. "What did you say?" He had been following Xianxia for more than 20 years now, and he knew very well whether the latter had more butlers and subordinates or not. In fact, he was the one who dealt with almost all of the miscellaneous matters. It was one thing for him to have never met the plump man standing before him, but to think that the other party would dare speak to him in such a manner. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said?" Sun Chong waved his hand in impatience. "Speak. What's your motive for pretending to be the old master's butler? You might have been able to get away with it if you did it elsewhere, but it seems that you have lucked out. You never thought that you would meet me, Xiangshi's real butler." Real butler. Sensing the complete lack of nervousness within Sun Chong while saying those words, Hu Yiwei could not help but turn his gaze to Xianxia. "Zhan Tiancheng, Who is this fellow? You don't know one another? Xianxia's lips twitched. He had thought that as fellow butlers of Xianxia, the both of them should have been acquainted with one another. Yet, who could have thought that a meeting between the both of them would end up so tense instead? It was not only the case that the both of them hadn't met one another, it was more like they did not even know of each other's existence. This almost felt like a wife meeting the mistress for the first time. Am I supposed to know every insignificant person out there in the world? Wuxia flung his sleeves coldly. His master was one of the strongest experts in the master-teacher continent, and even the weakest cultivator in his social circle was at St. Nine Dan at minimum. Given so, how could his master possibly take a fellow who was not even at the Saint realm yet as his butler? He claims to be Xianxia's butler, and we validated his identity through the teacher acknowledgement hall earlier. Xianxia has indeed imprinted his blessing on him, Xianxia explained. The person who had imprinted a blessing onto Sun Chong was an expert far stronger than their imaginations. Other than Xianxia, they could think of no other person who was powerful enough for that. He possesses my master's blessing? Wuxia was taken aback by those words. He turned his gaze toward the plump man by the side once more, and deep creases slowly etched themselves onto his forehead. My master is a person who values peace and quietness, such that he has only taken in a single student to date. Given that, how could he possibly take you in as his butler? Fatty, explain yourself. Even if Xianxia wanted to take in a butler, he would at least take in someone who was much more qualified. There was simply no reason he would take in a person as weak as the fatty before him as his butler. Audacious! How dare you question our old master's judgment? Naturally, he has his own considerations for making his decisions. Or could it be that you feel that our old master is accountable to you for every decision that he makes? Sun Chong waved his hand and harumphed coldly. He turned around and sat back down on the main seat in the room before continuing. There's no point wasting any more time here. Hurry up and confess your identity and the reason you are impersonating as our old master's butler. What the heck was this? People nowadays sure were getting more and more arrogant. How in the world could a fake like the other party possibly have the cheek and the courage to stand before him without the slightest hint of fear? Not to mention, to even be putting on such an act in the sanctum of sages. His audacity was truly incredible. Impersonating? Wuxia nearly exploded on the spot. Do you know who I am? Had it been in the past, he definitely would have poisoned the other party to death for daring to conduct himself so arrogantly before him. As the left guardian of the poison hall, possibly the top poison practitioner in the world, how could he allow another man to insult him in such a manner? Do I look like I give a damn as to who you are? Sun Chong replied with a deeply annoyed tone. Rather, do you know who I am? Our old master is one of the grand elders of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and very possibly the strongest expert in the world. As his butler, I have the responsibility to uphold his dignity and standing. Yet, a mere impersonator like you actually dares to question me in such a manner. I hate to say this, but are you tired of living? To think that even a mere impersonator would speak to him so arrogantly. It seemed like even the world was not a big enough place to house the other party's ego anymore. Even though Wuxia was on the verge of erupting, he still suppressed his rage and harumphed. You claim that Xianxia is your master, but do you have any evidence of it? After years of listening to Xianxia's teachings, his temper had cooled down significantly. Had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner in the past, he would have flipped the entire sanctum of sages upside down. Evidence? Little Jean has already verified it earlier. The old master's blessing is right within me. Instead of speaking of me, why don't you take a look at yourself instead? Do you have any evidence to prove your identity? Who doesn't know how to make empty claims? Why don't you show some evidence first before pointing your finger at others? Sun Chong sneered coldly. He had used the young master Xianxia in order to clear the identity examination, but given that the young master was the old master's direct disciple, that could also be considered a method of the old master, so it was not entirely inaccurate to say that he possessed Xianxia's blessing. You! Unwilling to waste his breath on futile explanations, Hu Yiwei flicked his wrist and whipped out a token. This is the token that my master has given to me. Token? Xianxia and the others quickly turned their gazes over, and very soon, they nodded in approval. That's a token specially crafted by the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Indeed, it belongs to Xianxia. There's no way to fake that. As elders of the Sanctum of Sages, they would never make a mistake with something as important as this. It's real. Sun Chong was stunned for an instant before hurriedly snatching the token to take a look. The token was roughly the size of one's palm. The majestic insignia of the Master-Teacher Pavilion was imprinted on the front, and the back was a yang character written in seal script. It was difficult to determine what material it was made of, but just from the solemn and heavy air that it exuded, it was apparent that the token was no weaker than any Saint high-tier artifact. Putting aside whether the token was real or not, just the very material and craftsmanship of the token made it a highly valuable commodity, and not to mention, one could still vaguely feel the unique aura of the Master-Teacher Pavilion within it. To think that the old master didn't give one to me. The more Sun Chong stared at the token, the more indignant he felt. This is too much. Isn't the old master too biased? It's one thing that he dumped the young master on me to take care of, but he actually didn't leave anything for me either. This is really unfair. As your student, I understand why you might want to cultivate independence in the young master and thus didn't want to interfere in his growth too much. But I'm your butler. Not only did you not give me any money or a blessing, you even gave someone else such a good token instead of me. We're both your butlers, but why does it seem like I'm your step-butler instead? This won't do. The next time I meet the old master, I must really talk sense into him. At the very least, I should receive at least 1 or 2 tokens from him. Otherwise, how am I supposed to uphold my pride, my dignity, if everyone doubts my identity? As the butler of the man who stands at the top of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, I need to at least maintain a front that's worthy of my standing so that I don't bring shame to the old master's name. Seeing the look on Sun Chong's face, Hu Yiwei harumphed coldly. How is it? Can this token prove my identity? Even though Sun Chong felt deeply indignant inside, he still swiftly regained his poise and calmly replied, Well, since little Jean and the others have already verified the token to be real, I guess you are indeed a butler of the old master as well. Considering how powerful and expert the old master was, it was understandable that he would have other butlers behind his back. As the main butler, he needed to be understanding and magnanimous to the old master's needs. Ever since I became the old master's subordinate, I have followed closely in his footsteps, never leaving his side. Tell me, why am I unaware of your existence? Hu Yiwei flicked his token back into his storage ring before gazing at Sun Chong coldly. Do you think that you are truly capable of following every single one of the old master's moves with your current capabilities? Sun Chong sneered coldly before slowly raising his head to look into the distance, seemingly reminiscing the old days. The old master picked me out from the market, saying that he was in awe of my character and temperament. He tasked me with taking care of the young master and protecting him till he matures. It was then that I made the decision to serve as his butler for life. But those are matters back from very long ago, so there's no point bringing them back up now. Right, you mentioned earlier that you are the old master's butler? Since that's the case, you should just listen to my commands from now on. It's fine, you don't have to feel touched. It's my responsibility to share the burden of the old master in taking care of the other subordinates. Back when he was still in the Tianxian kingdom, Sun Chong had been with the old master for quite some time, but he had never heard that the old master had another butler. Had he known this earlier, he would not have tired himself out like this. He could simply have ordered this fellow around to get things done. After all, he was the butler whom the old master had entrusted the young master to, so it went without saying that his standing had to be higher. You want me to listen to your commands? Hearing those words, Hu Yiwei's cheeks twitched wildly, and he nearly rushed forward to strangle the other party to death. Could you be any more shameless? Even if I have concealed my cultivation, you should be able to tell how powerful I am from Xianxia and the others' attitude, right? I am a figure whom others would faint in the face of, and yet you actually dare to say such words to me. Are you really that brave? Or are your eyes that bad? Indeed. You are only a subordinate in charge of handling the old master's miscellaneous affairs, whereas I am butler whom the old master has recognized and entrusted great responsibility to. Shouldn't it be your honor to listen to my commands? Sun Chong nodded matter-of-factly. After all, it was clear that the other party was a mere subordinate in charge of handling miscellaneous affairs. On the other hand, he was a butler who had been entrusted with a direct disciple. Given so, was it not obvious which of the two of them was of higher standing? A subordinate might still require a token for others to validate their identity, but as the real butler, it went without saying that he did not need such a thing. With such a thought in mind, Sun Chong suddenly felt his indignation subsiding significantly, and his pride swelled once more. You want me to listen to your commands? Luo Luo. Hu Yiwei clenched his teeth tightly together as a hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. With a flick of his finger, he inconspicuously sent a surge of poison into the plump man's body as he thought callously, sure, as long as you can survive this. After which, he decisively turned his gaze toward the elder, not wanting to waste any more of his breath on a dead man. Xianxia, I have accompanied the young master here this time. He has already successfully enrolled in the Sanctum of Sages, so my mission is already complete, and there's no reason for me to stay here anymore. The reason I'm paying a visit right now is to request for you to take good care of him. My master has very high expectations of the young master. But before Xianxia could respond, a loud voice suddenly interjected. There's no need for you to worry. I'll take care of the young master well. Hu Yiwei's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing that voice. He quickly turned his gaze over and saw Sun Chong waving his hand calmly. How is this possible? Hu Yiwei's heart jolted in shock. The poison he had used was so potent that even an expert of Xianxia's caliber would bleed from his 7 apertures once afflicted with it. Considering the dose that he had injected into the plump man's body, how could he possibly remain completely fine and even speak so energetically? Was this for real? What do you mean by that? Not knowing the peril that he had just been through, Sun Chong waved his hand derisively and harumphed. If not for me taking care of the young master along the way, how could he have become a student of the Sanctum of Sages so easily? You needn't worry about anything. The young master is in good hands. Hearing how the plump man was speaking with increasing fervor, completely devoid of the weakened state that a poisoned man should be in, Hu Yiwei narrowed his eyes grimly. Unable to believe what was happening before him, he discreetly flicked his finger a few more times, sending more surges of poison into the other party's body. Even though his temperament had calmed down over the years under Xianxia's teachings, the plump man before him had simply gone too far, stomping right across his bottom line. As a Saint Nine Dan expert, there was no way he could allow a weakling to humiliate him like that. Woo woo woo. In an instant, the few most lethal poisons that Hu Yiwei had with him were injected right into Sun Chong's body. Enough! Is there any point in you flicking your fingers again and again? Are you hearing what I'm saying? Or are you playing deaf with me? As a subordinate, you should know your place. It's no wonder the old master is unwilling to entrust greater responsibilities to you. Sun Chong flung his sleeves in disapproval. He had been speaking nicely to the other party all this while, but that fellow just had to flick things at him again and again, provoking the Jinqi that the young master had left within his body to surge all around the place. Don't you know about respecting your seniors? Or do you think that I have mellowed out so much over the year that you feel that you can climb over my head? Otherwise, would you dare to act so brazenly before me? It seems like you are really mistaking my kindness for weakness. You! Seeing that there was really no sign of the other party being poisoned, Hu Yiwei's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The poisons that he had flicked into the plump man's body earlier were the most potent that he possessed. Even Xianxia had to struggle a bit to deal with them, and yet the other party was actually completely fine before them. Could it be that the plump man really was not as weak as he seemed? Was he actually a formidable expert in disguise? Just a while ago, he had met with a lady, whom despite her young age, was able to subdue him with ease. Furthermore, he had heard that the founder of the poison hall had returned recently, and she seemed to be a young lass, too. All of this taught him to never judge a person by their appearance. Not to mention, his master's eye of discernment had always been exceptional. Most likely, there was a deeper reason as to why he chose this crude plump man as his butler. After all, there was no reason for his master to recruit a useless man into his service. In an instant, the silhouette of the plump man whom he had been looking down at all this while suddenly grew towering. Xianxia had noticed Hu Yiwei's actions, but seeing that Sun Chong remained completely unharmed, he thought that Hu Yiwei had decided against it in the end. Heaving a sigh of relief on the inside, he hurriedly asked, "I'll definitely take good care of Xiangshi's student. He's a freshman who cleared this examination just earlier this year, right? May I know his name?" "Zhang Xian." Feng Zi. Sun Chong and Hu Yiwei spoke simultaneously. Zhang Xian. Before Xianxia could respond, Hu Yiwei had already turned to look at Sun Chong with a deep frown. "My master only has a single student, and his name is Feng Zi. Who in the world is the Zhang Xian you speak of?" All those who were close with Xianxia would know that he had only officially accepted a single student in his lifetime, and that person was Feng Zi. That was the young master whom he had been speaking of, and he had been following the other party all this while in order to protect him from the shadows, ensuring that he arrived at the sanctum of sages safely. As for that Zhang Xian, he had never heard of this person before. It was one thing for him to have never heard of his master taking in another butler, but would it not be truly ridiculous if he remained oblivious to his master taking in another student as well? Feng Zi and our young master are from the same lineage. They have already met one another, and they even had a friendly spar. Sun Chong waved his hand as he explained with a smile. From the looks of it, it seems like he has already become our young master's junior. So, that fellow was in charge of taking care of Feng Zi. That would explain everything. He had thought that it was weird when that fellow talked about how he had accompanied the young master here. It turned out that the young masters they were talking about were referring to different individuals. Based on what he knew of Zhang Xian, the latter would surely have Feng Zi pummeled till Feng Zi willingly addressed him as senior. "Junior." Hu Yiwei froze on the spot. "We could have been spared from all that trouble if you had just mentioned Feng Zi's name earlier. I wouldn't have doubted you if that was the case. Since we are all working for the old master, we should at least try to get along with one another." Seeing that Hu Yiwei still had an uncomprehending frown on his forehead, Sun Chong continued explaining with a smile. "For an expert as powerful as the old master, it's perfectly normal for him to take in a couple of students and butlers outside without informing you. After all, as subordinates, it's not our place to inquire too much into our master's affairs." He knew full well how low profile the old master was. For one, despite knowing the old master for more than a year now, he would still have been oblivious to how incredible of a figure the old master was if not for Zhang Juxiao's explanation a while ago. Hu Yiwei was stifled into silence. With how confidently the plump man was speaking, and given that the other party had cleared Xianxia and the other's verification and even his most potent of poisons could not kill the other party, he suddenly felt deeply uncertain on the inside. He might have been accompanying Xianxia for the past few years, but in the end, he was just a subordinate. There were still some matters that he was not privy to. Could it be that his master had really taken in another student and butler behind his back? His initial intention had just been to request Xianxia to take care of Feng Zi, but in a weird twist of fate it somehow turned into a reunion event.